I was gonna play that song, but I can't play it for my intro. It would not. Um, Let me see. Hold on. What's good, y'all? What's good? What's good, y'all? Let me get it set up. Get it set up right. Top of the top. Top of the top. It's 9 a.m. here in Texas. We got the live today going over identity claims. We're going to examine the evidence of these claims about black people being Israelites, Egyptians, Native Americans. I often like to throw the Moors in there, even though they don't claim to be Morocco. They claim to be Moors as if it's an ethnic group when the Moors are not an ethnic group. So it's kind of hard to put them on here with the conversation. But everybody knows the Moors get it to Hoteps, Israelites, Pretendians. I'm thinking it's something. Oh yeah, it is something else. All of the spiritual mumbo jumbo, like all of the shit that's adopted by the Theosophy Society, that's just been in the culture for, like I say, over a century now. What you find out is when somebody's actually knowledgeable about this shit, people don't want to have a discussion. They don't want to have discourse. They treat it like it's something confrontational. So my approach is to try to dial back on like the pretentious, condescending rhetoric, and just try to have questions so we can have a productive conversation. You realize in the culture it doesn't really exist. It's either debates, and debates are often conflated with like competition or arguments, and arguments are often conflated with like screaming and hollering, and nobody ever proving anything, nobody ever substantiating anything. So I like to open up my panel, open up my live, so we can do just that. We can actually have productive bills. We can actually come to consensus or agree to disagree. We find out, hey, some people may just have disabilities. Education just might not be their strong suit or their talent or their skill. I looked it up a while back on critical thinking. Intellect is separate from critical thinking. Critical thinking is a skill set that you have to build because it's not taught, especially in America's public school systems. Critical thinking is the most hardest part for people to dive into because in order to do it, you have to remove your biases. And a part of being a human is to try to be, it's like innately to be born with a bias, to run with the herd behavior, to group think, or to be sheeple. And this is not to like, I know sheeple is kind of like derogatory for people like following the path of others, but you got to understand how humans evolve. This has like been one of the main proponents of our survival for a long time. It's kind of like, I don't know if y'all seen Kings of Comedy, in that part where Cedric the Entertainer, he said, man, when black people run, you see somebody running, we all run, right? That's herd behavior, that's sheeple ideology. But like I say, you got to think hundreds of thousands of years in a continent with wild animals, a lot of larger animals at one point. This was needed for survival. So this is ingrained in us genetically, but it comes to a point where we got to evolve, right? Let's do the evolution. Let's do the hard work. Let's do the uncomfortable conversations. Let's have these bills because it's the only way we're going to come to a consensus. If you don't think we need to, then you should check my story where Elon Musk is aligned with white unity, right? And if they're scared about, in the post, it's talking about they scared about being a minority and how the majority is non-white, and we gonna wake up to this, and obviously what colonialism did and does is ongoingly doing with capitalism. Yeah, they're fearful of that, and we just got to have these bills, have these conversations because I'll tell them now they ain't got nothing to be scared of in this lifetime, because at the rate we're learning, like their grandkids may not even see the effects of black unity, right? But we got to do it at one point. So this is an open panel. I try not to just be up on here babbling, even though I can get off. I can get off for a long time, but yeah, that's not what I try to do. It's not what I prefer to do. Prefer to have bills, particularly specifically with people who have disposition, with people who are, black presenting phenotypically. I try to say that because some people don't like the word black. A lot of people don't like the word African American. That's why I say black presenting phenotypically, right? These people claiming to be native to America, where there's thousands of ethnicities. Israelites, which is one ethnicity, and the Egyptians, right? Again, multiple ethnicities in these locations. So what are they saying? Like, because black is the ethnic group or the racial group, black Americans is the ethnic group, African Americans the ethnic group. I want to understand how we can be these different ethnic groups simultaneously. And I think what's so unique about it is like, since race is a social construct, literally been debunked by science, it's kind of hard because we like in America, especially, we cling on to these ideologies because we really don't have anything to contrast it to. This is like people's cultures is really all they know is black and white for the most part. They don't even know that originally it was 5 races: black, white, yellow, red, brown. But they kind of not relevant because we're talking about Southeast Asians, East Asia. I mean, so Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the Native Americans, right? Red, copper. Copper was red, and a lot of people look at copper as a penny and then conflate it with themselves, not understanding it's referring to pheomelanin, which is the melanin that Europeans have, or people of pale skin, which denotes yellow and red undertones, opposed to eumelanin, which is the melanin that dark skinned people have, which is brown and red undertones. So we have to understand melanin, we have to understand pigment, we have to understand these terms that we don't define, right? A lot of times we try to redefine words from us having a contextual understanding of the linguistics and not necessarily reading the definitions. So that all that starts a semantic shift where people like in words start to have loose meanings because ultimately we're not reading, right? So we have to read, we have to do our due diligence, we have to cross-reference, and we have to have these uncomfortable conversations that we don't like to have. And it's all because most of this shit is because of fear. The herd behavior is because of fear, right? The sheep, people being sheeple, following behind, regurgitating what other people say without verifying it is fear, is scary, is lazy. The reason why I say it's fearful is because you don't want to be the one to question what is at that time the norm for fear of being ostracized because you need a social group. And once again, this is not to attack nobody like how they is. This is human behavior. Humans are social people. We want variety. We want that that confirmation from others, that validation from others. Me, I'm not like this because I've been so fine my whole life. I've been ostracized by hating ass niggas. Let me stop. I'm trying not to be pretentious. I'm sorry. It's so hard. It's so hard. I'm so fucked up. But yeah, ultimately, whatever your life's experiences are is going to allude to the person you are today, right? And a lot of times people just go with the flow. Like, I want to have friends. I don't want to be left out. So don't question certain things, you know? And then we see that's carried out today with a lot of people regurgitating, literally regurgitating. I'm telling you, we gonna have the law gonna end up building up eventually, but watch when it does. We gonna have people who got talking points that I've already heard hundreds of times. So like, it's to the point now where my scholarship has gotten so lazy because I haven't had to cross-reference my own information in so long because these people be regurgitating the same like 20 points. And my main conversation here is on the claim of indigeneity, right? If you thinking you're saying you're black or black presenting, you need to explain who that is, because in the definition, black is a dark-skinned groups of people of sub-Saharan African origins or descent. Therefore, you have to be from or descend from Africans that were in sub-Saharan Africa in order to be black, right? In order to be black. So it automatically excludes Israel, Egypt, and Morocco, or North Africa as a whole. Automatically excludes this. We're not saying that the people of sub-Saharan African descent wasn't in these locations, but as far as the predominant demographic, of course not. Of course not, because it excludes them in the definition. Now, if people want to conflate, say melanin, dark skin. Everybody has melanin. Dark skin does not mean you're black. You have Dravidians with dark skin, Papua New Guineans with dark skin, Ottoman, Solomon Islanders with dark skin, the Glitos with dark skin, Melanesians with dark skin, the Jawa, all these different Southeast Asian populations with dark skins, and they are not black. A lot of times, and once again, people's contextual understanding of things, they conflate these people to be black because they may have dark skin. Some of them may have woolly hair, but the full aesthetic is not there. And once again, that's not part of how we define black. You melanated people are black. That is once again incorrect. Incorrect. If we go to the definition of black, eumelanin is not going to be there. The definition for black, once again, and I'm going to explain this 25 times because people don't like the process. Black is the dark-skinned groups of sub-Saharan African origins or descent. Origins or descent, right? So eumelanin wouldn't be a determiner factor for if somebody is black or not. Even though it does say dark skin, specifically of sub-Saharan African origins of descent. So what I just said, all of those ethnic groups I just got through naming off, they're not of African descent, even though they have melanin. Therefore, they are not black. We can even talk about these people in the Mesoamerica and South America, right? Because oftentimes this is where the pretendians like to go to make their pretendian claim, of course, without any migrational route to Southeast America. Coincidentally, where majority of the black population is the opposite side of the Atlantic, which would, kind of correlate the transatlantic slave trade. But yeah, they correlated with South Americans because South Americans, the Native Americans there, are darker than, let's say, the Inuit, who are in the northern regions. And obviously this is because of geographical locations, juxtaposition to the sun, of course, diet and everything like that comes into play. But right, the people along the tropical line, the equatorial line of the world, just so happen to have high levels of melanin for UV protection, right? Not saying that they're black. Dark skin does not mean black. Please, let's get that understood. And this is an open panel. I'm not up on here, to just, say this. If somebody has pushback for that, then, obviously come up on here, present your method. I honestly think these people don't have a method for knowledge, and it's just a lot of people out here wondering. So if you want to get set straight, just have a conversation with it. Nobody's rude, nobody's belligerent. We have decorum over here. If you can stay along those lines, then we should obviously be able to have a good bill at the end of the day. But like I've been saying, I talked about how I was supposed to have that debate yesterday morning where we know the truth. He literally put my name in his I forgot what that little shit is at the bottom. I forget what mine says, but put my name in his live. I went over there, got muted, got dropped. He said we'll debate tomorrow, which was yesterday, and the debate never happened. I came to the live and got blocked indefinitely, right? This is my backup page. This is my second time getting blocked from these people. Earth's Queefs the same way. I had to get unblocked by showing that his mother was actually of European descent. Chief Top Cats, these Dane Callaways, all of these like progenitors of this misinformation, coincidentally, all block me, let alone like all these low level pretendians who like to run their lives too. We are literally running from conversation. What do y'all think that's going to lead us to, right? So if you got these echo chamber lives where people are getting amplified by these privately owned platforms, right? They're getting amplified by people who have agendas. Like I say, it's like we don't have an understanding of what COINTELPRO is, of what the Tuskegee experiments was, of just simply what black propaganda is in general. And that's not black referring to the race, just covert operations on psychological warfare. Like we don't understand what this is. And we just think that like they just gave up on the Klan and the Great Replacement Theory ideology and white supremacy. It's not dropped. It's not over. I know a lot of times we can see on these apps that how black Americans try to adopt these talking points. Like right now, it's lives going on about Somalia, but ran by black people. You don't see people of European descent running these lives, talking about the same shit that the government is shoving down in the media. But like I said, we're so susceptible to misinformation because we never had a proper methodology. We was never taught critical thinking, and the herd behavior persists where we just regurgitate what we hear. We're not asking the right questions, and we don't know how to have a scholarly approach when it comes to this. So I was trying to do a video on the Great Replacement Theory so y'all can understand what I was talking about. And let me see if I can pull it up right here. I don't know what this video is on. It is a little oppie. The page that I'm showing it on is a little oppie. Oh, hold on, it froze 1 second. So let's wait. Vice, I really like. They're a little prejudiced. And that's another thing when it comes to these media outlets. First, even just a person in general, you have to locate their bias. Person's going to have a bias when it comes to whatever their perception is. I'll let you know my bias outright is the truth. I am biased to the truth.
Himself shooting people last week in Buffalo.
Hold on. I think it started. But let me hold this up. This reminds me, I don't get to see none of Red's posts. I don't think I've never saw one of Red's posts. And it's very weird. Another weird thing that's happening on there. Let me just go over this while I let this video load and close some of these tabs. I've never seen one of Red's posts, and recently OHF posts, his lives have been not shared with me. Well, not necessarily not shared with me, but the app hasn't been showing them at the top of the people that's live when he's live. So yeah, they ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's a janky app. It's not perfect, but we obviously can see that a lot of the misinformation is perpetuated in here. When my mods get in here, if y'all see somebody in the comments with opposing views, please send them an invitation. I like when y'all do it so y'all can see how scared these people are too, right? Because I've already went through it. I remember one day, I think I screenshot about 15 people. I sent them invites. They just let it stay gray, and they didn't want to come up and talk. This kind of confirms like another theory that I have is that a lot of this shit is bot interaction.
Replacement theory.
We gonna get into the great replacement theory.
As it is preposterous.
We're gonna get into it. Yeah, it's like I say, man, that's the most weirdest thing. I think these are bots, just like how you got what's that rapper name that snitched on everybody, be spamming N-word, the 6ix9ine dude, right? He likes to fall back on his streams. We've already seen these people getting caught for botting their streams. So I don't know why he still thinks that's a flex, like to say, oh, my streams, my numbers, bro, bots. Same thing for these pretendians, algorithms. They don't. We already see that these people are as disingenuous as they get. Like they're not truth tellers. They don't mind lying. They don't mind like putting out fake information. They don't mind using AI. They don't mind paying people to drop little shout outs to them. People is disingenuous out here. So, you know, we know they're not going to keep it real. They're not going to keep it a buck. And that's the thing. A lot of genuine people, they expect people to have that type of approach. Like, why would he lie? It's just like, step outside, bro. People out here just not real for the sake of it. They just wasn't loved right. They wasn't hugged by their mother. They can't call their people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times they ostracize them. And that's why I try to stop y'all from getting involved into these ideologies. Because from what I see, it's a lot of herd behavior, a lot of cult talk, a lot of groupthink. And, you know, these people, ultimately, they're not real. And not in the sense like they're not like actual people and living and breathing and conscious, or, well, I don't want to say conscious and sentient, but like they're not real. You know what I'm saying? Like real, they won't keep it a buck. They don't have no qualms, no foibles about lying, about faking it out here. Whether it's for views, clicks, likes, or the little change that these apps give them, or whatever the covert agenda that might be behind them. A lot of time we get to talking about agency. I don't really like to talk about that because I can't confirm it. But like I say, when these people block me from having a conversation, that's the cringiest thing in the world. We scared to have conversations. Somebody might just be lying, right? It's like when somebody in there telling a lie, hey, get out of here. You're asking, your questions is too good. Get up out of here. I say this always too. Even if it's like somebody who's trying to get into the pretendian realm, right? Especially like people like Earth Queefs and We Know the Truth. They do not let y'all talk. Y'all have to be fanned out. Y'all have to agree. I like yesterday had a dude up here disagree with me for over 2 hours. Now, obviously, I got a purpose for this. You know what I'm saying? I would like the people to be able to gauge like who's telling the truth, who has enough evidence, who's providing the evidence. I want y'all to be able to see this, right? And a lot of times these people know, like I'm talking about the grifters, that they know I'm too sharp. They know that my peers is too sharp. And so they try to stay away from having confrontations with us. And like I say, it don't got to be viewed as like something derogatory or something negative. Confrontation literally means to confront. Like the root word is there. Let's confront the discord we have, and let's talk about it. Let's build upon it. They make it very hard to be nice to them while they're erasing my culture and identity. I understand that for sure. And let me say this: it's not about being nice to them at all. I know a lot of people probably think that's what I'll be doing up here when I be trying to like let the conversation go. Ultimately, and this wasn't even me. Somebody else had brought this to my attention. While we're doing this for the panel. I mean, not for the panel, for the chat. So sometimes these chats get up to, you know what I'm saying, almost 200 people. it's a point where I be already knowing. Like I told y'all yesterday, soon as somebody come up on here within the first word sentence they say, I already know if they gonna be able to process this information or they delusional. One dude came up on here yesterday. He was like, "Yeah, I do think we the ancient Egyptians." I went on and ran it down there about a good 2-3 minutes. Ran it down there. He didn't say nothing else for the entire life. He just sat up there. Now I understand that is a version of conceding, right? Because you're like, I ain't gonna say nothing else. The dude might chop my top, but at the same time, he wasn't consistently pushing back on anything after that. He was just listening. That would be like somebody from the chat that just happened to come up on here because it was like, hold on, I have heard we was the ancient Egyptians at the least. The other stuff, but the ancient Egyptians, that's us. I understand that too. Eurocentrism counter was Afrocentrism, and like I'll just say this: the dude who coined it, Malifi Asate, he spreads misinformation. I understand like being African centered, even the term really I don't like. What's up, baby? Even the term I really don't like because it's like it gives insecurity complex and trying to overcompensate with just trying to focus on Africa. The whole world has a history, and we got to acknowledge that. I'm gonna put this video on. What's good, babe?
Nothing. We just gonna come back unless I walk back here. I think
Okay.
breakfast. She just wouldn't let me.
All right, baby. Yeah, so let me show y'all this video into this great replacement theory. I haven't watched it, but I just want to give y'all an overview of what this is, and so y'all can see how kind of like a majority of things that Black Americans do in their proximity to whiteness, they adopt their talking points subconsciously, because like where else are you gonna get your shit from? That's why I brought up the example of the Creole language yesterday. Creole language is an amalgamation of African, European, and Native. Right, that's an amalgamation. Right, so what else could we have? We just can't have all African if they up here real time erasing our identity. You have to adopt, and in that adoption, this is one of the things that got adopted, the Great Replacement Theory. Hold on, let me just play it real quick because I'm rolling up, and then I'll show y'all the screen once I'm done. It ain't gonna take no time. I'm a pro, but just give me a second.
It's not really a surprise that the guy who live streamed himself shooting people last.
And I may have to miss some of this because the ideology does involve small stash and all that shit they had going over there in Germtown. I'm trying to mince my words, y'all, because they be flagging my live. So make sure y'all tap the screen. And once again, moderation. Y'all see anybody with opposing views in here? Give them a little boost. Help them come up here. They may not, you know what I'm saying? They may not know this is that I'm a real person, that we can actually have constructive lives and conversations. Like I say, and another reason for that is all of these echo chamber lives out here. It's either one or two lives. It's either echo chambers going on or belligerent nonsense. Like, let's switch it up, y'all. For the one time, let's show the people we can have emotional regulation. We can have productive conversation with effective communication. All right, check it out.
Last week in Buffalo believed some racist bullshit. But that race.
Let me see. He's talking about. So this is 3 years ago. I'm trying to think. Is he talking about Is he talking about that synagogue?
Was dressed up in something called the Great Replacement Theory, which is as dangerous as it is preposterous. And it's very preposterous. It's the same theory these guys were stomping around about. The Great Replacement Theory is a
So you hear what he said? He talking about juju beads right there. I try to find a different way to phrase it, but y'all, when y'all see this, it's the funniest thing in the world. Y'all know that these Europeans don't, I ain't gonna say all of them, but they don't look at the juju beads as white. What the hell is they? It's the funniest shit, but hold on, let me play it.
Conspiracy theory, meaning everything I'm about. The Great Replacement Theory is a conspiracy theory, meaning everything I'm about to say is not true. Those who believe it claim there's a sprawling, coordinated effort to get people who aren't white to, you guessed it, replace white people. There's an
and this, yeah, they showing small stands right now. So the reason why I'm showing you this or bringing this up is because this is what the FBA does. This is the FBA's this is all their talking points, right? Where they try to focus on the group outside of America, and try to say, hey, they taking our resources. And I said this many times. What resources? What resources have these Europeans gave niggas in America? I want to know the resources. What is the name of it and what's it called? What's the resources what's the programs that's out here cater specifically to Black Americans. Y'all let me know in the comments. I want to follow along. I don't even found none. Like I say, we act like white T supremacy has retired its jersey. When was this memo ever given?
Old and pretty well-known history of white people believing this type of thing. But the phrase Great Replacement came from a 2011 French book that argued immigrants were coming to Europe to eventually extinguish the white race. Many white supremacists in the US had already worked each other up about the idea of white genocide when this theory came along. Pretty conveniently, it gave them a way.
Now I'm gonna show you this little picture, and I'm gonna get back to my backdrop. And it's gonna take me a time to get back to my backdrop because I just found this one. This is one of the ones I hadn't had loaded up. I had seen this in the post, and oh, this is actually one I got. This is one I screenshotted. So y'all know how I am. I'm real stickler for confirming information out here. So I seen this post on TikTok, and I said, man, let me go confirm that, man. Let me go confirm that, man. It said, if white T men become a minority, we will be, remember, non-white T's openly hate. Like I said, and then Elon is stamping this. Y'all can go find this. It might take you a little time to scroll, but legitimately, this is what's going on. Hold on, let me find my backdrop again, and then we can get back to it. I got so many of these. Actually, let's use this. No, I don't want to use that. Well, yeah, let's just use this one. Same thing, y'all. No, actually, let me use the other one. I like it. I don't like these bubble letters. Let me play this video while we looking.
Way to blame Jews for orchestrating their inevitable demise. Again, very not true. But this idea has been showing up in a bunch of mass killings.
All right, I don't want to play this because I don't want. You got to watch the terminology, but y'all can go look into it from there. Great replacement theory is what these people scared of, and I see the guest coming up. Let me pull you up. Yeah, that's what these people scared of. They scared to be replaced, and honestly, we got to look. Did I pull you up? And honestly, fuck. Hold on, y'all. I did the update. I forgot how to work the app. Oh no, I don't even want this one. And honestly, what the hell was I even finna say? Oh, it goes into kind of, I would say, kind of like evolution or geography. I was looking into it. I said, man, I already looked into it a while back, like the psychology behind the evolution of Europeans and how they evolve. Let me see right here. I'm trying to see if I got it because I want to read along because it was a lot more articulate. Here we go. I think this is it right here. It's a few days ago. Okay, so I was talking about like edify me on the geography of European evolution and how that produced a scarcity mindset. Oh, okay, yeah. So the evolution of Europeans, like any population, was shaped by a complex interplay of factors, including geography, climate, history, culture. Europe's diverse geography presented challenges and opportunities. The harsh winters, limited resources. I kind of changed my tone there. I want y'all to listen now. The harsh winters, limited resources, and presence of diseases likely influence the development of cultural and social traits. So we have one, a focus on resource accumulation and storage. First thing I started thinking about right there was like Fort Knox and some shit. Like all this type of shit. The beers, right? This is all like the first thing I'm thinking about. Why is these people hoarding natural resources to the earth? Well, they not from this location. They from a whole different area. And it's so sad. And once we understand how small this area is, once we close the knowledge gap, that's what they talking about in that. Let me pull that post back up because I want to read it now. Let me pull it back up. I want to read it now. I may have to go to the other one where it got it in full. See, yeah, I'm trying to read this part where it says show more, and they will be 1,000 times more hostile. I think that part is right there saying once they get educated in who the hell they are. And I'm not talking about no conspiracy. We the Israelites, we the chosen people. That is misinformation to keep y'all delusional. Right? Is this it? Hold on. Oh no, I don't want to show y'all that one. I don't think I saved it. And I don't want to show y'all that one because I'm pushing my own narrative. I'm pushing my own agenda, and it's not positive propaganda, what I call it. So anyways, a focus on resource accumulation and storage, emphasis on planning and preparedness. This is why they always be on time for shit. Complex social structures and cooperation. Ooh. So the connection between geography, climate, history, culture, and psychology development is a complex, multifaceted. Research suggests that environmental factors shape the human behavior, cognition, and emotions. I'm adding this or lack thereof because I talk about the empathy studies in Europeans, and they find them to be less than other continents, right? So you have harsh environments, cold climates, is limited resources, fosters resilience, resourcefulness, and cooperation. So this is why we not aligned. In order to survive, they had to get in line. You know, in order for us to survive, we could just go to another tribe. Ain't that trippy? Abundance resources, fertile land, access to water can promote growth, exploration, and innovation. Geographic mobility and migration can influence cultural exchange, adaptability, and openness to new resources and experiences. History and culture. I don't think this is solely on my shit. Hold on. Uh, okay, yeah. I'm on some other shit, on other research, but yeah, as you can see, um, the environment of Europe is what alluded to these people's psychological perspective. The way that they view the world, like I'm talking about with resources, hoarding, whether that's gold, diamonds, oil, it comes from a lack of resources. I want to talk about harsh environments, cold climates, limited resources, fosters resilience, resourcefulness, and cooperation. And in contrast, you got to think where shit is plentiful, where you don't got to go nowhere, you don't got to leave the continent, because a lot of time people try to use that as argument. You don't think we were smart enough to go nowhere? You don't think the region where we was at had enough for us to stay exactly where we don't have no need? You got to think about it. What are they coming over? What are they migrating for? Initially, for the gold, for the spice trade. We eating good. Don't give a damn about gold. I was looking into it with the De Beers, right? When I think I Show Speed went over there to Botswana, they like, man, I want to buy some of these diamonds. They say you can't buy them. You got to talk to De Beers. This is the weird thing about the diamond, because everybody, especially the black culture, reveres the diamonds. Actually, out of look, I wish it was a demographic where I can see how much black people spend on diamonds a year. This is pretty much a rock. The Europeans and all their psychological manipulation, really with media propaganda, um, public relations. I'm talking about media, literally commercials, literally the song that Kanye West sampled. I think what is that? What is this? First, second, third single with the Diamonds Are Forever. This comes from a commercial from, I don't know if it was like the 80s or the 90s, but really would like kind of perpetuate, promoted diamonds to be something like fanciful. What they say, a girl's best friend. You know, obviously now they say, oh, if your girl thinking, oh, what 2 months salary, all this shit. Go look into the commercials. Elizabeth Taylor. Go look into the commercials about how they promoted diamonds. Before this shit was just a rock, y'all. Why? And then listen, me personally, I've always liked rubies. Go back to when you was a child, and whatever stone you liked then, that's what stone you liked before the propaganda got a hold of you. I personally like rubies. Me personally. But yeah. It's like I say, man, her behavior, now every girl want a diamond. She don't know that this shit was literally worthless before they put work into it. And it would be interesting. I'm not finna do it, but it would be interesting. More is the only title that is power in itself. Yeah. Once again, these people be indoctrinated from old misinformation. So we can run down that whole ideology. But the Moors is not an ethnic group. Native Americans or Amerindians is a whole racial group. Actually, let me go ahead and put the Moorish one on here because that's the reason why I was gonna have it up. I got one with the Moors on here because I didn't even have Moors on here, but they brought them up. So, and I got to show you why it's important too, because I don't know if y'all familiar with the Sulan. Sulan uses Moorish rhetoric as well. So Sulan, FBA, all these are different versions of pretendianisms Let me see where the one with the Moors at. I think this is it right here. Yeah. All right, so identity claims. Let's examine the evidence. Israelite Egyptians. We got the Moors up here. Now you can see the Moors. Everybody got their little symbology with them. The Moors got the moon and the crescent, right? This is because if you look up, if anybody's intellectually honest and wants to pursue this information, don't want to just hear me yap. Which is again, you don't ever hear these pseudos promote that. They literally got trust me, bro scholarship. And like I say, when it comes to Black America, if you coming out of chattel slavery where you wasn't even viewed as a full person, you wasn't allowed to read, how are you processing information? You're not keeping all your spiritual systems. You're not keeping all your old education. You literally got a whole new language. How are we educating ourselves? So let's go all the way to emancipation, right? I think emancipation to the Great Migration is like not even 2 generations apart. So you have Black people being emancipated from slavery where they wasn't able to read, wasn't, being exposed to new information. So check this out, y'all, because the time's finna jump right to your grandma. Because the grandma time has been for a lot of people, and I'm just really quoting a couple people I heard within the last week. It's 1920. I think my grandma was like 1940 or 1930, something like that. So just look at this. That's the time. Let me go. And I'm looking this up to get the exact dates because I want to say like 1910, 1920 for the Great Migration. And I'm pulling up this shit on the Moorish motherfucker. All right, so firstly, the Moors, the origins of the Moors, it says right here, not tied to an ethnic group. I didn't even ask that, but rather a conglomerate of peoples. Geographical roots primarily originated in North Africa. So that literally, that first, it's not even the end of the sentence. That first line, the primarily originated from North Africa, excludes them from being Black because Black is in south of the Sahara, not North Africa. That's why y'all don't ever hear about like anything Black pertaining to Morocco, Mauritania, Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, or even Egypt outside of the Afrocentric Hotep narrative. And all of the Hoteps is like the butt of the joke in the Black community anyway. Like all the Black women, especially like in my city, when I see them posting, they be like the Israelites too. They be Jonesy, y'all. They not trying to get hip with all that shit. Girls trying to have fun, and you trying to make them on some wear some hijab on some real shit. Cause all these shits is patriarchal. All the women should know that part. I be hating that for the women. Even the women over there, I be hating. I be like, man, they over there want to wear that shit. They probably want to shake ass for real. They gotta wear a whole hoodie all year round. It's the saddest thing. But yeah, primarily originated from North Africa, particularly the Roman province of Mauritania, modern day Morocco, and Western Algeria. Ethnic composition, historically, they're a mix of North African Berbers, which are the Amazigh, which is once again not Black people. They're North African Berbers, right? Amazigh, Arabs, right? The Arab element was often a minority elite, while Berbers made up the majority of the military force. So the reason why this is popularized is because the misinformation that was spread was that the Moors went in what they did, they civilized the Europeans. So firstly, it's not Europeans. They went into the Iberian Peninsula, they never got as far as France. So they didn't go into all of Europe. It was really what Alan Dulles, I'm sorry, somebody correct me on that pronunciation, Alan Dulles or whatever, Dallas Dulles, right? From 17, well, like, I don't know, from like 17, I'm sorry, not 17, from 711 to 1492, coincidentally around the time when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. So yeah, Moors have no relevance to the Black community. How we get this is like I was talking about the Great Migration. Let me see when that was. Perfect. 1910. So I said emancipation, 40 years after emancipation, you have the Great Migration. And the Great Migration isn't just like one little swarm. It's from the first migration is 30 years from 1910 to 1940, where approximately 2 million people moved to northern industrial hubs like, this is the main one too, Chicago. Where do you hear this Al Rukin gang from? These Black P Stones, all these gangs in Chicago that have like Muslim intersected with them. Detroit, New York City, Philadelphia. What I'm talking about, we moving out the South. This is where all the people they be talking about. Yeah, my great grandpa, they from the South. They from Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana. This is what we talking about. This confirms this. Before this, wasn't all that misinformation into the culture. So now we gonna get to where the Moors was first introduced by this dude named Timothy, Walter Brister. I was gonna say Timothy Drew, but let's go before that. Let's go to Walter Brister. So another thing important to know is you could change your identity pretty easily now. I remember it was a point in time where I used to be thinking like, I'm like, dang, if nigga gonna hit a lick, nigga better hit a lick like real quick because technology evolving way too fast. So, yep, this is kind of like what it was back in the day. You could change your name. You can go make a family here, make a family here, have a whole different name. But yeah, like I said, the first migration was 1910 and 1940. Second migration, 1940 and 1970. This was over 4 million people, right? They was relocated. This was following the Great Depression. And it was spurred by the defense of the industry boom of World War II and saw a significant expansion of migration towards Western cities. This is when now we talking about Oakland, Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland. So we got to understand why I'm bringing this up is because emancipation, where is the scholarship coming from, right? Now we got half a century later, we got all these different ideologies. And here we are, not even 100 years from the Great Migration, with all this regurgitating the same misinformation. With the MSTA, like I say, Walter Brister, he was a little boy in a circus, ended up getting hooking up with this girl, what's that girl name? Princess Otanki. And this is like the most interesting shit. Somebody need to make a documentary out of this shit, actually. Let me see if they have. So y'all can see. This is how you type her name. Not this lady right here, but I think that's it. So I don't think nothing gonna come up though. Cause I'm on YouTube. All right, so let's put it in Google. I put it in Google now. I really go to images. Cause I know y'all it ain't no good me pulling up stuff for these people who like focus on picture books. I did misspell the name. It's Sotanki. So Sotanki, and this is her right here. And this kind of aligns with the conversation too, because we're talking about the circus here. The circus is so integral in in human evolution, especially when it comes to media and like entertainment. But this is her right here. This is a better picture of her right here. And you see right here, we in the late 1800s. Now watch what happens. Cause Buddy, the dude I'm talking about, he should pop up too. If he don't pop up, he might pop up on one of the other websites. That's crazy. So the only people who's hip is somebody on Instagram? No. I know better than that. I know better than that. That's crazy. All right. I'm gonna have to do it for us. I thought I was gonna be able to do a layup. I didn't think it was only be somebody on Instagram. I think the real name is Eva Alexander. Let me see right here. Yeah, let's put in a real name. Actually, let me read this Instagram post because it like they may got a little information on there too. But ultimately, I'm just showing y'all how kind of like all the misinformation starts. It really does start around this era around this the World War II era. Even with the spiritualist movement, Theosophy, the Pascal Beverleys, the Helena Blavatskys, the I'm trying to search my brain for that dude name. That's a damn shame. But anyways, Princess Otanki, Eva Alexander, rose to fame as the first black woman lion tamer in the country and Hindu magician. You hear that? Hindu, not hoodoo, Hindu. This is already the denial of Africa right here. So we got to ask why she denied Africa, really. That's the first thing we got to ask. But let me finish reading this. Hindu magician who performed in Wild West shows. She would marry fellow Hindu magician, check it out, Walter Brister. Let's do our research on Walter Brister, and later on played a vital role in helping him found the Moorish Science Temple, precursor of black. Let me follow this person. Nah, for real. Let me make sure I'm on my right page. Yeah, let me follow this person. Precursor, Moorish Science Temple, precursor to the black Muslims of the Nation of Islam. Oh yeah, you see, NOI. We still got people pushing NOI today. People still haven't left this misinformation. So you got some circus act fools created a cult that created a whole religion that people is still practicing by the. I'm certain by the tens of thousands. I'm trying to be kind. I'm certain by the tens of thousands. They are almost every country, almost every black city. We talking about NOI. Found the Moorish Science Temple, precursor of the black Muslims of the Nation of Islam in 1925. By then, he was known as Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Eva is the princess of... Oh, got somebody else I'm supposed to follow. And actually, let me close this. But like I say, all this shit that I'm doing, and I know, like, I be getting kind of worried when I get into... I be getting kind of worried when I get into... like studying in real time, because I know people don't study for real. So I'll be like, man, they finna get ready to leave. This website gone, y'all. That website gone, y'all. That's why them pictures ain't coming up. And I'm so mad my other page got deleted, because that's where I had the full video at. Okay, so let's look up Jack Dorman, y'all. Yeah, real time. I'll be so scared y'all gonna leave the live. I'll be like, oh, I know we don't like to study for real. I know if they show like, let me see, man. I know this page is not gone. Yeah, that page gone. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, the book gone. I think the book was called Princess and the Fuck. Okay, so like the first Jack McDormand. No. This is funny because I like this because it feels like some conspiracy is going on because the website's not here. The Princess and the Prophet is what it's called. So let me just go to the Library of Congress because they got it in their store. Let me just read this overview of it. Actually, I'm gonna have the internet read it to y'all while I go in here and pass this Jay. Hold on, y'all. Is it gonna play?
The Princess and the Prophet tells the story of the black Broadway performer who, among the world of Arabian acrobats and equestrians, Muslim fakirs, and Wild West shows, discovered in Islam a greater measure of freedom and dignity, and a rebuttal to the racism and parochialism of white America. Overturning the received wisdom that the Prophet was born on the East Coast, Dorman has discovered that Noble Drew Ali was born Walter Brister in Kentucky. With the help of his wife, a former lion tamer and Hindu magician herself, Brister renamed himself Prophet Noble Drew Ali and founded the predecessor of the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple of America, in the 1920s. Author, Jacob S. Dorman. Hardcover, 304 pages.
All right, yeah. So ultimately, we just gotta leave that in the past because, like, we talking about black people who was naming themselves Hindus, and it's the same thing like I was talking about with the pretendian. This is around the Jim Crow era. So these people is trying to hide their identity. All right, we got somebody coming up. Oh, my bro. Yeah, they not. Yeah, y'all come on up. They don't want no solo wreck, man. Y'all come on up here, man. But yeah, that website is gone. I'm mad about that because it had the good pictures on there. Jim Crow era. We talking about the late 19th century. I think that's crazy, man, that they removed that site though. That was a hard ass website, man. Fuck. I didn't appreciate it while it was here. Oh, maybe if I go to let me see if I can find it if I go back in time. Yeah, so the more shit gotta go. Even though that was kind of like one of the earlier ones too, where they was making the connection to that region, specifically the Israelite region. But like we say, like this is like Farrakhan has been quoted saying this shit that we the Israelites. A lot of his contemporaries or predecessors as well.
And bro, did you see that video I posted in the John yesterday about it was like a rabbi. He was in Africa telling them that they was the real Israelites and all this stuff.
I did see that one. Yeah, I did see that one. Yeah, they was happy as hell too. Yes.
Eating it up, bro. I'm like, this feel like a trap. This feel like, I know they want their way. I know they want, they in, and I'm guessing this is how they're gonna try to come in. But I don't know, man. It's not that it ain't feel right at all, bro. That was like, this is crazy.
Trying to go back to the Wayback Machine. I want to see. I got to catch a little bit of this site, man. That site was too gold. Too gold. Yeah, man. That's why I say, man, they want that Monster Ball, Holly Berry ass scholarship, and just tell them something to make them feel good. And it's like I say, man. I wish I was built different, bro, and I could just grift job people because. So I found a little bit. It's actually just showing me the same shit. Let me see if I can go to it. I'm on the website now. I went back in time. But yeah, Holly Berry Scholarship is what y'all want. Somebody tell y'all something to make y'all feel good. Something sci-fi.
What website you looking for?
This is that Jake Dorman site. That was a dude who kind of like went and did that Princess Atanki research. I got it up. I'm just trying to. I just don't like that it's gone in the first place. So it's talking. Let me see. It's kind of like talking about the origins of Noble Drew Ali before all of the I think that was in New Jersey, before the New Jersey barbershop with the Canaanite shit. Even before that, way before the Chicago shit, he was in the circus as a little trick boy, and they was portraying themselves to be Hindu. And this may have something to do actually with Helena Blavatsky, because I'm pretty sure that this is around the same time that they coming around too. So he talking about right here, this is in 1895. This shit cut off. The picture won't load. This is like his pictures was the hardest though. It's talking about right here. So a lot of the gypsy people was involved in the circus. They was viewed as exotic, and this was like, this is around the Vaudeville Act time. Where we got to understand, this is before television. This is before Netflix. This was the main thing going on. Here go one of the pictures. This is actually one of the ones I posted on the video that I did. And it's talking right here, just returned from Australia. And they didn't, that's a lie. They didn't even just return from Australia. This is just media hyping their ass up. Like, oh, they've been over here. This is like a world thing. Roman Hippodrome, 3-ring circus, 2 elevated stages, 5 continent. They capping. 20 years before the public. All this is, man, these motherfuckers are selling that shit. Operative word right there, the Sales Brothers. Combined with Hassan bin Ali, Moorish Caravan, Arabian Nights Entertainment, and a spectacular pilgrimage to Mecca. Like, America, y'all hype this shit up. And now y'all mad. Look at all this shit. Moorish, pilgrimage to Mecca, Hassan bin Ali. Now they mad at him. Y'all hype this shit up. Y'all make these motherfuckers look exotic.
Hell yeah, you did have a whole. I remember. I think I was there for this when you was breaking down the whole Noble Drew Ali and the early stuff he was doing, and they was pretending to be Indian and all this other weird stuff. Definitely the Madame Lavakia stuff.
Yeah, man, I did. I remember because like since I was focused on this, is like one of the origins of it. I went on. I think I had a whole Morris week. I had a whole MSTA week. You know what I'm saying? Flame that shit up. Of course, it didn't get a whole lot of traction, but you know, then this is another main character right here. This dude, I compare him to Kevin Hart because Kevin Hart, superstar, right? Everybody know him. I mean, at least in America, we probably think they know him all across the world. This dude was a super duper star. Harry Houdini. Harry Houdini used to debunk pseudos. He used to debunk like all the spiritualist shit. He used to pull up in real time because they played on his top because he was a mama boy. He loved his mama so much. He went to the medium and tried to like see if it was for real. He said, "Man, these people in here fake as phony." This one I ended up doing a build on the Fox sisters. Yeah, see, they got pictures of Walter Bristol right here in the act, but see, this is probably why they got this shit tore down because this is such a big movement. Like this shit was crazy. You talking about here, Walter Bristol?
People still go to psychics today, bro. Like we're so weird. Like I know somebody who like call a psychic. It's weird.
Yeah, they got some over here. They got this lady. Let me put her on blast since I'm thinking about her because I did the video of her. Yeah, let me go ahead and put her on blast. She a big girl with dreadlocks. Y'all can't be falling for this shit, y'all. I mean, y'all do what y'all want to do, but I think it's just important for like now, this day and age, for us to see that there's obvious pushback. We not going for that shit. People outside, but like I say, Harry Houdini was definitely legitimately pushing back on pseudos. Hold on, now I really gotta find him.
Feel me? Why is your psychic struggling for money? Why ain't you know what I mean? I don't get it.
Yeah, I hate to say it, y'all. I hate to say it, it's shit, man. Probably like 85%, I'm being generous, is this shit that out here that's going on in the internet is scammy, y'all. Scammy behavior. It's like damn near what the internet was made for at this point. And people that's out here capitalizing off of it. And the same thing, like, man, I remember one time I seen this person get scammed right in front of my eyes, right? And it was like, oh, what you call us? Send me some information talking about do this, do this, do this. And you get this money, you get this shit like right now. Man, anytime that shit sound like that, like that shit is pseudo, but they was on it because it was like it was somebody they knew, right? And the whole time I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, all right, obviously you talk to this person about this because you just not finna just have no, internet communication like, these things don't exist. Whole time that was what happened. Person got scammed right in front of me. Didn't never talk to the person. Somebody hacked their account and got their money real quick, got it up out of them. And I'm like, now we know. We should know better. It shouldn't take us, more than one time to get scammed for us to have our eyes open. But yeah, all this shit was based on and this is what they would do. They would get the conch in their head and they would wear this over it. They blocking his pictures. Like some of the pictures they showing, but it was actually either I think it was like one of these two pictures that they're not showing right here. And they get the conch.
They might have seen your video and you know what I mean? It was like, look, we gotta do something about this.
Well, that went viral. Like that went viral. It's still up. But I ain't gonna lie, I had took that shit down because y'all know I'm scary. I said, fuck these niggas, they finna kill me. I'm too shit. I gotta live for real. But the Muslim dude, they was mad about that shit. They was real mad. I'm like, bro, debate. Like, we don't want, how these people get, we don't want to debate. We want your head. That's how you know these people crash out. That's how you know they information wrong. That's how you know they low IQ. Because they can't regulate your emotions. And like, it was a video I just seen. Well, you know how you watch the videos, you be like, oh yeah, he's scary or they both scary. The dude had all the calm. Like, bro, that's how, because I understand, because that's how I be. You gotta have all the calm out here because and the other side of it is that you will crash out. And you got too much sense to crash out. But that's the part that sometimes these people don't have enough sense.
Ash, can he come up? I'm you know what I mean? My hands is busy. Shit.
My bad, I ain't see you, brother. Yeah, but they was trying to crash out behind this shit. I said, man, stop. Cause I'll go match energy and crash out.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. How you been?
Morning. What's been good though? They scared to come over here, y'all. This like a safe place at this point.
Nothing much. You're still talking about
Even
what
with
happened yesterday in Minnesota.
what's
The
that?
protesters. The woman
Uh
that lost her life with that ICE agent and everything.
oh yeah. They going crazy, man. ICE going crazy. They outside protesting everywhere.
Yeah. They were protesting and stuff like that. I mean, that's the main thing they're talking about right now in every news outlet.
Yeah.
I mean, they're talking about other things, but that's like the main thing they're talking about. I mean, that's messed up, you know.
Yeah, he messed up.
Because,
I don't think he's supposed
people.
to. I don't think he's supposed to shoot that white lady, though. I think that's when he messed up.
Oh yeah, bro. It took for one of them to get murked for these white people to have some real empathy is going on, bro. These people coming out the woodworks right now. I was even seeing some old black men in fur coats. Boy came out the fur jacket looked like Pimp C out here with the Vietnam vet hat on, yelling at ICE. I'm like, yo, man, something.
I just go to show you that a lot of these people are getting frustrated by this administration, the shit that they're doing.
Yep. See all that. What they supposed to be doing? Oh, they outside. Oh yeah, they outside. In the city.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the news already been on it. But see, they always like
our dude is already. Our DA was already telling them, bro, we charging you state. Trump can't pardon you with these state charges. Letting y'all know, y'all come over here and do shit. It's you going to jail.
he talking to ICE.
Yeah. I mean, our DA a little YN, man. He a YN.
Well, I'm start to lie and say that the woman used her vehicle to ram some of the guys. But if you look at the video, the woman was like, she was driving away from them. She wasn't even trying to target that.
I done watched that video 20 times, bro. Yeah, slow mo and all that. You can see Will's turned away from this man. He already sidestepping. His weapon is already aimed. Like, bro, this man was in no danger whatsoever. Even if you thought he was in danger for a second, that had to quickly change once he seen that vehicle turning away from him. Like, no way, bro. He was ready. He was ready to lay out.
Take that woman out. He was ready to do that as soon as she left. And she wasn't even like an activist or anything. She was just there. I think they said that she picked up her son or dropped him off.
She is a observer. She was an ICE observer. She, they was the people that ride around there watch him.
Yeah. And she was like 37 years old. I mean, that's the age I'm going to be in 2 more weeks.
That's crazy, yeah. Yeah, they outside, but they always outside here. Cause I'm in Houston, so they stay on the bridges, on the corners. They stay outside.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's funny though that Christy Noma had to come up there on live TV and live saying she's a domestic terrorist, and I'm like, what? Where in the video did you see her do anything that was terrorist? Terroristic.
But that don't matter. The language, you already know they set the language up. Anybody could be Antifa, bro. They could just label you Antifa.
Oh yeah, Antifa, yeah. And they'll label you Antifa if you're doing something that's radical or and all that sort of stuff, according to them. Well, not just Antifa, but they'll say they still call you BLM, even though BLM is not relevant anymore.
Dad, who said
BLM was never relevant. It was never like an organization where they could just call protest on a dime. Like we could just go call that lady up, be like, "Yo, I need a protest down on 5th Street." Now, all right, I got you. Let me call the fucking troops. Black feet everywhere. Look, we protested. Like it wasn't even like that. Not even close.
No, she wasn't an activist. No, she wasn't an activist. She was just a bystander who was observing ICE. She wasn't an activist.
Yeah, man, this shit is sickening. The people got to know, like, we not vulnerable to this shit. Like,
oh yeah, we're not.
We like, I think it just take for shit like this. Like I said, he fucked up with that white T girl. That wasn't intentional. They gonna make everybody crash out.
Mm-hmm. That's only that he just people.
You can't do that to no white women on camera like that. Just You know what I mean? Like, you see
He
how he
pew
acted.
he didn't just
Like,
pew pew the
all the
white
brunettes
girl.
got to
He
watch
pew
out now. You got to be blonde out here. Brunettes, be
Did you
careful.
see? Not only did he just pew pewed a white girl, he pew pewed a LGBTQ white girl. And you know how they're gonna try to politicize this whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't know.
her wife was right there. Her wife saw it. You know what I mean? Like, how, you know what I mean? How is that? You know, how you going to, shit, you going to have PTSD forever, bro. You watch your wife get splatted in the face, like,
Yeah, they said that her wife had to see that footage. And
her wife was there. Her wife was there.
Okay, the wife was there. Okay,
Yeah, she was like on the side. That's why she was like, yeah, she asked. That was the lady that was running towards the car after it flipped.
Yeah, seeing that there, that's gonna traumatize you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know why they don't realize what they're doing. It's either like kind of like I say, it got to be the people. And I'm talking about like they voted this administration in because it get to the point where like the last administration he had, it was ass. It was like hate in the mist. It was just in the air. It's like it was polluted out here, and it's the same shit. They just ran that shit back.
His first administration wasn't really as I would say his administration was just it was nothing but hate. You remember the whole Charlottesville thing, and how he didn't want to do anything with CV19 and all that.
Yeah, now it's just like he like on it. He know he on his last run, so he trying to do the most. And this is early in the game, y'all. We still got to deal with this shit. We haven't went through half of this nigga shit.
We haven't. Yeah, it's been even been
Watch
years.
the lead up through Obama, man. Like, remember, I don't know if y'all remember the stats came out, but the hate groups under Obama when he was president, and right when he became president, rose like 200%.
Oh yeah,
as a reaction to him becoming president. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, it rose up like very quick after he became president. Though it skyrocketed. That's when you start seeing all the live threats, and you start seeing all the people trying to get into the White House to try to unalive him and all that. So yeah,
That motherfucker trying to hate. They trying to hate their way and like just do like little pesty shit to make you just want to move. They try to do you like how everybody hate Chris. Let me just transfer school. Let me just go to the black side of town, man, because this is some bullshit. That's what they trying to do. They're trying to run everybody off.
And I did see a video on TikTok where the brother compared ICE to the Gestapo. The Gestapo from Oxy, Germany, back in the 1930s. That's a pretty good comparison. It was a very good comparison.
Yeah, they doing it right here. I don't want to show you. Yeah, y'all can see it.
Yeah. I'm looking. Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want anything happen to your live or anything like that.
Yeah. So you can see what's going on. They already know. So, like I say, I think that's the only thing they doing.
Looking for.
I think they just trying to be pests and annoy everyone, scare everyone, get everyone fearful to try to relocate because don't nobody want to be around no bullshit like that.
We got 3 more years with this dude.
It's always been to go harass you, throw fake acid in the pool. You know what I mean? Like, it's always been their game, bro. We don't want you around. They used to put it in legal matters. Levittown. You can't sell houses to Negroes and this, that, and the third, bro. It's always been in the back of their mind, but they can't let us go. You know what I'm saying? They don't want us around, but they don't want us too far.
Well, it's funny they don't want us around them, but the minute we try to separate ourselves and do something for ourselves, then they want to talk about we're being divisive.
Yeah, I like how these white ethno towns they be trying to build been failing.
Oh yeah, that dude in Alabama, I mean Arkansas, that's trying to do that. That's something new. It was a white supremacist group that tried to do that back in the 1980s, and that did that way before that. I think people never heard of them before. They were called the Order. That's what they refer to as. I mean, they were the ones back in the 1980s that were trying to make like a white ethno state and all that sort of stuff.
I noticed one thing when I be talking to him. One thing that really messes with him was when I told him that we don't need them and they can just go back to Europe, right? And they always go to reference. So, all right, yeah. So we just leave all the military, all the cops. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? As soon as y'all leave, all of that stuff will be quickly replaced because it won't be any racist people holding us back. We'll have so many black doctors and brown doctors and cops and all that. A lot of people don't join those organizations because of all the white people that work there. I'm trying to tell you, bro, there's nothing you can say to convince me that that all white people leaving is not a good thing.
Yep, you're right about that part.
All right, y'all, what's good? It's open panel. I'm eating breakfast. Y'all chop it up. I'm here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I just went to what you call it?
Eating, bro, studios, and
Oh no, go ahead. What happened? But nah, Don, I was gonna ask you, Dan.
my
Did you
bad, them
debate?
copper colored flakes.
Did you ever debate the dude? We know the truth now.
Nah, he ended up blocking me. I came over there at 9 o'clock sharp.
I'm not gonna lie, though. I honestly thought that was an actual commercial of a cereal from back in the day. I didn't even realize that was AI.
Yeah, I was up there. I was typing in the comments for about, I'm not gonna lie, about like 7 minutes. Then he acted like he couldn't see the comments. And then he finally said, I ain't got time for you today, and blocked me. They don't want no smoke.
He building up his He building up his cult, his following.
That's what I say. Anytime they do that, that's like cold. You don't want like that's what I'm doing all day. That's all I want to do. Don't get me wrong. I'm perfectly fine in an echo chamber with us because we can actually build. We can actually have like productive conversations. But I'm like that African say, I want problems always. Or was it Jamaican?
yeah.
That's fun to me. Looking to have discourse on our Discord. Conversation. Like it's one thing the pseudo said. He said, we ain't gang banging, we brain banging. I said, yeah, let's do that. Let's see who can.
All
Because
right.
we not finna fight it out. We grown ass men. We ain't finna like take it to the streets what these people like often like to resort to. Let's just have an intellectual debate. This is what we should be trying to do to better ourselves as a culture. Somebody had just said that shit too. Oh, I think fucking your girl Christine said it.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so that's all I'm on. He ran. Let me show you.
I don't even know who that is. Christine
Norman. I'm talking about the girl Coach Ashton was just talking about. And this fresh off the press. This the new one. The old one, because this is my backup page. So he had just blocked me on here. He had been blocked me on the other one.
Oh, that's your backup page?
Damn.
The one we on right now, this is the backup page. The original Don Dada page got banned.
Oh.
What you got to say to them folks that be like, you don't show your face?
I mean, shit, they got nothing to do with the information. Showing my face. I be saying, when is we on blind date?
Cause that shit be blowing me like you ain't credible cause you ain't showing your face. I'm like, what that got to do with it?
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is why I don't show my face right here, bro.
Damn.
Why he don't show his face? Yeah. Why they asking me for my face?
That shit to him? Oh my god, dog, yo! I'm never gonna
maybe
forget
so
that.
obsessed about
I just posted a video. I just posted a video. I got a face slip video. I just posted a video. They came over here and spammed. I just posted it. I think the other day. But it's because of like I said, like I'm not like I agree with everybody and what everybody else is doing. But and I focus on the pretendians too, and I focus on Black history and our culture and all that shit too. But I be going after everybody. I don't just be like staying on there. I go after Israelites. I go after, of course, like I say, the Moors, the Hoteps, the spiritual shit, and a lot of shit that a lot of people is like extremists in. So I try to, of course, protect myself. You gotta think if I'm smart. And then also, I didn't approach this shit trying to be no public figure. You put your face on this platform, you automatically a public figure. People can automatically do whatever they want to do with your face, especially with AI now. And I'm just kind of conscientious of that, and I don't want to do that. And then, like I said, I'm not trying to be a public figure. I be in the public. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody ever coming up to me because my background. If they ever was to ever do some real studying and really figure out who a nigga is, then they'll see like everything will be out there, and they wouldn't want to play with me like that because it's just like I say, being that that's my background, I'm so aware of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like these people. Like I told, we know the truth. He said, "Show your face." I said, "Bro, you was crazy for showing your face." Because you got people. That's the only thing the only difference is we got a little sense. Like a nigga who got enough sense to know that these people need to be removed is the people who got like shit to lose. And then like, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what it's for real. If I ever did, because they already know. I told you one of the pretendies actually had found out who I was, but he went to my page. But on my real page, I'm like a bodybuilder thirst trap nigga on my real page. Not like a thirst trap nigga. Not like I just like bodybuilding. I do like post workout like shit. And then it's like all this shit. But anyway, I said, man, ask your girl. Exactly, yeah, exactly. I said, man, ask your girl if it's a good thing to post me. Ask your girl if that's the wise thing you think to do. Because after you show my shit, I might as well just pop out. So if that was really what I was trying to do, be on here, because that's all it take, honestly. In all honesty, that's all it take is put a face to this shit. A person gonna be like, oh, well, they got their face to it. They must be bold enough to say they saying the truth. But no, they not, bro. And I'm thinking about all these influencers. From Tariq Nasheed, Yaki Awaken, to fucking 19 Keys, to all these people who just be putting their face out here, bro. This shit is wrong. And the thing about it, the young Pharaoh, the thing about it is this shit gonna stay on the internet forever. Forever. Your great grandkids gonna be able to know you was pseudo. And they gonna know I said it too because I'm sending all this shit to YouTube. YouTube gonna last, all the other shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's gonna happen to it, but
Bro, they just living for the present moment. They not. That's why I be conscious of my digital footprint. Like, I ain't trying to pop out until I'm like sharp with my shit, or sharp with what I know.
exactly. Me too. I'm like, even if I do pop out, it'll be on that day where I feel like, okay. But these people know, like, they figured it out. They was like, oh, he just using us to sharpen his blade with. Let me stop, because he already too young. They won't even entertain me.
I can't care, man. I never really care about it because I talk about politics. So I don't have a choice. I got to put my face out there. I'm telling you the truth. And I feel it's more effective if I'm connected to talking to people about politics. You know what I mean? And my experiences, all that stuff is relevant. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not about to hide from none of these people, man. I know they out here nuts, crazy as all get out. So am I. I'm just cool. I'm just chilling. I take it there.
You know, my thing is, I tell the people the whole time about projecting. I'm scared of death. You know what I'm saying? Not really, because once it happens, it's like lights out and it's over. But you know what I'm saying? I kind of enjoy living and shit. But being in those positions, not saying that it's in the forefront of your mind, but you already got to know, like, okay, like Charlie Kirk and doing all that shit. Even though people probably play ignorant, like you got to already know, like, putting yourself out there and you got to see what kind of crazy people exist out here. So yeah, you kind of just come with it.
Yeah.
I get that land. I might pop out because I'm gonna be notified yards before they get close to me.
Oh
damn! It's all, being a public figure is just unfortunately it come with that in this crazy ass world.
No, it's cool.
Yes, sir, brother. We can't hide our faces, man. I understand what you're saying, Don, but we just can't do it, man. Like, and I'm not telling you to come out and pop out and just show your face, man. It is like, if we really get into it, you can't hide your face, though. Unless you got to be on the right side of history. You got to put, you know what I mean? You got to put yourself out there. Regardless, ain't nobody get nothing done in this world without putting themselves out there, from the most powerful people to the you know what I mean, to the least powerful people. Your face.
Nah, this social media, like, we ain't on no boots on the ground type stuff. If he was on some boots on the ground stuff, and then yeah, but this just social media. Folks get reckless on here. Want want to dox you and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Then
Yeah. Even when I accidentally had doxed somebody, I had removed the video down because I didn't know necessarily all of the definitions of what it was. Especially like I said, it was already out there, but you know what I'm saying? Still, I don't want to push nothing that I don't really want on my side. I know how I am. But yeah, I do agree with you though. It is most effective. It is but like he said, we on the internet, you know what I'm saying? If it was on some outside shit, then I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have no choice. But even then, I'll probably still I was gonna make a bad joke about an ICE agent mask, but I'll be on some Pooh Shiesty shit but it's not like, talking to the people, addressing the people. If it ever got to that point, like I said, I mean, I don't know if you remember when I said we should either do a documentary, or I said I got connections with real life street stars. We can get on there and have a whole interview. You know what I'm saying? I'll pop out on some shit like that, but just generally being on the internet.
real life, the niggas from Texas.
This is still boots
Yeah.
on the ground, whether you like it or not, man. Your voice is out here. You're talking to these people. This is like being out in public. The only thing is, you're on the phone. So like, what's the difference? You say social media, you talking to somebody on the phone, you beefing with, y'all can still end up meeting up in real life or whatever the case may be. If they want you, they want you. They're gonna try to find you. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is.
Yeah, but they don't know who to look for though.
True.
Yeah, bro. Anybody could be found. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a wrap. You know how much time your data been leaked by? Yeah, I mean, you ever been on DoorDash, Don?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, your data's out there, brother. I'm just letting you know. Like, it's just what it is, bro. If you ever been at T-Mobile, you ever been to Verizon, you know what I'm saying? You ever signed up for any of these internet companies, your information's out there.
TikTok is really just like some sparring, like just sparring and shit. Like these people talk so crazy on here. I just went to the protest last night. Ain't no big TikTok dudes out there and stuff. Like they be performative. That's why I don't really be studying this shit, because it's like you got people that's gonna do, and then you got these folks that want to build they internet
following.
Yeah,
and maybe like I say, because like I know how I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I just in general, I just wouldn't move like a lot of people move with the internet. I came on this bitch one time, and I made it was like my first time doing it. I made one of them little cover videos, and that bitch ended up going 5 million. I said, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? That's when I became cognizant of it. I was like, shit, nigga, you never know. And there's a lot of time people, they be so internet that they know, oh, let me immediately move like this now, and I'm internet personality. Let me capitalize off of it like this. Nigga, I was flustered. Nigga, I said, man, what the fuck? 5 million people just that fast rushing to your face. Now you know what I'm saying? Viral moment. It was just, I don't know, I was just kind of worried about it. I was like, I don't know how I really want to move with it. And like I said,
brother, I get that. That's a lot. You know what I mean? 5 million eyes on you out of nowhere. You're like, oh shit. I would evaluate some stuff too. Like, damn, I wasn't expecting that.
But that's what I'm saying. You taking that chance every time you don't know which one gonna catch you. Yeah, they be keeping us in what they call TikTok prison, but yeah, you don't know which one is the one. You fuck around, boom, this nigga went off. And sometimes y'all be popping y'all shit. I'm like, these niggas going off. Never know when that shit gonna catch fire.
So to help you with
your people like us, man. That's the problem, though. That's the other thing I see. Like, it's like I understand what you're saying, but they also need us. Like, for whatever reason, you know how they pretenders need validation from us. So the other people, they need people to debate. They need people to spread this on, and they need challenges. They need somebody to defeat to spread it forward. You know what I'm saying? They really be needing us.
See, I was thinking about this on my walk, just like how does this thought form exist? And it really start from like your upbringing, just like how your identity is formed. A lot of these people, their identity is formed just on some all black people were slaves, and they don't do no deeper type of studying. So they already approach like their blackness with a negative identity or just a negative perspective. They not learning about like Ghana and Nigeria, you know, ancient or pre-colonial Africa and stuff. It's just straight slavery. I don't want to be no slave. I don't finna be a goddamn Indian.
That's why I've been bigging up what I show Speed doing, and I've been meaning to say this about that. I show Speed dad because he streamed damn the whole time. His dad was caught with some pretending rhetoric. And we
Yeah.
made a video about it. His dad was on some "We've always been here" shit for real. And Speed was checking him. He was like, "Bro, he from Africa?" He's like, "Nah, I ain't never from Africa." And then he asked his grandpa on one episode, and he was like, "Where your people from before here?" And he's like, "Well, we don't know." Speed did the DNA test. And this is what he's gonna end up telling y'all when he end up going to either Ghana or Nigeria. When he land there, he gonna do what DDG did. Yeah, I'm 40% Ghanaian, chat. That's what he gonna say. That's why we had to make this the last stop or some shit like with Nigerian. And that's what he doing, just showing the people like, man, it ain't what you thought. I've seen so many videos, bro. I done reposted all of them. So many videos of people coming out saying the same shit, saying he's exposing the propaganda being put on Africa, and he's intentionally closing that gap. For him to be doing that, I don't know what kind of autonomy he got in that situation with that much, with that many followers, bro. But that's some bossed up shit.
45 million. He got 45 million subscribers on that, John.
Well, that just goes to show you that he's really showing people that, not to listen to people that don't know what they're talking about when they're just speaking negatively about Africa. Go to Africa for yourself and see for yourself.
Oh, you ain't peeped the video too? They caught his dad crying on watching him in Africa.
I caught all that shit. That's probably when he was realizing it. He was like, "Damn, the internet had my mind gone. My son around here with everybody black. Fuck else y'all think we come from?" Yeah, this is it right here.
Like, where do you think we come from? Exactly. Right. Yes, that's the father right there.
Yeah, man, crying. It's like, damn, I've been sitting here telling this nigga we Indian. Look at it. He looks so peaceful and happy over there. Just loving life.
Hold on, my bad.
Looking at it right now.
My grandmother was born 1910 in America.
Okay.
Her mother was born 1875 in America. Come on, man.
Bro, what? He tripping, bro.
No.
His dad crazy, bro. Remember, I just seen where he introduced him to his secret sister. I'm like, what secret sister?
Detroit, y'all. Big up Detroit. Detroit, Chicago, what's the other two? New York, Philadelphia. That's where we moved to.
His pop had the school. No, it sounded like his son had the school as pop.
Yeah, after that, Speed was like, "We going to Africa. Africa tour." Africa tour. Then he did a DNA test. And then that's when I figured out how he gonna do it. The last place he go or wherever he go, he just gonna emphasize it. He's like, "Yeah, this is what our majority." I think he said they finna do, I don't know, 14 countries in 28 days, some shit like that, some crazy shit.
Nah, 20 countries in 28 days.
That's wild.
Yeah, he already said he was having mental health problems, trying to keep this stream together because you know what I mean. That's a lot, bro.
But yeah, just the traveling alone.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I wouldn't do it like that. If I'm going, I'm really gonna enjoy it. Like I'm really gonna enjoy Africa, But I appreciate him for the propaganda he doing. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I do too. Cause I gotta mention that shit because that shit right there is like even when
I'm telling y'all, I've been secretly hoping he make it back. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been thinking, you know what I mean? Like them 3-letter agencies, boy, they not liking that.
Yeah, I think you untouchable when you reach that. I ain't gonna say untouchable, but you reach that type of fame in this modern era. Like, and you ain't really like pushing no political agenda. Like that's not his motive.
He is absolutely going against Memorandum 46, brother.
That damn memorandum gonna be a motherfucker, boy. Yeah, I just don't think he's overtly doing it, so he's good. But I think he's
because he's still doing his nigga thing. You know how he got this character he played. You know what I mean? I don't know what kind of character it is. It's whatever. It's just him being Speed. But you know what I'm saying? As long as you keep that going, like you know what I mean? Like just competition. I'm challenging, dancing, this, that. I'm gonna be the character. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be the traveling jester, if you will.
He could grow out of
But
that real quick.
yeah, he only 20. That's why I'm like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not mad at him. Like he's 20 years old. I'm living vicariously through this man. Like he got a lot of time to grow, and he not like that off stream. Like he way more serious. If you actually catch him on like the secret parts and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like he way more mature than he portray himself to be.
Bro, I realized that with them streamer dudes, like they entertaining people while simultaneously being a boss for real. I realized that. I think when Kai did that prison stream, because they in there 24 hours, I'm like, you still got to run shit in there. Ain't nobody running shit like that, but you still the main guy. And like even probably down to the schedule, even down to him like express like it's some shit that I seen on a skit where it was like he didn't want to be out there. I think they was doing a safari and they was trying to catch something and they probably ain't getting no footage like he wanted to, and then he was like probably too tired, but kind of minced words and it may have been just for chat to keep the energy up. But yeah, all this shit that he going through matures him way faster, way faster. You can see it with all of the streamers, even the Casanat right now, how he been MIA. Like all that, them dudes mature real fast going through
Oh
these
man,
experiences.
did you see what he been up to?
What are you
Well,
doing?
after he shaved all his hair, he tried to come out. It's like I had his mental health problem going in, so I'm pivoting. I want to be fashion now, and I want everybody to support my fashion brand. And yo, I don't know what's going on with this man, dog. Honestly, I'm very confused about his how he's choosing to steer his streaming life.
Yeah, I think they don't want to do that shit, man. Like, I don't know. I couldn't
Yeah,
imagine it.
Kasha, not he a performer though. He more performative.
I mean, the whole time you got to be on 10. That's just raining. I went out this past weekend. I ain't been out in so damn long. I can't even remember. I was like, yeah, this is why I don't even try to come here and act like I'm having a good time because this shit just lame. I stand around and listen to a whack ass DJ. You know, you with your people and shit, but it's still like,
Damn, you don't fuck with the club, man. Man, I fuck with the club.
go to the club sober. You gonna be like, yes, a whole bunch of tryhards going on in here.
Damn, hold on now. Hold on.
I mean, unless the DJ, like, maybe my music taste is my own, but you know, I don't even want to hear that same ass thing. I'm in Texas,
Yeah.
they be still playing the same shit, walk around the club, man, playing 15-year-old. Like, don't get me wrong, they be hits, but it's like, I don't know. I'm just in a different space, I guess. No hate on the club or whatever, but
Oh
we
no,
have
no,
to.
no. Yeah. I'm
I'm
going that
telling you,
bit
bro.
turning up. I'm turning up in there. But I'm young, bro. I'm 23 or something.
Yeah. You'll see all the same. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
when I was young, I was going out there too, but you know what I'm saying. You just start to grow out of it. You're like, man, this shit lame for real. What we doing?
The last time I went to the club, I just turned 31, and I was in there, and I was like, everybody look like babies in here. I don't need to be in here, and I ain't been back since.
Damn.
That was the
Man.
mental part too, because they look like regular people, but just you know what I'm saying, and the game been in that scene. When I was at, everybody was a little bit older. Everybody was a bit older, so I was like, you know what I'm saying. It was cool. Wasn't no issues. That's my main thing. There wasn't no issues. But
I
yeah,
feel you on that. Bro, so what you say is like, man, cause I be listening to your lies. I be getting frustrated, but you kicked me one time. I don't know, probably cause I was getting tired, I was tweaking. But like, what's the most common sayings that you hear from the different identities?
mm,
Cause I be
They
you be
got to
taking you be
America through a voodoo vortex from
cause
into the
you be
Grand
taking
Canyon.
like, go ahead. Cause like you be taking them like case by case, but I be hearing the same thing over and over again. The white man said this. I be like, nigga, damn, bro. Like, God. I be like, bro. Like you said, like, what the black people that's arguing against it?
I'm gonna
That's
try to
the one
think.
that pissed me off the most.
I'm gonna try to think though, because I want to just say I want to say the right thing. It's so much shit, bro. That is one of the ones though. They try to cop out of every source saying a white man made that. Can't trust them. We've always been here. We was everywhere. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably missing some. Dark people, melanin.
Cause to me, it just be on some like bottomless pit type of stuff. Like, okay, if we not gonna believe anything, then what we doing then? Or we just making stuff up. Like they
At
don't
one
want to believe
point,
it.
at
Oh,
one
go
point,
ahead.
one of the pseudos, his name Rod Hayes. That's pretty much what he said. It's a shit called damn, bro. I'm having a brain fart. What's it? It's some damn, it's always see. I'm forgetting the word, but it's a word where you like create a figment of your imagination and becomes a real thing. I forget the name of it, but that's pretty much what he
Mm,
said. He's like, yeah, we gonna make this shit up, and they trying to counter it with like, yeah, that's what Europeans did. They came over here, made up their laws, made up their own sovereignty, established it with
dang,
it. That's what we doing. He pretty much
dang,
he didn't say that frank, but that's pretty much what they're saying. I
that's
forget the name of
crazy.
that word, y'all.
That's crazy. Catch some crazy stuff right there.
Yeah, but like I say, I think they just wholeheartedly disingenuous because they all know about me. Before I even go over there, I went on to one of them page on accident, just scrolling, and got a media invite. He know me and all this shit, and talk about my name and talk about what I do. I'm like, bro, who are you, bro? But they won't come over here and have like a conversation. They want me to go over there where they can just mute me, drop me, and be loud, act like they know what they're talking about. I'm trying to have real progressive conversations. They just trying to show their ass. So I think these people wholeheartedly disingenuous. Like even yesterday, when OHS came up over here, paperwork don't ever come over here. Chief Natural definitely don't never come up over here and try to come up on here, bro. These people don't never do no shit like that. That they don't never do that.
Oh, okay. I got one. I know the one they do all the time. They try to throw out the classification change. They throw that one out there all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
and
oh,
You
that's
done heard Walter Plecker a billion times, my man. I used to troll. I used to have him as a profile picture at one point. They act like he was the greatest white tee that ever did it.
yeah. So every talking point they have, it's like what I said yesterday. I said, man, as long as y'all know, we never addressed these people being here prior to colonialism. I said that's the main thing that I just wanted to be focused on. So when we talk about shit like Walter Plecker, like that's literally in the 20th century. Like the Moorish Science Temple is damn near before this nigga. So that's
It
not going.
is.
That's
It
not
is
going.
before it.
Yeah, they're not going to substantiate no indigeneity by saying this. Now saying what they pretty much did was just made the to where they only had the classifications of whites and coloreds. That don't mean and like I say, it don't make no sense to me because just say like even black people, our identity,
mhm.
our names has been changed from not having a damn name, being free persons of colors, Negroes, Black African American. It did not change the history. Not
Yeah,
now in time did it change the history. And like, oh, they changing my name to color now. I got a whole new history. You know, I got a whole new identity to come with it. Like they logic is that it just never hit home to me. And then the fact that they regurgitate this like it does, it's like it really blows me because we like he said, we hear this all the time. It's not relevant to the claim of you being in like okay, so you used to be and then it's like almost exclusive to Virginia on top of that. And then they
mm,
use this when it's based off eugenics, it's based off scientific racism. Pretty much the main thing of this when I read into it was to keep them from fucking with niggas and other people just pretty much just keep white people fucking on white people. That's when I had read it, when I kind of grasped out of it. I probably, just did a skim, but
you talking about Walter
Yeah,
Plecker? Or
Racial Integrity Act was
yeah,
1924. Noble Drew Ali was 1913 or something.
13,
Wait,
yep.
hold on. Let me just make.
And then that K-9 Temple, 1913, yep.
And I'm gonna stay on the record that anything that people talk about with the Moorish thing, it's gonna be people because they doing shit that Noble Ali never told people to do.
Hey,
So
you did.
anything that we see on YouTube with from Elamir from 15, 20 years ago, with these brothers going in court trying to enforce the treaty or do any of that, that ain't what Noble Ali was telling us to do. So hear people talk down on the Moorish movement. I can respect that because you're talking about things that we've been trying to clean up for 20 years. I've been in the temple since 15. I'm 40. So it's like we've been on that shit for so
Yeah.
long. So now listen, is I understand. That's why I've been quiet because it's certain things that I can agree with the brothers. I remember when the conscious community wasn't so divisive. I remember it was the Moors, the Washita Moors out of Louisiana that even brought in that whole indigenous concept. And then
Mm-hmm.
over time, that shit became where people don't want to be Moors, like how the brother is representing that the Moors is a pseudo thing. The Indians 15, 20 years ago, people started to try to remove, they want to get the status, but then they want to remove their connection to more being a Moor. And that's why right now we dealing with the Pretendian movement. I seen all of this shit, bro. I seen all of this shit pop up. I seen the conscious community in the west end of Atlanta. We had Moors, Muslims. It was all type of shit. It was just black, bro. We knew it ain't about trying to not be black, bro. That shit was never how it was in the original sense of the conscious community before the New Yorkers. When we talk about Sonetta TV and all them brothers from Harlem with their cameras, they started to. Now we talk about the conscious community from a national standpoint. No, I'm talking about the black community. I'm talking about the black conscious community of Atlanta is different, bro. Before even nowadays, they got Malcolm X Day. Everybody out there selling shit. They was selling shit back in the day, but it wasn't like how it is now, where everybody out there with a booth just to sell shit, bro. There's no culture behind this shit no more. So all I'm saying is, there's some real Moors out here doing the real work in banking. It ain't for you to be going to no courtroom or none of that. It's about business, bro. The Moorish Science Temple is a corporation founded in 1913. It's brothers like me who got real filings, who not part of the grand bodies, who's dressing up in fezzes all day, bro. I ain't wore a fez in so long because it ain't a fez don't make me a Moor. It's the signature that I place on its paperwork. It's like it's the business behind the temple that make that shit legitimate or real, bro. Not all of
What?
this
Let me ask you a
dogmatic
question.
shit
Let me ask you a
that
question.
everybody
What
doing.
what legal fruits have you seen from any of your filings?
The ability to hold property. So the temple is no different than any. It's just a corporation, bro. I'm the type of person who can
I
simplify
understand
the
how it's
shit.
a nonprofit
So when I
501c3.
but it's not even that. It's older than that. I like that you understand the language in which you can describe it in American law right now. But our filing date, bro, we grandfathered in. You got to be trained. It's the Herzog statute out of the state of Illinois. If you read all of that, it's gonna tell you what I can and can't do. The Herzog statutes. Go look it up. It's real law. See, real Moors follow the law, bro. We not on no sovereign citizen shit, bro. I seen that shit creep into the movement, and now people talking about, oh, I'm gonna put my status on the record, or talking to the police on the side of a car, or all of that shit that everybody can talk down on. That's not what that shit was ever supposed to.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
people just doing shit because you can wear a fez. You can say whatever. You can say you a Moor. You know what I'm saying? Like that ain't how that's not what that's for. That's not what it's about. So the
So you
temple, you
said
saying what's
15 to 25.
say that again?
15 to 40. You said 15 to 40.
Right, right.
You've been in the ideology, so you don't plan on never learning out, right?
No, what I'm saying is, brother, I'm comfortable in the growth of the education. Like I didn't stay with a temple. That's what I'm telling you. I didn't sit up under these grand sheets. I've been bucking since 17, 18, asking them questions and fact checking. See, what I'm saying is, at a very young age, I was able to separate the movement or what Noble Ali left. His legal documentation is what I'm on, not if he was, all the stories that people use to tear it down too. It's like, look at the corporate paperwork. Like every argument that someone can tell me about this movement, it's not gonna be nothing I stand on. I'm talking about the corporate paperwork. When you go to Colorado and you go see my paperwork, and the governor is backing this shit, I don't care what people say, bro. I done passed that shit. I'm a grown ass man with children.
All right.
People were scamming, bro. It's like it's easier to just sit in a position and pimp your congregation, bro. So nobody is educated on the real work. Everybody just sitting in the temple. Come to my temple, pay the dues, like pay. Like I can't help that. That's what the black church do. That's what everybody been doing, like using people. I can't help that.
All right, so right now, all the mysticism stuff, right? You just deny it. You're not participating none of the weird pseudo stuff. Only thing that you want to participate about the Moorish Science Temple is what the ability to, I guess, engage in what real estate or something, some type of banking. You said.
I mean, that's part
Koran.
of it. Like his whole movement, yes, real estate, banking, anything that you can legally do, bro. Like I want to take away this spirit that it was about breaking the law or being sovereign citizens, because that's the root that you can't even tell some of these Moors that they are pretending to be sovereign citizens. Okay,
I
that's
don't
all.
think there's nothing exclusive that Noble Drew Ali, nothing that he left behind, nothing exclusive to like the law that you could not have found on your own accordance.
I
Right?
mean, that's cool, right? And what I'm saying is he was
Is
the
that
first
true?
person to do something in 1913. That's all. I'm not the type of person to even push that on nobody. But when we talk about trust law, when we talk about ecclesiastical, he did certain things first. It is what it is, bro. Like I
So
don't
he
care
did things.
about like
So
he just did certain things and he left certain things that can be activated 150 years later. Like later on, like right now, you can get a if you
So
were
this is what he
offered.
did. This is what he did.
I mean, you could tell
He
me
was
what
the
he
first.
did.
He first incorporated the MSTA as a civic organization in Illinois in 1926. Then in 1928, he reincorporated it right under the Illinois Religious Corporation Act. So he did make these filings, but outside of that, I think it's gonna be hard to see what he did outside of
No, I mean, I like
maybe
that, bro. It's
publishing.
all about what you do with it. Like, that's all fine and dandy. That man is dead and gone, bro. I don't
So
really, what I'm saying is,
started church. This is what he did pretty much. Is started church.
you can call it that. You
Can
can
I
use the
chime
term
in?
church. I'm gonna call it a religious corporation and define it up under the law. Like, you can call it, it's a religious society. It offers a lot more protection, but you demeaning
Exactly.
it, and that's why the blessing won't come to you. I can't help
Well,
that. That's your
I'm not
business.
concerned with blessings because I'm not religious.
Hey, I
I'm
made it
not
work for me,
spiritual.
brother.
I'm a part of like
I just
all that
picked.
stuff is not part of like truth to me. Religion, blessings, faith, all this stuff, spirituality, shit you mentioned, all these things.
Whatever, bro.
But I'm actually knowledgeable on these things, and you trying to perpetuate ultimately
No, you're
misinformation
not. You can't be knowledgeable about a private organization, brother.
by
How you
revering the
going?
man.
So you can tell us Walmart business right now? Can you tell me?
I
That's
think
the
I
thing.
you got a
mean,
straw man
are
He
you
going
can't.
on.
negating
No,
the
no.
fact
Let's be
that
real,
y'all
bro.
been
He can't.
infiltrated and
He
everything
can't.
been spread
No,
out
brother.
for so
My
long
corporate
ago?
filing hasn't been infiltrated. My brothers, we have infiltrated. You see, everybody want to judge the temple based on the past, bro. I don't live like I don't.
Okay, so this is what we're doing right here. So the information I just brought up, I want you to do that. Bring up the legal documents that Noble Drew Ali presented. This like got you revering this man by him being the first to do it. Cause I just want to cross reference this shit. I'm like I don't promote revering men in the first place. Y'all call this man a prophet. You said something? Yeah, cause
Bro, first
that
before I
shit is
show you
weird.
his
That shit's like
paperwork,
worship and shit.
I rather you look at my paperwork first. Before I
But
show
that's
you
not.
his paperwork, because he dead and gone. I'd rather just show you our paperwork in Colorado, Georgia,
So you're
we in
not getting
different
from
places,
him
and you
then.
gonna see the
Yeah,
names.
can I chime in,
You
brother? Can I chime in?
there go to
Yeah,
please.
this Tyrone L. I've been in the temple for some years, and I feel the brother what he's asking. I come from things from a very logical standpoint. I'm not into the pseudo shit, so I'm with you 100%, brother. And what he did was he created a jural society. It's like a group of people who are ruled by quote unquote their belief. So it kind of puts you outside of certain elements of U.S. jurisdiction because the way the laws are created, you have your right to freedom, which is in the amendment. It's your first right. You have a right to your religious freedom, which is super important. Because of that, there's a separation of church and state. So what you can do is you can create like a group of y'all. I'm gonna give you a practical standpoint. Let's say me, you, and you wanted to get rich. You didn't believe in the temple, but I said, look, here's the blueprint. We're gonna set up a temple. Now we can get land tax free. It is not a 501c3. I repeat, it is not a 501c3. It's different filings. The one that we have allows us to move politically because the 501c3 does not. And I'm walking. That's why I'm talking a little kind of huffing. I'm walking.
Yeah, you
The
good.
501c3 does not allow us to move politically. So what he started was a political movement where we could take over a community by voting locally, not the president of the United States. That's bullshit. I'm talking about your congressman. I'm talking about your local congressman, your first district. Do you know they cut deals back door? Listen, this is a real thing. You can go meet with them if you got 1,000 people that's ready to vote for him and you have a signed petition. You can go and have a meeting with him. This is a real thing in politics, and say, look, I got 1,000 voters in this district, which is the district you're in, not the governor, not that big. I'm talking about on a smaller scale. All politics are local. If you live in DeKalb County, there's local politics. You might live in East DeKalb. Your politician is different than the nigga in North DeKalb. So you might be able to turn that vote with 1,000 people. This is what Noble Drew Ali did. He went to them. He said, look, if you give me this, we'll back you in voting. That's what they did. And they were able to get judges elected, 2 judges. They got the first black congressman after Reconstruction. His name is Oscar the Priest. He got him elected, and he got one other person elected. This is all public record. Now, when you said spooky stuff, I don't know what you mean by that, because the teachings are very universal. It's almost like I study different religions, and it's a mixture of like it's a mixture of 5%, which comes from us, but it's also Taoism. It's Buddhism. It's a little bit of
The term is
spiritual.
eclecticism.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but I'm saying it's just old ancient wisdom. That's all it is. Oh, it reads like a self-help book. If you actually read the Circle 7, it's not spooky. It's a self-help book. It's telling you don't drink, don't smoke, don't curse, don't marry white people, don't mistreat your brother. This is what it
It's not.
teaches.
It's not. This the Circle 7 is not historically accurate. It's oftentimes
I didn't say
conflated.
historically. No,
Well,
you're
yeah,
missing
that's
the
what I'm
point.
saying.
I'm
I
not
know you
talking about
didn't. I know
history.
you didn't. I'm saying what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm not saying anything
I
opposed to
agree.
what you're
I
saying.
agree.
Yeah,
I
it's not
agree. I
historically
agree.
accurate.
I
They have
agree.
a biblical origins of man. They have
I
Africa
agree.
being populated by Canaanites. I mean,
I agree.
you could say it's
I
like it's
agree. Listen,
metaphorical, but
listen.
it's not
I agree.
historically true.
Exact. Thank you. So that's what I was gonna say. It's metaphorical and it's meant to get you in a certain mindset. That way, we change the mindset that you are a specific group of people with the lineage. Even if we make that shit up, psychologically, it's gonna help if you all move as a collective unit in one direction than moving by yourself. It doesn't work. Other groups do this. The Chinese Americans, the Japanese Americans, Italian Americans, Irish Americans, Jewish Americans. Everyone does that but us. He gave us what everybody else had, and that was popular back then. This is 1913. We didn't live in a global society like today. So you had the Jews over here. You had the Italians. That's how you get Little Italy. You had Chinatown. So back then, that was common. Everybody lived amongst each other. He just was trying to create that cohesiveness, because the reality is we are not all one monolithic fucking people. And the term Moor is broad enough to encompass all of us. That's why he said we're Moorish Americans. He put us under the Moroccan Empire, not fucking Moroccans. And I know it says we're descendants of Moroccans, but listen, if you understand that Morocco ended up
This is
being an
cognitive
Hold
empire.
on,
dissonance.
he got 20. Give him 20
No,
seconds.
no, you hear what I'm
Go ahead
saying
and
though.
land for me, Ty.
This is a very practical standpoint in which you can use it. I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm saying from a practical standpoint, if a group of people moved as a collective under a religious body politic, you will get a lot farther than moving as individuals. Does that make sense?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
And that's the
as a
problem, right?
group, moving as a
Absolutely.
Hold on. Let
group
somebody
does
else.
not
Let
make
somebody else
sense.
talk. Let
Let
somebody else talk
somebody else.
now.
You went
Ty.
through your
Yeah,
whole
go ahead.
spiel. You went through your whole spiel
Yes, sir.
about even if it's fake and made up, we
Uh-huh.
should. I mean, how can you suggest that as a African people that we go out here and make up a particular story in the history, co-opt somebody else's heritage to a degree, and then move as a collective? That's like building a house on sand, which we know that it is impossible for that to have a sound foundation because it's built on something that's made up. Now, if you are coming to us in 2025 and saying, hey, look, the thought process that you have, it makes sense for us to do things collectively, but this is not nothing new. This is not something that started with Thomas Drew. This is something that precedes him, way before he even became what y'all call him? Yeah, the noble
You're right.
godlike
You're
figure.
correct.
Excuse me, I'm not done. I'm not done, brother. So when he was the snake oil salesman selling fake medicine to the people in the community, when he was this BS magician, lioness talking about how he can bend bars and how he would escape prison, when he ended up unaliving another black man in the community and became a target of certain investigations prior to his untimely demise from tuberculosis. You want us to go out here as black African people and build our future based off of something that's made up. That is ridiculous for you to suggest it. It was ridiculous for him to attempt it during his particular time. It's ignorant for the Nation of Islam to do it, and many of these particular faction groups that we find ourselves exposed to, and who have done nothing but a majority detrimental stuff to our mental and our education. I give a little bit of credit to the Nation of Islam. I give a little bit of credit to certain groups that kind of cleaned men up and made them better. But what happened? You always have these people falling back into the same thing that they were once a part of prior to being exposed to the teachings of these fake and phony things. Why? Because it's building a house on sand. It's not foundationally sound. It's not who we are as West and Central Africans. So therefore, if we're going to live our lives under the auspice of fantasy and made up shit, we cannot go further than where we are right now. And that's the problem with the Moors. That's the problem with the Hebrew Israelites. That's the problem with all of this BS, is because we want to be everything other than who we are. And that's the big problem. So I don't need a book. I don't need the Bible, the Koran. I don't need the Torah, the Hadiths. I don't need the Talmud. I don't need none of that stuff to tell me how to move forward as a black African man in a place where my people were forcibly brought over here and subjected to the worst horrific history known to man. And then for us to be walking around here acting like we're something that we're not.
Oh,
I dismiss y'all.
Bro, that was I respect your angle, but here's the thing. Some of the stuff you said was incorrect. I'm not gonna get into all that, but I'll say this. Noble Drew Ali at the end of the day said we're from Northwest and Southwest Africa. And then he dates us back to angels. Now, for some, I get it. That doesn't make sense. And that's okay. But everything he said was not a lie. So, but I respect your
Saying, bro,
opinion.
like right now, you got somebody in the comments saying the opposite. Another more. He got his last name Bay, saying, yeah, we not African. We not black. We not from Africa. So, like, again,
That's in
you
our
he's
know,
talking
holy
about
book.
he's talking about from a political standpoint, like
I'm
how
talking
people.
about our holy book.
Yeah, the brother in the chat is just saying it from a
Northwest.
different. I think
Okay.
that people take things out of context.
Because the holy book says we're
No,
from
it's not
Northwest
taken
and
out of
Southwest
context. It's the
Africa.
fact that y'all ain't got y'all shit together. Y'all don't have y'all story together. So everybody that falls up under the flag, the false flag of being a Moor, you don't have your shit together. That's like if we can ask 100 Moors one simple question, you're gonna get 100 different answers. We can ask 100 pretendians about their history. You're gonna get 100 different answers. So again, I mean, like I say, this is building a house on sand. And for black men, for the black man, because really quickly, who is this with this back to you, Kevin Collins? So for the black man in 2026 to continue to fall for this BS that our ancestors fell for, and then continue to inundate and saturate our community with all of this fake, phony bullshit instead of keeping it real with our people. Y'all should be apologizing to the people on behalf of Noble Drew Ali. Muslims should be apologizing to our community on that behalf of the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad for all of the shit that they did to us mentally. Y'all, you know, our attitudes and our thought processes are warped
I
because
mean,
we
you
have
you
people.
sound like a victim, bro.
Excuse
All
me,
them
sir.
people
I'm
helped me
not
get
done.
better.
I'm not done, sir. I'm not done. Thank you. So again, y'all should, and then to be representing this shit today, the Crips and Bloods should be apologizing to our community. Y'all should be on y'all knees begging us for forgiveness for what y'all have done to us as black men. We should be standing more proudly in our education and understanding that esteem is what we need to be teaching our kids to move forward. Not this BS white tea supremacy sovereign nation bullshit. I mean, come on, man. Y'all want to be white, but y'all can't stand white people. Y'all do everything that the white man does, but you can't stand being around their asses. And y'all don't see that shit. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, look at this fooling that y'all want to be a crayon. What are you talking about? Like, how is being black being a crayon? Like, you got to be a complete idiot and a fool to come up here and spread that rhetoric around. And this is what we're talking about. This is part of the problem. Like, y'all just basically denying reality and how we view ourselves in our categories about being black, being a race and not a color. It has nothing to do with skin color, because
You went
obviously
from
black
Negro,
people come in
colored,
all
black, African American.
yeah. It's still the same thing. Black Negro, black and Negro. Where does that come from?
So our
It's
title
Like,
is Moorish American is a
It all
noun,
comes
bro.
from Africa, West and Central Africa. That's what your DNA is gonna say. That's why your history is what it is. But what we
Noble
continue to
Ali
try
So
to
said,
so
do.
Noble Jew Ali let us know we was American before the
he
civil
said we
rights
was from
movement.
What?
West
Like y'all
Africa.
American
What?
now.
Obutu Ali did not say
You
we
know
was from West Africa. That's not
Yes,
what the
he
Circle
did.
7
He said
Quran
we're
say.
from the
I didn't say that
northwest
Noble
and
Drew said that
southwest
shit. Noble Drew
western
said that you
shores
from
of Africa.
Africa, North Africa. But you got
No, he said
Moors
northwest
today who
and
say that they're not
southwest.
African at all.
I
Period.
know, but bro, Noble Drew Ali said we're from northwest and the southwest. These are exact quotes from the holy book, bro. I got it in right. Like this
This
can't be.
book, bro.
This
This is what I'm
can't
trying to say
be.
to you.
Hold
I
He
on, let
quote
understand
from
me
the
your
Holy
scientists,
Book.
but from our
let me do it
You
in
tradition,
real
quoting
time,
a
y'all.
fake book to another black man, bro. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
listen, bro.
the
Book
book that
just
he
means
wrote,
that we hold
the
it for
book that
reverence
it's plagiarized
because it
off
has
of
a lot of ancient
make sure I'm
wisdom.
on mute.
it's
Korean
Yeah,
not
Gospel
it
of Jesus
plagiarized because he
Christ.
never said he wrote the Circle
plagiarized
Seven.
Exactly. That
plagiarizes
part.
the Aquarian Gospels. Unto thee I
He
grant.
didn't
We know
plagiarize. He
we
never
finna get
wrote
into
it.
it.
He didn't plagiarize it. He
He
didn't say he
didn't
wrote
write
the
it.
We
book.
finna get
He
in.
did
We
not
finna get
write
into
the
it.
book.
Excuse me. If the book is copied from another source, it's still plagiarized. Even if he didn't write it, he didn't have to. It's still a
He
plagiarized
said
No,
he
it's
did. He
not. That's
said he did
piece
not
of
plagiarism.
write
information.
That's
We
not
finna
what.
get
from
into
I'm
it.
sorry.
Quran, bro. He
You
did
don't
not write it.
understand why he even put the book together.
He did
Like you
not
know,
write it.
We finna
You
get
can
See,
into
the
it,
steal
Prince.
all the
problem is
words
all
out of
these
the book
splinter
and
groups,
rebrand it as your
y'all are
own. That's
taking
plagiarism.
information from each different group. And unfortunately, his information has gotten twisted over time. But the original teachings does not teach a lot of the things that you guys are talking about. And I
We
can't
Okay,
finna get
so
explain
into
it
it.
brother,
all.
so
So I
who is
understand.
the
Weren't
So you're
speaking
authority
on
right.
the
on
You're
all
right.
original
your
This is
times.
some
information, brother?
bullshit
But
now.
but
It's
Who
some
is the
bullshit now,
authority
but
on
it
all
All right,
started.
your
so
It
information?
started
Nobuju
good.
Ali.
tell us about the original times when you weren't
Hold on,
born
I got a
around that
serious.
time.
I got a quick
No,
question. I
it's
got a
all in
quick question
writing.
for the
It's in
more. I
writing.
got a quick
It's in
question for the
writing.
more.
God, bro, this is
It's in
wild.
writing.
Did Nobuju Ali say that we were of the Asiatic nations?
Yeah, he did.
Did he
Yeah.
say we were Asiatic people?
Yes.
Yeah.
In
Yes.
the Circle 7 Quran, does he have a chapter called The Divine Origin of the Asiatic Nations?
Yes.
And in that chapter, does he say that the origin of the Asiatic nations that he said we descend from, does he say something about those people being West and Central West African or South African? Or does he
He
say
says we're
that the
from the
key of
southwest.
civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations? The Moorish were ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca. The Egyptians, who were Hamathites and a direct descendant of Mizraim, the Arabians, the seed of Hagar, Japanese, and Chinese.
Right.
The Hindu. So I nowhere in here does he
Hold
says
on.
anybody
It's
is
in
from
another
Africa.
section. It's in another section. I'll get it for
Okay.
you. It's in another,
See
yeah,
right here. It's in this one.
That's
I
the
don't like this one
divine
though.
origins of the people he said we came from.
no, it
So
is
the
a
other
it is a
section is
different
not where we
section.
came from,
Yeah,
according to him.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what he
It's
said.
pseudo, and he
Now this is what
plagiarized.
he said. I'm gonna just tell you what he said. I gotta pull it up so y'all can talk. But he said
I
it in a
literally have a
different way.
copy of the Circle 7 Quran and a copy of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ. He copied
Me
it word
too.
for word. He only changed the word God to Allah.
I got it too, bro. I promise you, I got it.
God damn.
I got it, bro.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's this dude right here name? Hey, KP the guy. All right. All right, KP. I see you,
Peace to
young
the
buck.
God. Peace to the God. And I started 5% because the 5% comes from the Nation of Islam, which comes for
all
Yeah,
that's
true. It's all
bullshit.
connected.
Let's get on being real black African American men, build some real shit on
I'm
who
not
we
against
are,
that.
and let's move forward.
I'm with that too.
Why we gotta keep on looking outwards, man?
But I'm
That's
with
the
that too.
problem.
No, Noble Ali told us look inward,
No,
not
we don't
outward.
care
No,
what
he
Noble Drew
didn't.
Ali. Who is he? He's a grifter. He's a
He's a
circus act.
grifter.
I'm
Like,
trying to
Tyreek
find.
Nasheed say you FBA, so now you want to run around here talk about you FBA. All the grifters tell you this. What's that other nigga name? York, the White York, Malachi York. He telling you that you're a damn alien, and now you running around here talking about you a fucking. Hey, come on, man.
Nah, neither being.
you're a Moor. You're a Moor. He conflated the Moabites for Moor. That's why y'all don't know that the Moors are North African Berbers. We don't know what a Moor is. We ask y'all to define Moor.
Bro,
There's
no,
no
he's mixing
definition
that
to
old
corroborate.
history, brother.
There's no dictionary that corroborates what
That's
y'all define
older
as a Moor.
history, brother. The whole point is to bring you back to the fold
I
of
found it,
humanity, bro.
Tom. I
Like
found
y'all
it,
No, the
Tom.
whole
Americans
point.
because
We
of
don't
the
care about
I
the
civil
whole
found it.
rights
point if it's not
movement.
based in truth.
We
Like
Can I tell
American
you?
y'all
because
Can I
the
are
tell you what
Israelites
Noble
Americans
Ali
brought
because of
us
the
over here. We
Oh,
Americans
give him a
because
second.
we
it's
are
showing us to
Americans
be
Give
because we
American
know we
because of the
I
13th
Americans.
and
found it though.
14th Amendment, sir. We're
Ty,
not American because of anything other than that. That's just the truth.
Moroccan.
But
All right,
y'all
Ty
want to
said
sit
he
up
found.
here and sit up
Tyrone
Ty,
said he
Ty
found it.
know me in
Let me
real
see if you
life,
got.
so Ty, get at me, man. You can't.
Yeah.
And
Hit
Ty,
me.
you fucked up.
Text me.
Ty said something that really gave y'all heat that I wouldn't have never really said. But it's like it's all good though. We
He
gonna
keep
talk
on
about
y'all
that.
keep on name dropping Timothy Brister. Y'all keep on name dropping Walter Brew. The only thing, because Black First already said it
Brother, it's
perfectly. The
not
only thing
about
he
the
didn't say,
man.
only
It's
thing he
about
didn't
the
say.
work he.
But y'all
It's about.
y'all keep on name dropping him. Is what I'm
It's the
saying.
application in the
But
law when you know your
but y'all hold
religion.
on. I didn't even get the land. But
Your
y'all
religion
keep
ain't
on. Let me
Christianity.
let. Yeah, let me let.
Like y'all not ready for this
You don't
shit.
want me. You don't want me to talk now.
Y'all Christians though.
No, we're
All
not
right,
Christians.
let,
We
let,
not.
let
I'm
the
not a
host let the
Christian.
host land his point.
Then what are you then?
I don't
I
believe in
definitely am
nothing. I don't have to
none of that
believe in none
shit.
of this fairy tale shit. I'm a realist, bro. I'm like a regular black nigga, bro. Y'all
Yeah.
be trying to do too much and be too
Are you
much,
an
and you
atheist?
end up lost in your own sauces. Look at this
Do
dude
you
with his
believe
hat
in
on his
God?
fence. Listen, y'all. None of y'all definitions of Moor align with anything that's corroborated in any dictionary. Say what a Moor is, because it's supposed to be shortened for Moabites. We are not no damn Moabites.
Do you believe in
We're
God?
not no damn Canaanites. I don't have to believe in shit that I can know. We need to start
Okay.
focusing on what we know. We need to start leaving this
Yeah.
belief for what it is. Beliefs is what you have accepted is true, what you can't actually
We
process
do need
because
to
you don't have
start
enough
with what we
mental
know.
fortitude. Why people want to go blue while I'm talking?
Go
This
ahead,
is
Lord.
what belief is. Something you have accepted is true that it actually isn't in reality. Let's focus on reality, bro. We can leave all the pseudo legal shit alone. Whatever's actually legal and true about anything that he did, let's substantiate it. Just for the sake of the argument. But then let's actually focus on what we can do productive in the real world. We don't gotta associate it to no Moroccans. We're not Moroccans. We're not only you know what the Moroccans had to do with us? The Torah, go look into the Torah speaking people. These are the people who helped capture Western Sub-Saharan Africans, not North, whatever you talking about. We West Sub-Saharan. That's where we go. If you do a DNA test, it's gonna take you back to them same regions. Them same regions y'all be so proud to regurgitate when Ramsey came up with them haplogroups. But they're from Sub-Saharan Africa, not from Egypt. We need to tighten up. We need to stop spreading this misinformation. We need to stop doing it so confidently, and we need to stop doing them word salads. If you're gonna talk about something specific. Talk about it frank and talk about it direct, because that word salad season is over. That shit's spoiled. It's rotten. If we look into the Holy Quran, he says these people come from the land of Canaan, from the Semitic, from this Ham curse. The old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa. I'm reading this verbatim, chapter 47 in your Holy Quran. We don't have to regurgitate none of this. Like I said, plagiarize Aquarian Gospels unto thee I grant. Whether you want to say he didn't say, like y'all, even when y'all try to escape with that, it's the same parrot ass word salads we hear from these pretendians. Y'all got to get out this group herd behavior and start being critical thinkers. Start questioning. Start trying to disprove your own ideology. That's how you know you're not biased. But when you just align with it, you're just a puppet. The Dominion of Kush, northeast, southeast. You said west. You lied. The dominions of Kush, northeast, southeast, Africa. In years later, the brothers from Asia, from the Holy Lands, joined them. We're not from Asia. Life doesn't evolve in Asia. Y'all just align with this biblical narrative is all, and that's what Noble Drew Ali tried to do by calling you first
Hey,
thing the
dang,
Canaanites, then
real
the
quick,
Moabites.
Don. When did that out of Asia theory pop up? I'm trying to see if that coincide with what he was bringing up.
That aligns with that Russia Japan war, and Japan having some success, and they trying to align themselves with the dark skinned Asian people. I think that's what majority from where that derives from, or at least how later on with Elijah, how they start pushing it. This dude was bro, we done already ran this whole play, bro. I don't know how y'all still stuck on this, man. But you're talking to a rock, brother. Y'all get that reference. Y'all get your black card taken if y'all don't get that reference. Y'all know.
The picture, I know what you're talking about.
I got it.
Too late.
He's talking to a rock, brother. Tap back in with reality. You go look up all of this legal shit they got. It's by some Sharif El Bay Day Turk Sheik Muhammad Ali nigga. All of this shit is on Scribe where you can self-appropriate anything. I'm looking at it right now. That's where I'm looking at this this PDF from.
What's up, sorry?
Actually, I could probably read it better on here.
What's going on? Black family. What's the deal? Yo, Don, I got a question, man. If you could run something down for me real quick after you get done with this.
Yeah, no, I'm just showing them this. This is chapter 47. What I was reading over
That's
time.
Circle 7.
Yeah.
That's the Circle 7. Yeah.
Canaan. All this stuff, like I say, main place is gonna be on Scribe. That's where they like. Let me see. I'll go and I'm gonna show you the name. It's gonna be Sharif El Bebe Kid. Bullshit. That's Inner Guy. Inner Guy. I was close. But now,
Hey,
go
Don,
ahead.
can you run down? All right. And just keep it 100. Can you run down? I saw you got Shake It to D up on there. Run down. What's the pseudo on Shake It to D up? 100.
His methodology, hold on, let me go back and find the backdrop too. Yeah, so his methodology, so he was saying that the Egyptians was black based off the skin complexion, based off the melanin dosage. That's not a proper method to say who is black or not. I think back in the Eurocentric era, when the descriptors for races and the terms, the definitions wasn't clearly defined to everybody. So a lot of black people associated everything Africa with being black, when that's not the case. Being black is being of sub-Saharan African descent. Egyptians being in North Africa would exclude them, and based in let me just stop at this where I'm seeing it. Based in their race off of pigment alone isn't the metric or the qualifier for what it means to be black, the race, right? So this dude right here, I don't know if this brother, I forget. I don't know if he's Jarwa or fuck, I forget really. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, he not black. He one of them South Asian people. So by the metric that Chikan Jop was using, he would have said this person is black based off his phenotype. A lot of people would say they black based off his phenotype, but it's apparent to real black people that this dude not black.
So the melanin dosage test, that's not real.
Oh yeah. I didn't actually.
No, it's not about it being real, brother.
But yeah, on top of it not being, like I said, not the proper methodology for the metric of what black is, it's also, it's still not real. Because he didn't get to put it into effect. And then the time a dude did try to play me on that dog food Donnie, I demolished his scholarship and I sent him into pseudo hell. And he not there permanently. He like a little, he get to go back and forth from pseudo hell back into the regular realm. But dog food Donnie. He tried to.
All right, that's still my guy. You know, dog food's still my guy. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you missed it. It's the only reason why.
Okay, so his melanin dosage. So his melanin dosage test, he was never measuring melanin. It never happened. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no. I think it was a theory. Somebody tried to appropriate, like he put the theory into play. That's what I'm talking about now. Somebody tried to appropriate, like they put the theory into play, and then they did it with another pseudo methodology that I debunked in a video that they never responded to. That's why I say they seen the video, steady seeing my video, steady out here liking videos, but out here running from me like they ain't supposed to be cool with my partner Black First, which is just crazy to me. Like, we got mutual partners, we can have a conversation, but after I shred their scholarship and they approach and show them like why not to play with me, then they just just turn into vapor dust. And once again, I'm just jugging at this dude because I really don't do it often. I'm trying to find his backdrop though.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
So
it.
yeah,
Only with
that's why I showed you a picture.
saying that. Yeah,
Right.
I know, because I saw D up on there, so I'm just saying. So the contention is that him saying that the old Kenyan pre-dynastic Egyptians were black people, and that's not correct.
Correct. Right. Dark
They
skin.
were not. They were not black.
Dark skin.
Right.
Yes. Black, the black race.
Yeah.
No. Black, the black ethnic group. Black Americans. Definitely not. Even though we the main ones who
Now,
perpetuate this.
right.
Yeah,
So
what's fucking
those
prompt is?
ancient would they be indigenous Africans that built ancient Egypt? Are they indigenous to Africa?
I mean, Egypt is in Africa.
Yeah, I would 100% agree that they, you know,
Yeah.
especially
So they're
the beginning.
indigenous.
My argument with people all the time is that, like, in the begin, the origins of these people were indigenous. It's still the Mediterranean, so obviously they're going to be dealing with all of these people and invasions constantly. So these people are going to get mixed. They're going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the
wasn't
region.
no rubbers back then.
What am I looking at? What are you showing?
So
What
let's
am I
look at the
looking
region right here. We talking about Egypt, right?
Okay.
Egypt, and we got Israel right here. I think I was talking about this yesterday because I think somehow we simplify migrations out of these regions with like the earliest civilization. So we got Egypt at the eldest, what? Let's say 6,000 years ago. Fair enough. We got humanity migrating out this area approximately 200,000 years ago. So through the course of 200,000 years ago, you know, even say with all the isolations, all the natural disasters that happen, these people still been intermixing for hundreds of thousands of years. Right? We can't grasp that. So let's just take it a moment. Hundreds of thousands of years, we can't grasp nothing like that. But yeah, it happened. So now, yeah, through the course of time, these people share genetic affinities with each other. But yeah, and then like I say, we're not these people. Biologically, we're not these people. Have we been over there? And to a degree, yeah. I don't know the population percentage, but we know we got Ramses with E1B1A. You know, that's sub-Saharan African though. That's not the other way around. But
Yo, can I show you where he said Northwest, Southwest Africa? You were in the right section, but you didn't finish. So he said the Moabites from the land of Moab who received permission from the pharaohs in Egypt settled into Northwest Africa. So that's one. He's saying we're from Northwest Africa, right? He said they were the founders and the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. So this is why I said earlier, Noble Drew Ali was putting us under the Moroccan Empire because during that time it encompassed more of our people. He said with their Canaanite, Hittite, Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Now he said their dominion, this is those people, he said extended from northeast and southwest. He already said we're from northwest earlier. Now he's saying we're also from northeast and southwest and across the great Atlantis, even into the present North, South, Central America, also Mexico, and the surrounding, or he says Atlantis Islands, which would be like the Bahamas. So he's saying our people are from all of those regions. So that does include that Northwest and Southwest.
But
Peace.
where did he say that those people who inhabited Northwest Africa, the Moabites, where did he say those people came from before they got to North Africa or any other part of Africa? Where did he say they came from? What type of people were they?
Now he says, hold on, he says Canaan, but if you go back far enough, he actually says they're angels, and that's the deeper.
He says they was Asian. He said they was Asiatic.
No, he never said they were Asian.
The damn lie.
No, he never said that. Oh, he said Asiatic. Do you know what Asiatic means? Asiatic was the meaning of the world. It didn't mean Asia. It didn't mean modern day
where
Asia.
is this definition at?
So
Please read that.
Okay, that's a good question. Off the top, I don't know, but what I'm saying is this
All right,
was
stop talking then, please.
this is
That's
what
not
we were
fair.
taught.
That's not fair
Like,
at all,
hey,
though.
Asiatic represents the world. Not when in that context, he's not saying modern day Asia. Now, where that can be found, that's a good question. I'll actually look for that. I'll look for that because you got me curious. But that was
Where that can be found, how do you know that that's the case?
I don't know. I don't.
Regurgitation.
I don't know.
Regurgitation is what we're doing.
I never claimed.
How can you
But
interpret
I
what
know
he's
within that.
saying when you
I'm
don't
just saying in
have
that.
the information to
But you're
present
not
to us?
hearing what I'm
And that's
saying.
the problem. And really
If
quickly
this
though,
is the
Sean. Okay,
context
cool.
I'm giving,
Yeah.
if he's
Okay,
saying
yeah. So
Asiatically is
you're
this,
giving your
then
own
this
interpretation for
Where
somebody
does
that you
he
never
or
met.
anybody
You
You
did
else
didn't
say that
show
say
in
up
the
and
he
background.
you took
means
the
that?
time,
this
so you don't know
this is
what
what I
he
mean
actually
by this is
means.
what
So
we're
again,
taught.
this is the whole thing. We understand we listening to you, brother, but just calm
Okay.
down a little bit. Let somebody else get something in. Right? So again, why do we have to go through all of this word salad to get to the real information? You know why? It's because y'all have drunk the Kool-Aid and this is what you believe in. You don't have a real grasp on DNA, archaeology, anthropology. You're not using the real things that in historical facts to get to your conclusion. You are indoctrinated because you believe this without critically thinking about it. You're not doing the proper research to vet everything that you're talking about. So you're going off of a make-believe book, and he's going off of a make-believe book, and they went off of a make-believe book. But they say if you keep telling a lie long enough, it starts sounding like the truth, and that's what's happening to our community. But there are people like Don Dada and myself and others that are on this panel that are saying no more. We know the grift. We're going to expose it continuously until the day that y'all get on y'all knees and apologize. You're wrong for what you're doing to our people.
Not on the knees, Black. They gotta get on their knees, Black. Damn. Shit.
Apologize. All of them. Every disciple. And again, I don't throw out all our historians. I understand, some of the reasons behind some of the pseudo Afrocentrism that was prevalent in our community. I get it, but now we have computers in our hands. We should understand research methodology. We should have an understanding of what critical thinking is, and then therefore move collectively in a way that we educate our people properly, so they won't go out here and continue to misrepresent history, deny history, revise history, and then do the same thing with science and math and all of the other disciplines that we need to continue and survive in this world. I can't survive off of the Circle 7 Koran. That it's not here to help me survive. I got to find a way to survive. Our people have to survive. We look stupid on these apps.
He talking about
And to
Yeah,
add to that
I
point,
respect your
just
opinion.
to add to that point, though,
I just wanted to
just
show
to
where
add
it
to
said
that
that
real
in the
quick.
book. That's all.
yeah,
But
but
just
y'all
to
can't.
add,
Go ahead.
other than the religious connotation, when it comes to our scholars, they are unalived at a point in time where the access of information is not what it is now. And I do believe, in particular with the scholars themselves, I do believe that they would have been able to change course. They were that intelligent enough to realize that they need to rechange and redo things. This aspect, even with Avi Van Sertimer or Dr. John Henry Clark or Yosef Ben Yakin, they were presenting information that was reflective of the access that they had. Even Dr. Clark wind up writing a foreword for Leo Wiener. I don't believe and I do not think that if we had presented the understanding of what we understood and the monies that were getting supported at those times, then they would have retracted. They would have revised. It would have been a revised. They came before Columbus. That's not what
I
this
agree,
is.
brother. I agree.
Yeah, they wind up unaliving, and so what winds up happening, because we're so like you're saying, we're so attached that we start trying to make it like canon. Now that they're gone, that they're no longer here, and these are actual scholars who attended traditional schooling and expressed out of their own mouth. Present me something, then I'll change. Show me something more than what I'm saying, well, then I'll change. Well,
Facts.
information went unabashed. Nobody was debating. You look at those old lectures when they're talking, you don't see someone standing up in the middle of the crowd. Hold on. That's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I've seen Ivy Van Sertimer speak. Didn't nobody show up to listen to Ivy Van Sertimer talk about these Olmec heads for them to stand and be like, but, sir, we found the bones. We're studying it. The people are still alive. They're not black folk. Was no one going to do that? Was no one doing that? It's not until now, like you said, a Black First, just to support what you're saying, we have this technology in our heads. We're finally actually debating and arguing points of information that should have been argued in the 70s. We're going back and forth. This is not something small. We're actually giving the discord that was supposed to happen back in the 80s, back in the 90s, and it never happened. So now, why? Because if you really have a discord with black folk, it's going to turn into a fucking physical fight. Motherfuckers be crashing the fuck out on TikTok. Could you imagine if we were face to face? Imagine if we were face to face and you just had the Autobomb Auditorium and you just got a couple dollars so you could just run down your bullshit? Man, it would be a completely different. So this is so poignant in context of the time. Black First, you're right. We got info, we got shit in our hand. And now we can actually do the Discord and we can debate and not get physical. Because I assure you, so the way motherfuckers be crashing out, if we were face to face, it would have been a fist fight. It would have been a fucking fist fight. And all the information that would have been shared or could have been shared or partially shared would have been fucking missed. So, man, we take full advantage of this opportunity, especially on here, because we can have this Discord go back and forth and not lose no physicality. And I assure you, I don't even mean to berate the point. Had these brothers been presented with a fucking AI overview, if Sheikh Anta Diab was literally given a cell phone that he could, man, it would be different in the works. Just the last part. Mrs. Van Sertimer, man, I sat with her while she took over Ivy Van Sertimer's position at Rutgers University, sat on the panel. I literally asked her, do you think that he would have changed? She articulated he was planning to. He got too sick to do it. He was planning to revise some of the things because some of the stuff that he used in Leo Winter had came out already, but he was already making money. He was already getting royalty. He was already getting called to lecture. He had children and grandchildren to pay for shit. But nobody trying to drop no dough like that. And she articulated, man, he was gone. By the time he had realized it was too late. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you're right, Black First. You're right.
That's 100. That was 100. That was
also, just to add to that, but our internet usage for the beginning of our access to the cell phone stuff, a lot of this stuff, again, was regurgitated, perpetuated, and spread all over here. So we also, it could have been worse for some of these guys if they was getting caught up on. I'm looking how people are reacting to this AI now. You know what I'm saying? Thinking these videos is real. And so, I mean, the internet is a double-edged sword. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Yeah, and let me just preface this part too, because I put all these people up on here not to attack them. I ain't got no target on their head, but this is specifically to the misinformation that they just so happen to put out at the time, and then they was a product of their time. Like we saying, this not to assault nobody's character. I don't know these men personally, but yeah, Asar, he pretty much articulated himself perfectly. I agree with that 100%, and yeah, that's why, like I say, that's the approach I got, because like we should be able to have a discussion. At this time, this is what it is for me. Like the battle for me. Instead of like seeing who can wolf the best, like how they do like battle rap, instead of seeing who can do that, who can articulate themselves with the most emotional regulation, emotional maturity, right? Who can actually do that? And I know like that's part of like some of the ideology of the MSTA with the love, peace, freedom, and justice, right? All that approach. Like, if y'all gonna stand on it, let's all stand on this, but we got to be able to come to a consensus. And if the information is objective, then we should all be able to do that. Ultimately, we find that people believe, that's why they always referring back to one man, one soul man, like he's just a prophet, psychic, reincarnation of God or something like that. And you find out that these people are believers. You find like, for me, every time, the first question I find myself should have asking these people is that, are you a creationist or evolutionist? Right. And then as soon as these people let you know that they're creationists, they let you know to a degree that they're anti-intellectual, because they don't, then that way man can just be whenever they want it to be, and all of it can be subjective because it comes down to whatever doctrine they're indoctrinated in. Like I say, it gets to a point in 2026 now, we can't be bringing these pseudo dude said he been indoctrinated for I think like 15 years. Why make it 16? Why make it 20? 25 if you blessed to live that long? It's crazy ridiculous. It'd be saddening me that people have to leave this earth in pseudo, not knowing the truth, full blown indoctrinated. You people not gonna come to that funeral like that. They're gonna give you a traditional burial. Yeah, that's why I just say we just tighten up, man. Noble Drew Ali, bro. Dude name is Timothy. He's not a prophet, bro. Like, we got to stop. He's a grifter. He capitalized. He made money, but he also died of the same thing that he claimed to cure people of. Make it make sense. I think that's fair.
And he learned it from a white tea woman.
All right, come on, man.
What is Madame Blavatsky? What about that? What about the
Yep.
Aquarian
Yes.
gospel? Because
Levi.
that Aquarian gospel from that white European from London, man, was like major part of some articulation to that Circle 7.
Yeah, Levi Dowling's Aquarian Gospels.
Yep, about 14
Right.
chapters of it.
Now, what I heard someone say, man, behind every black pseudo, there's a white T pseudo. There's a white T pseudo.
Absolutely.
And
Facts, 100%.
I wanted to articulate. I was explaining this on the panels of Kira because she asked us like, why do they always say that? Because then she wanted to push back like we were intelligent and our people are intelligent. I was like, yeah, but you know, the existence of white supremacy and the system of white supremacy is very real. But one of the things about it is it's assumed that it's a perfect system. It's not a perfect system. It is extremely flawed. And one of its flaws is that they did not anticipate that all the white tea people were not going to be down with the program. When they instituted this, they believed that any person who classified themselves as white tea program would find them and see. There were some white teas among them that wasn't down with the program. And Dr. Clark articulated them known as radical white teas or radical whites. And so when you dig into that, Dr. Clark talks about when he first came across Arthur Schomburg, right? And he came up to his library and he asked him, I want to know everything. He says, go and find the radical whites of history that wrote about your people. That's where you're going to find the missing parts of history. Now, here's a little bit of digging to that, why Arthur Schomburg expressed that. When the white tea people are among themselves, and I'm articulating this, the ones who are the abolitionists, who are the abolitionist feelings, they still rub shoulders with those actual races. They don't get too crazy like John Brown, but they don't mind trying to go at them with money or going at them with intellectualism. And out of the arrogance of somebody who wants to say a FU type of personality, they would literally create counter narratives to the narratives to support their white hegemony. There'll be white tea people that'll be like, yeah, you didn't discover America. Matter of fact, the one that you scorned so much, a black person. It was black. Black people were already here. It was white tea people articulating that. And because they had money and because they had renditions, they would conscript artisans to support and create fake artifacts. Now, they had real artifacts, but when they wind up unaliving and they leave their estate, nobody can tell from the pseudo stuff that they made so they can stick their finger at their fellow racist white tea friends. And so everything gets constructed up. And what wind up happening, Arthur Schomburg starts going to these estates and starts compiling artifacts and books to support. There's a section in the Schomburg Library known as the African Presence in Pre-Columbia America. That is an actual space in the Schomburg's library. Every single book, piece of artifact, when it's properly dug and looked, is shown to be a fake or shown to be an artisan rendition. But nobody wants the temerity to do that, to look to see. And what winds up happening with these white tea people is we take on, hey, I know something that you don't know, and you can trust me because I'm white tea just like them. Let me tell you something. There is a really place called Mu in Atlantis, and they've been trying to hide it from you. And black folk, because we're totally shut out from those interactions, we believe that, you know what? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Absolutely not. When they are white tea, the enemy of your enemy is not your friend. The enemy of your enemy is your enemy who hasn't revealed themselves yet. And those ignorant ass, open-hearted, good for nothing, trying to, I'm going to teach these black peoples the secret, even when it's fucking pseudo, is reinforcing the hegemony of white supremacy to begin with. And we had none the wiser. We think that because we have a white tea person who will turn on other white tea people, we got an ally, especially when it comes to information. And it was a misinformation from the jump.
That's way too accurate.
Thanks, Asur. Yeah, thank you, Asur. Can we have Kevin speak because he's yapping and tapping. So go ahead, Kevin. Get it off, brother.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? With the gym, that's why I'm typing instead of tapping, but just listening to y'all on my workout. But nah, my point is the point that you made about, science, right? Science begins with a belief, right? You can't prove many things that we assume to be true based on science or the scientific method, right? Like I said in the chat, what preceded the Big Bang? Well, we don't know, right? We have to believe though that something preceded or caused a Big Bang. There's no evidence of, or no way we can demonstrate what caused that particular scientific phenomena to occur. So the idea that we can prove or demonstrate everything in our objective reality is false. It's a false premise, right? We know very, very, very little about the world. So to assume or say or dismiss wholly, a person's belief system because it can't be objectively proven isn't necessarily the correct method or correct approach, right? There's certain things that can be dismissed, right? We know that this based on history and based on that aren't true, but just because we don't understand the phenomenon, right, that they're attempting to explain doesn't mean that we can say it's pseudo.
Yeah, I don't want to talk. I don't want to respond. Somebody else want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so
go ahead, bro.
again, so this is what we do, right? So when you just said that the Big Bang, you made your statement about the Big Bang theory, that it is something that hasn't been proven, or you got to have certain pieces of evidence. The reason why, you can put me on the big screen, host. The reason why the Big Bang theory is not just a barbershop theory. For an example, the barbershop theory that Tupac is still alive is because we do have evidence that support what the Big Bang theory is. Thank you.
Right.
And you could
We have
take
evidence.
excuse me, you could take
I
a
thought you were
screenshot
finished,
of it.
brother. So please
Oh,
don't
that's
do that,
okay.
but I
No,
thought you were finished.
I
That's the
just
only
said
reason I
excuse me.
interrupted. Okay.
I just said excuse me, brother.
Yeah.
Don't take offense to it. I ain't gonna be rude. So again, when we're talking about you also said that science is based off of a belief. No, it's based off of observation. And then you question that observation. What makes this thing that you're observing actual factual, or you believe you see it with your eye? I mean, you are understanding what your eyes are seeing, but you have questions about it, and then you go out and you try to do your experiment, your research in order to quantify it and qualify it. So when we're talking about things like the Big Bang Theory, yeah, we don't have to go that far back in the world, history, in science and history, to understand as Black African Americans that our origin starts in Africa. We don't have to worry about the Big Bang Theory because, again, this is something that science, in and of itself, has researched and determined to be actual and factual because of the experimentations and the research that they've done. Now, those of us that are left in this particular wilderness, where we don't have true understanding of science at all, we are laymen when it comes down to science. All we can do is utilize our opinion in order to further our confirmation bias, because we have a disdain for education. We have a disdain for research and understanding how things work, because, again, we've been saturated by people who also are uneducated and ignorant to what it means to be a scientist or a biologist or whatever. So again, bro, I mean, to sit up here and say that this stuff is about beliefs, science is not based off belief. It's not.
Okay. You finished, brother?
Yes, sir. You got it.
All right. So I'm not saying that science in and of itself is based, the whole discipline of science is based off that. You arguing a point that I'm not making, right? I'm not saying that the Big Bang is a barbershop theory. I'm saying there's certain elements of that theory that cannot be proven, right, objectively, right? You have to have there's certain starting points to any theory that don't have proof, that haven't been observed, that can't be observed. It's called the scientific axiom, right? There's things that we assume to be true that can't be proven, right? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that science is a belief. I'm saying there's certain things about science in order to prove a theory.
Yes, I mean, can you point out to what about the Big Bang Theory that they can't prove? Can you just point out
what preceded it? right? That's an axiom, right?
It's
They have
Big
to.
Bang Theory doesn't
singularities.
describe what came before it. It only described the expansion of the universe.
Right, but you have to have that axiom to believe that something existed, right?
But
But
you
we
don't.
cannot prove it.
I'm not trying to explain what caused the Big Bang, and all I'm doing is telling you that the universe is expanding. It has been expanding, and I'm explaining to you how it's expanding. I don't need to tell you what caused the expansion. I'm not trying to tell you. I never told you I knew.
Right, and I'm not saying that you did, but I'm saying you have to have a belief that something did in order. Right, you can't prove it. Right, you have to have a belief that something started in order to have a theory.
I just have to say I
right?
don't know what started it and continue to try to search for the answer.
Exactly. Right. You don't
I
know
believe
that.
anything.
That's my
I
point.
don't know, and I'm looking for the answer. That's not a belief.
Okay. Well, that lack of knowledge. Well, okay. If you can land that on the Big Bang Theory, but there's just in the scientific method overall in general, right? It relies on the assumption that nature is constant, right? Like if something is objectionable, repeatable, and observable, then that situation, that circumstance, that test was done in has to be constant in order for that result.
But
to be
life
true,
is not constant. What do you mean?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
Exactly.
neither is the
Right.
scientific
So,
method. That's not the scientific method either.
excuse.
That's not the part of the scientific method. The nature is constant. The scientific method is kind of like what you was referring to earlier. I think that's what you was doing was conflating beliefs with like one of the initial criteria of the scientific method is in a hypothesis, right? But what you got to remember is that it's also the research on that, the experimentation done on that makes it to conclude the scientific method, right? It's not believing, just saying, oh, we got to believe here, and like Tom and Cruiser said in the comments, not knowing and admitting to not knowing is not the same as having a belief, and that's where we're having the conflation coming on here, where we're having a discrepancy.
No, right, but in order to, you have to have a starting point, right? And yes, you could say I don't, but in order for that result to be, in order for you to agree with that result, you have to believe that starting point is accurate. You don't have to believe that starting point is.
But that's creationism, right? Because you don't have the answer to how things started. Now you making up stuff. So that's God of the gaps. That's the
right.
That's falling for the God of the gaps. So no, science
beat
does
me
not
to
do
it.
that. Science does not adhere to the God of the gaps. Science tries to figure it out, and like the brother said, if they don't know what the beginning was, right, then therefore they will say I don't know, and they'll continue to research in order to figure out how or why or what, all of the questions that we're supposed to be asking, the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Those questions have to be answered in science. So again, if we don't have an understanding of the beginning of it, now people who don't have a understanding of the beginning of something, then they inject the God factor, and that's just not how science works. It doesn't work off of belief. So when you said that science work, you said it verbatim that science it starts with a belief, and it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. And to also share, forgive me if you have some background noise, but one of the biggest things that we're experiencing is that there are subjective truths and there are objective truths. The real truth of the matter, no pun intended, is that there are very few objective truths in the universe. There's not as much as objective truths that we understand, that we think we do. There's a lot of subjective experiences. So when it comes to someone and their beliefs based upon a subjective reality, what they're experiencing, the only merit for you to have an opinion, which you're allowed to have, but for you to share that opinion is for that opinion to be informed. There is nothing wrong for you to have an opinion, but that does not give the right for you to share that opinion unless it is informed. Now, how do we measure whether or not that opinion that is yours is informed? We measure it against objective reality, what you and I can bear witness to, regardless whether you or I believe it. And so what happens is trying to have a certain, like, I guess, concession when somebody is talking, and don't get mad at them and don't shoot them down in an open forum, in an open space. it behooves us to share an informed opinion. If that opinion is not informed, it does not help the space and it does not give that right. So sometimes we get in, well, that's just my opinion, and you can't just shoot me down because I believe what I believe and shoot. No, you're absolutely right, but not when it comes to open space and open sharing, right? Because if you don't have that ability to have discord, for someone to check that, or to fact check that, or to support that with primary source, then there was no reason for you to express this great opinion of yours, right? You should have just kept your opinion to yourself.
Right.
Okay, now I want to
I
address
mean,
him saying no, real my bad, but I want to address him saying that the scientific method assumes that nature is constant. Now, that's not true. If it assumed that nature was constant, then no theory or hypothesis would have to go through repeated experimentation. You experiment once and you'd assume that nature is going to consistently behave that way. But instead, a part of the scientific method is having your hypothesis, you repeatedly test it under different environmental circumstances in order to verify that nature is constant in that instance. So we're not assuming that nature is
Process is
constant,
change.
we're verifying nature is constant.
Yes, because the only thing constant in nature is change. So the context upon which you do your experiment may not be the same 100 years from now, because because nature changes. That is the constant, not that nature is constant. No, that change is constant in nature. And so what you stand on and understand right now may not be based upon what you can stand and bear witness on later. The scientific method is a methodology.
right. It's organic. It's organic. It's not static. Oh, hey, you got a fight going on?
We trying to hear it. What's going on here? Somebody been in somebody's purse.
That's OHF. I'm like, it sounds like they beefing over there.
Yeah, you be at work with you work with the young ones, and they probably was going at it. That's what it definitely sound like.
Yeah, we appreciate the Moors coming through here. I ain't gonna call y'all morons like I want to, but that's one of my names for y'all. But appreciate the Moors coming through, man. Giving us some time, man. I feel like, like I always say, we just ain't gonna pivot in real time. But once you hear enough sensible arguments, you see enough objective truth, you internally you concede a little bit every time and time again. And dude, they got to have some, but just like how they left, these dudes weren't coming off mute for like a whole 30 minutes, man. You get to a point where you understand we ain't trying to hear that. We ain't trying to hear that mess, man. We ain't trying to hear that doctrine, bro.
Especially poorly explained. You know what I mean? Like I give a little credit for trying to pivot it and trying to make it. Hey, this is just about paperwork. I give you credit, but you can't. You can't discredit or denounce all the other shit that follow along with it. The fact that you said that you have to get into a mindset to start learning this stuff right there. What does that mean? I gotta get indoctrinated? Like what is that? You know what I mean?
You gotta get indoctrinated. You gotta join.
Absolutely, and that's what happened, right? When you do any type of research on a cult and how the people who end up being diehard followers of these charismatic men, they understand these people mindsets and how to get them into a particular place of vulnerability. The fact that they adore these people, they make give them all of this attention and shower them with love and affection, and then next thing you know, they got them, wrapped around their fingers. I mean, this is just stuff that we as black men have to take into consideration. What we need to start looking at as we are trying to articulate the mission that we don't no longer want to subscribe to all of this pseudo history and pseudo science that we've experienced throughout the course of our years. I'm 52 years old. It took me a long time to break that chain of Islam that was wrapped around my neck and my ankles and my wrists. You know what I'm saying? And the hardest part of it was, what do I replace it with? Trying to figure that part out, because I thought once I walked away from it that there was nothing else that I could replace it with. But what I did find to replace it with was science and history and not listening to the BS anymore and not going out here and promoting it because I figured this thing out. And we have to study ourselves out of this ignorance, out of the shackles of being victimized by these religions, by these falsehoods, and then by people's opinion, like the brother said. These, my grandfather, he didn't have the wherewithal to fact check the Yakub story. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have the wherewithal to go and look at the history of quote unquote Prophet Muhammad and find out what kind of man he was, and then Elijah Muhammad, to know that these people were predators. You know what I'm saying? So again, these are things that we have to be honest with ourselves as we move forward, and people who are educated enough, who do have that emotional control. I really don't have it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get better at it. But at the same time, those of you who can articulate it in such a way, we need y'all voices more out here, bro.
Yeah, I concur.
Nah, I do.
It's all right. We're gonna continue as always. Like, we ain't gonna stop. I just, man, brother, it's, sometimes I just be like, I really hope we ain't. I hope we ain't fried to his fricassee, as I be thinking we are for the most part, because he clearly tried to get up here pretending not to be pseudo. I'm not trying, and I don't want to be upsetting people, but you can't pretend not to be pseudo while spitting pseudo shit. Like, it's weird. Like, he's like, I'm not no pseudo and this and that, but you repping the flag hard. Like,
Yeah, man. But like Don Dada did when I first met him, we have to confront these people. We have to, take lessons from people like Tariq Nasheed. And what I mean by that is he's utilizing. Yeah, my bad. He's utilizing his charisma in order to promote this BS. Like with any of them, right? But we have to utilize our charisma and then follow it up with the truth. But that's the problem. A lot of our people, it's a hard pill to swallow.
yeah, we're gonna be talking about this
Speaking of that, speaking of that
reptilians and
truth,
dinosaurs. Go ahead.
speaking of that truth, speaking about that truth about Tariq, it was funny. Speaking to the truth is the real hard truth is that Tariq Nasheed's current age and the current condition of the United States government as it relates to Congress, as it relates to the legislative and executive branch, he will not be alive when reparations is cut. That is the hard, real truth. What's even harder is that he realizes that and he understands that. And when a pimp realizes that he's not going to get some money before he gets unalive, he switches up the game. So we are watching a pimp who realized that all the efforts, him doing the hidden colors and doing all that history and being connected to scholars and teachers, I don't know if you can articulate this and done it, maybe you can correct to say, but you wind up developing an ability to kind of look at the future because you studied the past so well. When you really study our history, which is Sankofa, you kind of learn what's going to happen in the future because everything's in cycles. And I believe that intentionality and realization was, I'm not going to see it. Dr. King said it. I'm not going to make it to the promised land. I've been to the mountaintop, meaning I stood at the top. I could see it, and I realized that I'm not going to be here when y'all get there. A lot of times, and because of the current condition, when you avail yourself a certain amount of access to this kind of information in history, you start seeing and questioning your own mortality. That is just the natural thing. But when a pimp starts questioning his mortality, especially learning with black folk, well, then we in the grift, baby. I'm not gonna get there. Tariq Nasheed, I'm not gonna get there. I've been to the mountaintop. I've seen. I'm not gonna get there. But since I ain't gonna get there, I'm gonna get what I can right now. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's what we're dealing with.
Hey, boy, you cooking, my boy. That was it.
I
He said,
mean,
I'm going to get mine
for
right
real, for
now.
real.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't know about everybody else. I'm young. I was 22. I'm 22, so I grew up on those hidden colors. Tariq Nasheed was like Pan Africa to the death. Most of the people on the hidden colors was Pan Africans. This nigga was Africa. Now it's delineation, FBA, fuck Africans.
But that's the thing, brother. From the beginning, they was grifting. They was already lying.
Yeah, I know
Like
they was
I'm
grifting.
like,
That's with the whole
no, I mean
Max
like
is
no, I
Africans
mean
thing and
like
all that shit.
we
That was a grift.
were watching a video of the first Hidden Colors, and we clocked over 100 lies in
Yeah.
under the first 100 minutes. So it was pretty much a lie and a half a minute. It was like, oh shit.
Yeah, the whole thing was a grift. I just think it's funny how people aren't realizing or recognizing that he went from grifting and claiming Africa and loving the African heritage to now the fuck Africa grift, and nobody recognizes it. Like y'all just following this dickhead.
Like you ever see a pimp who specializes in white teen women, and then because he's making a lot of money going during that time, and then all of a sudden, all of a sudden these white teen women ain't getting no more money, and every time they come, it's like, man, can you get your, as soon as you see an Asian, just let me know, and you know what I mean? I'll pay double what I pay. And what does the pimp do? You know what? I need to get some Asians on this fucking truck. Man, the grift was trying to do the pseudo information because people don't really know. Now the access of information ain't what it is. You can't push that pseudo stuff no more. Then let me change it up. He changing out from the white tees to get. Now he's putting Asians on the stroll. He gonna get this money. He gonna change with the times. You can't run no pseudo stuff and make money on it anymore.
You're
But
going
you
to have a
can.
church before it's
You
over with.
can make money. You can make money on xenophobia. You can make money on hate. You can do that.
Hate sales. Hate sales. He going to be a preacher out there. It's over with. He going to have a church, a whole mega church. That's the next. That's the
So he
next
goes,
thing.
next thing you know, he gonna see the light.
Yeah. He gonna have a church. We foreseeing it, y'all. Pastor Tariq. It might be in your city. Yeah, man. No, these people got to be stopped, man. There got to be some pushback for them at all times. I think I was thinking about the Hidden Colors and about it being a grift. Us going over those hundreds of lies in that video. I don't know how much of it is like intentional grift or just like the same assumed misinformation just being regurgitated. Because, like I say, the methodology wasn't never there. It was never there. Like everything that they was doing was lookership, appropriation, pretty much just a lot of lookership, and this is based off of Ivan Van Sertima. Was Ivan Van Sertima a grifter? Was Jop a grifter at that point? Of course, we don't want to say that. I just think it's his part. I mean, part of like if you got like a hustler's mindset and you still trying to put the information out there, I think some of them just fall victim to it. Now, I do think that him, Tariq Nasheed, Umar, I do think they kind of like got infatuated with the clout and tried to keep it going. And then Tariq Nasheed definitely shifted the grift. I don't know what.
I agree. You're absolutely right, Don Dada. I agree.
Yeah, I don't know what caused the shift in Tariq like that pivot 360 is crazy, especially like you see these videos. He's on the continent. He's giving hotel reviews, like he's promoting.
It's who he worked with, brother. It's the working with him in that event. And I already told you they had the ties to far right organizations. Like this was probably already down the pipeline, just coming already, based on that, just that ADOS movement and everything like that. So I mean, it already had a foundation of underlying white supremacy and xenophobia. You know what I'm saying? Like, and every time I look at her, I'm like, this lady's biracial. She got a white wife. Like, I don't understand how anybody be listening to her to begin with. But this is what it is, man. Like, it turned up. Like, the Afrocentrism don't pay.
Yeah. Yeah. It costs. Facts. Yeah, I gotta look into the girl, the event girl, because I never really was focused on ADOS. I didn't really hear about the ADOS movement. I knew I knew more so the FBAs to derive from the Claude Anderson perspective. So I didn't ever go and look into that part or how they had they fallout, Tariq's early association with them. I missed that whole part.
Yeah, that big part of the ADOS with Yvette Carlisle and this other dude named Anthony was that prior to Yvette's participation and interaction with John Taunton with the Taunton group. Now, John Taunton is the architect for the talking points of anti-immigration. It is a direct associated of supporting of white supremacist talking points of taking of an American anti-immigration stance. Yvette Carlisle stood and sits with the Taunton group, TON group. And so she derives herself out of that with the explicit expression to have anti-immigration movement in their articulation for reparations. The real reparation movement as it relates to going towards the American government and the federal government really comes from a woman known as Queen Mother Moore, who started in the 1950s before Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson winds up developing and creating a think tank, which at that time was the only black focused think tank known as the Harvard Institute. I was introduced and came across him my freshman year of college. I got a refund check. He came and lectured. I was so moved. I used some of my refund check to donate to the first black ran, black focused, black hegemony of American black think tank in America. And I wanted to get in on there and became an avid supporter of the Harvard Institute and part of their listserv back in 2000. And in that, his articulation about Native Black Americans, because that was what he was saying, wasn't replacing the Native Americans. He had already articulated he had time in the Carter administration. He was heavily involved in the federal government of Florida. He helped write some of the words used in an affirmative action that would wind up being passed. And what he was trying to articulate was that there was a promise given that wasn't kept as it relates to the 40 acres in the memorial. And so the very way that they pulled that legislation back post-emancipation through the federal government, the question was asked, the think tank, was there ever a point in time where the federal government made a promise and even if they wanted to pull it back, they weren't able to? The only legislation that they could pull on was the reservations and concessions given to Native and Indigenous people. That even in the midst of them wanting to give concessions and pulling it back, wasn't until those Native groups were able to have representations in our laws and send some of their children and kids to go to law schools and things, where they had to come back and reapply some of those treaties so they can get these concessions that we're seeing now. And so Dr. Claude Anderson's was, hey, we have a very intimate interaction, not a replacement, but an intimate interaction with every Native group that was here in America. The concessions that were given from whether it's lands rights and reservations to treaties directly, indirectly affected black folk. It was Dr. Claude who was articulating that the 5 civilized tribes were actually participating in chattel slavery. In the midst when all of us were always saying that our grandmother was Cherokee, somehow, some way, whether we were all Cherokee somehow, some way, and they were one of the main ones that were participating in chattel slavery. And it was a pushback back then in the early 2000s. No one could ever. You mean to tell me my grandma was lying? What? You couldn't tell me if my nana was lying. My nana told me that she was a Cherokee Blackfoot princess. And I wish she would say something at Thanksgiving that when she starts talking, when she gets, when she gets to going. And Dr. Claude is the one that's presenting, not to replace, but to say, hey, you cut concessions. He gives history about Osceola, about Crazy Horse, and his interaction with Andrew Jackson. He's like, yo, you cut concessions with these natives, and black people were hand in hand with them. You owe us. You made a promise that you couldn't keep, but there was many more things you should have. And that was the Harvest Institute push. This aspect of of him associated because he participated in that Hidden Colors. Man, he never, Tariq Nasheed never donated money or even showed up to a Harvard Institute meeting and Zoom call. And back then, before there was Zoom call, it was call-ins. You could call in if you were a giving member to the Harvard Institute. He never was a part of those. So this action, he interacted with him because he helped make a framework for like a couple of those Hidden Colors. But man, it was that interaction of him with the ADOS and then trying to do a grift with them, and he split and then ran because he had what? Attention, he had celebrity, and then ran with it. But yeah.
Yep, yep. I even seen a lecture of Claude Anderson when he talked about how indigenous people use Africans as a shield. They would not allow Africans in the actual vicinity of the tribe. They would put them on the outskirts, so when they were attacked by anybody else, the Africans would be attacked first, and then the Indians would be made aware of encroaching enemies and stuff like that. So again, man, Anderson, but we've seen some of the transition as he got older, and I think that people like Tariq Nasheed just took advantage of it.
Agreed. 100% black. 100% black first. 100%.
Yeah, it's most unfortunate with that. Yeah, I think Claude Anderson expertise was substantial. I just think like later on, kind of like going on with the hearsay, maybe it just could have been due to old age. Definitely got taken advantage of. Um, yeah, ultimately I gotta shift the blame. Ultimately gotta come down to the people. Like essentially we vote these people in into popularity. We could have easily shamed this at the heat of the moment, but the popular vote won, and now this dude is still popularized. His rhetoric is still at the most humorous to some people. It's not educational whatsoever, but this is what the reviews that I hear from his lives is that, oh, he's so funny, he has me laughing, and then you kind of see what he used. He's kind of like, I think, a natural narcissistic trait. He's used like tribalism, focusing on out groups and excluding others, trying to make people feel special and superior. Like whole times, like what you just said about, behind every black pseudo is a white pseudo, adopting like the great replacement theory in this way, like somebody's taking resources that you don't even have, that don't belong to you.
Yep, that's right.
It just said how like ultimately we the people let charisma override critical thinking skills, let it just dominate our opinions, and about really just being emotionally swayed, even if it's like laughter. That's why a lot of times like I often gotta incorporate trolling these people or trying to be funny while getting this information across, because if it's straight up just scholarship, like we bore from this real quick and tire out, and like that's another problem, along with running from confrontation, running from disagreements.
The attention span. That's that attention span that we gotta work on. You're right.
And all of this shit stuff, like I say, it just be making me think of solutions and how a lot of this shit started at the house, and how a lot of it's kind of like systematic. But like we got to take priority of our education, our consciousness, our awareness, and because if not, like people gonna get on this internet and fall victim to whoever the algorithm dictate to them.
It's funny you mentioned about Dr. Clay Anderson because of him being up in age and just saying just a bunch of nonsense. I think that's what happened with Dick Gregory when in his later years, because Dick Gregory would say certain things, and sometimes he was right about a lot of things, but when he would just say outlandish stuff in his later years, it didn't make any sense.
I think we should try to frame Dick Gregory like they should try to frame it like, yeah, he got all his information, in his later years, y'all can't keep up with the stuff he's trying to, what he's trying to say to y'all. That's how they used to try to frame it, basically.
Yeah, try to frame him like he was some sort of intellectual. I'm not saying he wasn't, but he was.
No, he actually heat, man. He said some real
Man,
shit that
yes,
I
sir.
could corroborate. But you
Yeah,
know,
he did.
like
Yeah, I did. Yeah, same here. Yeah, like I
Man,
agree with a lot of stuff.
I had lunch twice with Dick Ray. He's in my fraternity. He's an Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and I caught up the first time I had lunch with him at the National Urban League's national convention in D.C. And he was up in the up in the causeway of the event center and standing in line. And I was like, "Oh, brother Gregory, can I have lunch with you?" He's like, "Sure, let's go." We sat down and asked some family, go through niceties, and then he was asking what I was doing. I was telling him I'm trying to work on this book, and he said, "I want you to work on a book for me." I was like, "Oh, okay." And he's like, "Do you know about Sambo?" I was like, "Sambo?" No, he was like, "He was a vampire. I'm giving you word for word verbatim." I was like, "Excuse me?" It's like everyone always talks about, but Sambo was an actual real demon. He was a vampire. They used to send him to chase down the runaway slaves, and he would eat them to the bone. I was like, and I'm sitting with the Gregory, like, he is like, no one's ever really talked that story. Do some research and find out and write a story about that. I was like, all right, good brother. I appreciate it, man. It's so great to meet you, man. I
you.
just,
That's a good story.
yo,
That's a good story.
Hey,
listen,
bro, that sound like he was on that apple pie moonshine that day, bro.
listen.
I don't know what he was.
Talk about a conspiracy theory, yo. Man, the most Dick Gregory ran that to me. I'm sitting here trying to be like, all right, I'm gonna be cool now. And then when the second time I met him, he wound up coming to one of our national conventions for the fraternity, and he remembered me. I was like, brother Greg, I remember you. Did you work on that book yet? I was like, I'm still working on it, brother.
He know that's a one. That's one of them ones.
I'm sitting there like, yo, where did this go? Wait a minute, what
That's
happened? Sambo was a
crazy.
vampire? It was wild. It was.
Man, yeah, that's why I say critical thinking is not synonymous with intellect, man. You can have fucking a rocket scientist, know how to get something up in there, and they be on what they be on, man. They fuck around, have a house full of crystals, copper, some more shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was
I
very
met one of these dudes like
just
that.
that in his late years, he just started just rambling and just a bunch of stuff, and it later just became like a bunch of conspiracy theories.
You think it could be like questioning the mortality part of it, and then it just being like too hard for people to process, and they just say, "Fuck it, let me just
Absolutely.
latch
That
on
is
to
a
one of
human
these delusions."
condition. Absolutely, good brother. That is a
This is
human
the thing that she
condition.
actually didn't
Yes.
like.
That's trippy.
Didn't
That's
push
trippy
back
right
on
there.
because you respected him as an elder. Because sometimes when elders just say a bunch of nonsense, you just want to respect them because they're older than you and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, brother, respectfully, I kind of don't agree with that, but I kind of get what you're saying. So all due
Nah, I can
respect.
definitely see that being the main motivator. Because, like I said, I lost a cousin this week. I got a funeral next week. Now, like, man, here I go with this shit. And I don't deal well
Yeah,
with it.
sorry for your loss, brother.
Yeah, appreciate
Yeah,
it.
sorry for your loss, though.
Appreciate that,
Yeah, I
y'all.
lost a coworker a few days ago. He used to work at my job.
Yeah, man, that shit just don't ever sit
Now,
well.
the human condition of questioning your mortality forces you to counter your logic.
Mm-hmm.
The human condition to question your mortality forces you to be counter to logic because there is no logical explanation of death, let alone life after death, right? There's been some suggestions and there have been some really good stories, but logically, there is nothing sound like that you can lean on. So when you start questioning your mortality, absolutely, that seeps in. You're 100. Another thing was for Dick Gregory is he had stopped eating animal protein a long time ago. And when you stop consuming animal protein, it has a physiological effect upon you. Fuck what you heard. Man, animal protein and animal fat is essential. We now know that. You can't run this, I can live off of beans and Brussels sprouts. We now know that it is critical and crucial. And so here is someone who did massive amount times of fasting. So he would go on 30, 40-day fast, and he would eat fruit majority of the time. And so what kind of material that you having in your body for you to even be conscious. It takes a lot of energy to think. Your brain is the number one energy sucking situation you got going on. And if you can't even adequately feed it, then the processes for you to have deep thinking and being logical, that shit takes up energy
Right.
that you're already not eating. So yeah, I'm not surprised you started saying Sambo was a fucking vampire by the time I saw him in his late 70s. Absolutely. Especially if he hadn't had a piece of meat 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah. And it's so funny. We had a dude on here probably like a couple weeks ago. He'll scream at you differently. Oh, I can't listen to nothing. You say you eat meat. You meat eater. They crazy though. Whole time. Absolutely
The
crazy.
saddest. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's crazy because I be doing that a lot. Like I be questioning that shit a lot. Then this shit come up, and it's like I can see people getting it. I kind of narrowed this down to being like kind of the motivator for all of the misinformation too, with like animism, shamanism, polytheism, monotheism to what we got now. All these different variations of beliefs. It's all for that one reason. It's because we can't stand it.
Yeah. You know, believe if you do done that, if you do a healthy observation of what it means as it relates to our ancestors and what it means to be a human being, and especially when it comes to high culture, one of the most paramount elements is going to be religion or religious practice or spiritual practice. Not for the sake of the validity, whether it's true or not, but the very real validity of how it maintained civil society. Not saying that religion is real, but it is very, really important because of the type of beings we are. Having a certain sense of spiritual and religious practice maintains a certain type of society that you can develop and you can have high culture from. There has never really been a culture in history that reached the heights of its place without the existence of religious shamanism practices. So it is a crucial part to the thinking man, the Homo sapiens sapien, that has a fully developed frontal lobe, that he participates in some form of that. Whether the validity of it exists or not, it is very crucial and essential for it to be part of society. And so Dr. Clark talks, man, there was a point towards the end of his life. He said, if you're a Christian, then let it be a liberating Christianity. If you're going to be a Muslim, let it be a liberation of Islam. If you cannot use your religion or spiritual practice for liberation, then you need to throw it in the ash can of history because it has no constructive value as black people. And so, yeah, we find these spaces to be here. They're not going to push back for the existence because it is paramount to exist. But what we're not going to do is act like that it did not have a purpose. And that purpose, people are taking advantage of, like you're saying. They are taking full advantage of this primordial urge of us having that. And they know that. They know people need to believe in something better than themselves. And they slip right in between there and collect. They SA people like it's the narcissism comes through and they can't even get beyond that. So you're right, Don Dada. Like, yeah, we got to find a way. It's got to be liberating at this point in time, or there's no constructive value for it.
Yeah, and I think like I don't know, and I don't want to give these pseudos no credit, but what he was trying to say was, "Oh, we giving us a religious, identity and all that stuff." I think that's kind of what the Moors was trying to focus on, and having like a spiritual identity, and but kind of like merging it with this, I say, this pseudo legal ideology. I do think that it's something that's never going to leave us, like how you said, and even I was talking about, not to make fun of it, but the herd behavior. Um, I do think humans have possessed that longer than we've had any kind of like form of colonialism, or this
Absolutely,
understanding.
absolutely.
So that's natural. It's a natural part of us. I do think like somebody had explained it perfectly, and it was like, when I ask these people like how they define their terms and they don't have nothing to lean on outside of a definition, and I kind of stay strict with the definition. Somebody had defined spirituality to me perfectly, not in any definition, but a really kind of like the general consensus of how we perceive it. And I was like, shit, that was right. That was it. And I understood it and how it like relates to like even the science of what we're talking about in a real way, a biological, physiological way, this being a necessity. So, and I think that in essence, we kind of do carry that out, even when I get on these lives and we have like these kind of bills with like minds. I feel like that's kind of getting its little fix in them moments.
Yeah, I'm always gonna say it and maintain. You know, we don't get the spiritual and this religious and all this stuff without biology, without DMT and having like near death experiences and all that stuff. We don't get it. You know what I mean? The trippiness without eating plants and stuff that make us see things and do. We don't. I don't think we come up with that stuff without it coming from a natural place. Even though it's pseudo as hell, it's not real. But I believe that people interpreted it. It took them visions for reality, things they saw,
Absolutely.
as truth.
Absolutely. Man, there is this thing, this book by Carl Sagan called The Demon Haunted World. And Carl Sagan is articulating how our superstition actuality is kind of baked into us, right? Because for a very long time, we needed to create narratives. And Sapiens, that book Sapien by Harari kind of talks about that we needed to create narratives for explanation because of our brain being so big and being so we couldn't function without an explanation, whether we were even talking to ourselves. And so superstition wind up being the narrative that we created that we can pass along, because we experience a lot of unalivings, and we experience a lot of unalivings unbeknownst of our own actions, right? So we would go into a cave and try to find some shelter because we need some shelter, but for some reason, something was eating us there. And we had to create a narrative to tell all the young ones, don't go into that cave because there's a monster in there. And then one day, regardless of what was being expressed and what was believed for generations, one kid went up in there during the winter and they got eaten up. We noticed when we go into that same cave during the spring and summertime, nobody gets eaten up. And so what we wind up doing, when we realized, we didn't know that there was a bear in there hibernating during the wintertime, and they're no longer hibernating during the spring. How long did it take for us to realize that there was a bear and the bear had to do the hibernation compared to the story that there was a monster there? And so what happened is the story that there was a monster there saved a lot more lives. It wind up helping. So there is this point to where we have these superstitions, and when we're placed with the reality of explaining these superstitions away, never conjoining the validity and the constructive, it was constructive to have that story, but now we don't need to have that story. And letting go of that story and letting go of that superstition, that's where we're dealing with. People do not want to give up on their superstitions, man. Rightfully so, it saved our lives for hundreds of thousands of years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand it too. Yeah, that's why like my approach is softened up a little bit to that degree. Well, not even just really that. Like it's still understanding our specific cultures, evolution over here. But yeah, no, that's kind of part of the reasons. Like I understand, but I also use the antagonistic approach because people are kind of clinging to that. So it's like really just playing with the psychology of people, understanding like how we get in this mindset, and also understanding what it's going to take to get us out. I think there's a lot of. I think propaganda is very influential. Positive propaganda. I think it'd be very influential having a media outlet. Like I was talking about this, like just giving something that says like we're beautiful. Like just change the whole perception of what beauty is just being just a raw like African, instead of all this glitz and glamour. And then that would be the perception for that next generation or two. But it got to be the propaganda, like I was talking about earlier with the diamonds and the beers. How this is just a stone until it's romanticized through media. All right. Before they give it the glitz and glamour, before they do the videos and put the music behind it, it's been in the continent. It's been around black people for tens of thousands of years.
There's this book down there. It's called Dirt. The title of the book is Dirt, and what it does is it does kind of a deep dive in specifically European whites, why they wind up creating intrinsic value to inanimate objects, right? Because if we look at the main things right now that holds value is pieces in different forms of dirt, from diamonds, gold, uranium, platinum, things of that nature. And what they were trying to articulate that when they were experiencing a very serious kind of pressure in the environment, there is no intrinsic value to the things that they're exposed to. You can't eat gold. You can't use it to make a shelter. It's not really good for you to make clothing out of it, right? So we go into the Maslow's hierarchy of need. But when they came across Black African people, what was valuable was something that was intrinsic, like a cow or like livestock, because we can get life from it, we can eat it, we can use it for clothing. It's great. We're using it for shelter, and so we found value in that. Them bringing and grafting a value of the dirt, it was kind of a story saying like when you're stuck in a cave and you're just digging, and there's nothing left for you to do, you just dig deeper, and then you come across something that's shiny, something that's being fluorescent without the sun in the middle of a space. And then that curiosity, that's where we push that. And so we're grafted to deal with these Europeans who created dirt as a value. It's a crazy book, but it's called Dirt. You should check it out. And it shows how it changed. And now we're dealing with that change. Yep.
Yeah, that's wild. Because I was just having that like running through my mind too. So it's the craziest thing.
Everything to them is a conspiracy. I really tell you that.
Yes, that man 607 he be regurgitating like Billy Carson type stuff, Anunnaki and ancient Sumerian and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
that
folks,
man brain gone, bro. He
and folks,
gone.
Bro, that's crazy work. I never even knew that people was looking to him as like some spiritual fucking teacher or something. Like,
Man, I remember when I first seen it being taken seriously. It was this woman from New Orleans. She's like, y'all, and it's kind of what they do. They kind of dismiss crazy people as crazy people being actually spiritually enlightened. That's why they different. They got the spirit, and it's like I don't understand when somebody got that kind of reasoning or lack of. I really don't even know how to approach it because, like, it was obvious to me. He's doing the same thing we talking about with these rest of these people. You gotta be a former narcissist just to believe the crazy shit to come out your mouth. If you do, just to get in front of this camera and do it, you gotta have a form of narcissistic personality disorder. And then to just spin it off, because he got his own podcast now. He was doing the appearances, but just to have his own podcast now, it's like I say, these people have some type of business acumen, or I don't know if it's just still that narcissism that makes them have to stay in the camera face and all this shit. But like I say, I can't be mad at these people as much as I'm mad at the people that vote them in. Because it's either that or they're being amplified by some type of conspiracy. That's what I would really want it to be, some type of conspiracy. I really want it to be some type of people from a demographic that's just intentionally influencing this, opposed to it just really being people that's liking this. I'm hoping it's bots, likes, and views, and it's not real people doing this shit.
Yeah. What is the idiom? What's the idiom that we use when it comes to conspiracy theory? We do not subscribe to a conspiracy theory that can be explained through incompetence, right? That's we do not subscribe. And that aspect of what you were saying, that like I'm hoping, yeah. Neely Fuller from Counter Racist Logic said that the greatest liars are the ones who know the absolute truths. He's like, to be a good liar, you have to have a firm grasp of the truth so that you know how to create a subtle change in the truth with nobody noticing. And so some of the greatest liars or greater grifters are completely aware of the truth. They're probably even aware of some truths that we may not even really know. But because they have that access and they have that awareness, They properly know how to give a lie. They properly know how to give a subtle presentation of truth with just the subtle change that literally debunks the whole entirety. So they are not ignorant. They are, especially the ones who they know the truth. As a matter of fact, I believe they probably know the truth better than anyone else because they are such good liars and
I
they are
figured it
such
out.
good grifters.
I figured it
Yeah,
out.
it's
My
like
dad
the
didn't beat
what
me
you call
enough.
'em?
Your dad got to beat you. Your
It's
dad got to beat you in order for you to turn grift. My pops didn't beat me enough.
Ooh,
it's like the people who you remember the big
Damn,
grift
Don, you just brought
years
us some
ago. I'm
trauma.
pretty sure everybody remember when they had all the TV shows. I'm speaking to your past. Let me speak to your dead father, your unalive father, your unalive grandmother. Y'all remember that era of
Yeah, yeah,
shows on
yeah.
TV?
yeah,
You
Cleo.
know what I mean?
Sister Cleo.
Yeah, all the Cleos and all that. Yeah, exactly. So for these people to properly do this, right, they had to study the subtle tells of people, like
No
your
cap,
little
no cap.
twitches,
Yeah.
everything about you. You know what I mean? So that just like really ties into what you just said, Don. Like you really have to study people to be good at grifting people. You know what I mean? You have to study certain things to be the most effective in your grift. You'd have to be aware. Just like when Tariq dropped it on TikTok. He did his research on everybody on here who was basically going against FBA and this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? Like he already knew coming in how he was going to operate, who was the opposition, what's the landscape. Am I going to make my coins or not? You know, he weighed. I'm pretty sure he weighed all of these options and did all this stuff before he ever stepped on TikTok, and it's evident.
Yeah. I think like when we know the truth, how he blocked me, I think he made a business decision at that moment. He was like, listen, he had to address it. He had to address it because it was just somebody must have brought it to his attention. Like, well, I gotta say something. Let me say something, Wolf, like I do. And then he had to agree to a debate because I kept on trolling him. The people in the comments was like, man, just get him up out of here, man, debate him. And like, all right, 9:00. He had to make that business decision. He said, nah, this is not good for business. This is not good for marketing. He don't got more followers than me. He all he gonna do is make me look crazy. He's already gonna show me an example of this. Let me just, get him out of the way. They do their research. Top Cat's another one. They said he pre-blocks, man. This dude had me blocked before I even knew he had a page on this app. Had you blocked. Y'all need to go look him up. He may have y'all blocked too. These people be aware, and that's the part where I say
Sneak in there. I'm gonna try to sneak in.
that's the part where I say it start giving me red flags because that's why I brought up the pops beating, because what would make you, because if they that intelligent, then that mean they willfully are spreading disinformation on their own people. It's like how they was talking about how Buddy said he used to sell rock to his own culture. He said I had a rule though. I ain't gonna sell to pregnant women. He said, well, somebody gonna say his partner say somebody gonna do it. And it's like they them somebody gonna do it niggas. Ain't nobody gonna spread misinformation here. Do y'all get a check for this? So it's either like, that's why I say I just can't believe somebody just got that much trauma to not give a damn about spreading misinformation to their own people, bro. That shit is the sickest shit on here. Like, it's either you full blown indoctrinated, already going through psychosis where you literally can't comprehend the truth, or, and like I said, I don't like to say that because they like to say that about us. The dude came in here talking about the agents is live. So I don't like to say that type of conspiracy shit, but I can't give these people that much credit to say they that smart. They just some cowards, and I think that's just part of how their biology work, is that they scared of counter arguments. They want echo chambers, but at the same time, they know that they can't listen to that same bullshit. You got to come get some education from somebody, man. Especially if you claim to be.
You gotta keep funding their trips to the mounds, brother. You can't have them. You know what I mean? They can't have you cutting their money supply off. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what he realized. He realized that shit, and he's like, no, block. You have to block me, bro. I'm still finna go. All that shit really did was motivate me to go to my backup page, go download about 4 of his videos, and just go crazy on you, bro. Because really, I should have been did that anyway. And really, I'm gonna start doing that more of it. Focus on these main people, this Dane Calloway, the Top Cats. We know the truth, and I know it's somebody else out there.
Man, we need the documentary.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're definitely right about that. You
We
gotta be.
about
That's why I say I'll pop out for the documentary. I'll pop out. I have a fresh edge up. I pop out some shit like that
Yo.
because at that point it's like, I mean, if I do something like that, if I do it, I'm trying to make a career because that's why I say like putting your face out here like a teacher. They can't do. You know that I had a little thought teacher in the past. She couldn't even like post the type of shit she wear outside the school. You know, do the type of shit she couldn't post none of that shit, and that was just because she worked for a school. You know,
down.
if I do something, put myself out here, it'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and at the same time make this part of a side hustle or something. But just dry ass doing that shit, nah. But that's why these people doing it. They come on here. What Queef is promoting a book that's based off scientific racism.
Hold on, her name really Queef for real? You
Yeah,
trolling?
Nah, he's
it's
talking
a
about
dude.
Earth Queefs.
No, I'm talking about Queef Natural.
Her
They
name
got a couple.
Queef? Man, that's crazy.
Oh, Queef. Yeah, you call it Queef. I thought you were talking about Earth
He did
Queefs.
the queef natural.
Oh, he trolling. He trolling.
Got a whole
Natural
book.
queef.
Got a whole book. But you got a
Yeah,
whole
he be
book.
calling it Chief Pygmy.
It's titled off of scientific racism. Your title is based on scientific racism, bro. And they don't understand it. They don't want to understand it. They just want to push their biased narrative. They don't want to come to a consensus on what the truth is. We said like they were spamming they indigenous. We go look up the first time this word was even brought into the English lexicon. It says they was talking about these red people with straight hair and not y'all. And they made it to just make a distinguishment between y'all. They say, I don't care. I'm gonna go with primordial. I'm gonna say the same thing. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go autochthonous. Bruh, y'all can't run. Y'all are not from this place. I'm trying to find synonyms to say the same thing. But yeah, ultimately, it's a belief. And you know, when dealing with beliefs, I remember a long time ago, I used to try to watch them debates between them white people, debate God and stuff. And I had a revelation. I said, oh, this shit is these people debated from two different bases. Like one person is in a like reality, the other one is what they perceive to be reality. And this goes back into what we were just talking about with that mortality shit. Ultimately, it's just for people who scared that we act ultimately unalive, you know, and they have to have some type of escape for that, something to like mentally deal where they just don't go through life stressing about it. Because like I was saying, I was thinking about this shit. I was trying to find a way for a nigga to have memory when he dead. I said, hold on, maybe one of the organisms in me have memory. I'd be able to tap into that memory, all this goofy shit. Because we want to be immortal or shit. But I blame the narrative for even existing.
You know, I will offer this to, in that understanding for me, I can articulate that, I still have some pseudo shit with me. Now, that is something that I keep very private, and that is something that I very rarely share, right? You got to catch me at the right time, late night. But what I, but what I,
Papa was pseudo after dark.
man, I still got some pseudo shit with me. But because I can realize that and I can articulate that, it helps me pull away and clean away some of that pseudo shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I think what you were talking about, that finality, because you're trying to figure out that mortality question, you're worrying about your unalivement, you'll forget to live. And so these narratives were crucial to maintain the psyche and the civilness in society. This is why ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, instituted a concept, an idea about the life after death, because of the feats that we are accomplishing. People not unaliving because we're not starving no more. Commerce and things of that nature, development and structure building. If you can just chill and focus on some things, and the main things that we're always focusing on is our unalivement. You have to understand, for hundreds of thousands of years, the life expectancy was very, very low. It just recently changed. Our life expectancy just like very, very recently changed. And so you would not imagine the pressure it is on the mind knowing that when you're 10 years old that you're not going to be here for another 15 years. And what winds up happening is, because of the brain and because of just how we are, yeah, we start fixating, and then we start worrying about that. You start worrying about that, you forget to live. You forget to really take care of business. You literally stop paying your electric bill. You stop going to your kids' little league game, right? And so there was narratives that had to be created among the group so that you can focus. And so I would just venture to say, even when it comes to this unanswerable question, the best one that gave an explanation has been black folk in history. Out of all everyone who talks about what's going to happen in this unalignment, it came from our ancient African, indigenous African people's story. They are the ones that offer the best for me personally. They give the best explanation. It may be pseudo as hell, and you know what? I have to accept some of my own pseudo shit that I got with me just so that I can guess what? Go get my son and go play basketball at the rec with him today. Because I need that. I'm gonna need some of this pseudo just so I can maintain some civility. Because the type of mind I have, I will get nothing done.
Man,
I'll be trying to figure out something. I'll be
I
chasing
wish
my tail.
I wish Big Red was in here because we kind of had a debate about it. He was like, man, because he be the main one on the Pretendians row, like a bully on them. And I was like, he said, man, without Christianity, I crash out. No telling what I do with these people. I say, well, damn. I talked to him like I was Sharif dad and Minister Society. I said, well, if Islam making him a better man,
No, yo, that's that truth. That's that genius in that line. Good example, Donnie. Exactly. Right? Exactly.
100%.
Man, that man brought up, man. That's crazy.
Excuse me.
Having a religion to give you morality is always questionable. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Because
and it don't even come from religion. I just hate to interrupt you, but we always, because I see that as an argument too. Like morals come from religion. The morals in religion don't even come from religion. They come from earlier Greek philosophies, Greek thought. But you can go ahead and lay your part. I did want to say this part too, though. The average life expectancy, because it made me look. I look like for early Egyptians, like around the early civilization. Early life expectancy was 20 to 30 years at birth. It had high infant mortality rates with about 30%. That's before the age of 5. And those who survive childhood, it says it's approximately average between 40 to 50 years old. So,
Damn.
So
That's
what you?
nothing. That's young.
So
yeah,
what you
Oh.
that's just
think?
to add
Straight
emphasis to
I
what
morality.
he's
mean, I think
saying.
that was like the worldwide average, though, wasn't it? Like that was
Yeah, this
pretty
is the
much
average. This is
it,
the average.
buddy.
It's just not. This is not an each.
Drink out the wrong stream, it's over.
Yeah, this is it.
That just recently changed. Literally, that just recently changed. We are just now recently having a life
Facts.
expectancy past 50. You know what I'm saying? And that is just a cause of a whole host of things. But then could you imagine if the average life expectancy was 30 or 40, then of course, because one thing that we observe in the ancient Egyptian culture is their pervasive attention to the afterlife,
Yeah.
right? You see them conscripting all manners of society to help develop an afterlife experience. You see everything is conscripted and supported and helped. Obviously, if you weren't going to be alive much longer. So it would be apropos that the main thing that everyone was focusing on at that time, the main state practice, the main state focus, and we're talking about the use of economy, government
Yeah,
practice.
remember that book it did was big
Yeah,
business back then, bro.
it did. Listen, of course, because why? You're going to be gone in 10 years, even if you made it this long. So, yes, they would put all attention and all resources on this idea and aspect of the afterlife because they didn't live that. You're not worried about the afterlife when you live to about 80, 90 years old. You're living a fruitful life. You're not really tripping about the life you're living now. But if the
You
average
almost ready.
person
You
is
almost ready
gone,
to go.
you know what I'm saying? Almost right. Exactly. But if the average was 30, 40, 20, Jesus. I could only have, yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I'm going to spend more time unalive than I am alive. So yeah, let me figure that out.
But that's what I say.
Let me try
Even
to
when it
figure
comes
that.
to that, perspective, even with a lot of the spiritual people, and like, because this is what I'm saying. If that's the priority, like how you saying, I'm gonna spend more time. You know, I'm gonna spend infinite time in this immortal soul that I got, opposed to this little short time that I got here. Why not me just sacrifice this little bit of 30, 40 years of, whatever. I was trying to think of that word where they do that self-infliction, but in this form of indoctrination to get this payment in afterlife. What that does is remove people from reality, like how you say, it keeps them from living. And that's another part of that sword, that double-edged sword about it too. And actually, I looked it up. Some sources say even less. Some sources say the average was around 20 to 35. And some of them say
It depends on what their diets was, because it's sure when they got the sugars, when they start getting stuff like that, sweets and alcohols and stuff like that. Even now, in our modern day, remember our average in America used to be like 80 something. Now it dropped like 5 or 6 years.
women had shorter life
It
expectancy.
actually went up. It went up. How long? How soon our current life expectancy? How soon were we able to get? Because it was a big jump because of the British of
I'm not
America.
saying now. I'm saying from last
Oh
year, from
yeah,
2 years
last
ago,
year.
it
Oh
went down.
yeah, went down. Yeah. The metabolic rate, but in that aspect, yeah, man, they stuck on that, and that's why you'll see somebody who's faced with the reality of their mortality. They will do some crazy shit like grift. You know what I'm saying? And especially depending on the temperament of that person during that type of contemplation, when it, like I was saying, when a pimp realizes his mortality, he's gonna try to get paid any which way before he goes. And that's what we're seeing with Tarico. Honestly, we see with a lot of them, but specifically
And you
Tariq.
know when they do their farewell tour, it's kind of like when a celebrity fall off, and then you never, you like, damn, I ain't seen his ass perform in a while. Then you be out of town somewhere past a casino. Oh damn, Chingy performing right here. They get them last little scraps. So that's why he is making his little TikTok tour. You know, come over here, take the little few blows he got to from the people pushing back on him. You know, to find a little few good roast videos he can transfer to YouTube. Yeah, they scraping, they salvaging because they know this the jig is up. You can't do it like going into the information era where shit is just easily accessible. All we really dealing with now, I'm not gonna lie, bro, it's obvious is the like the ones that got some type of learning disability. That's so apparent to me that I'm not even trying to be facetious at all by saying that. That's very genuine. These people have a hard time processing it and the emotional connection that they have to it. And it's kind of like how we say this is all associated with the conversation, like the religious kind of like mindset that they have regarding their shit. And we done already, I mean, we done ran through it pretty much all the way through and through. Um, yeah, I mean, and that's the reason why I be like, I don't do any recurring pseudos because I'm so conscious about life and time. I can't be arguing with the same pseudos that I was arguing with last year. That's the thing I feel like. That's how I genuinely feel. Like if it's somebody who I feel like they got a
Yeah.
chance, I may let them linger around, but I can't do this same dance, man. We've been stepping on my toes too long. Get on, man.
Yeah, he's saying they just that intellectual. There's just being anti-intellectual, but just not having the capacity for intellect is the is something that it's not that you anti-intellectual. You're not, your intellect is not even where it needs to be to even have these conversations or realize what's going on. One thing that I always try to point out when they'll say that, according to my research, what I've seen, and the question I ask them, were you by yourself when you did this research? I'm like, what are you talking about? No, were you alone by yourself when you did this research? Yeah, I was by myself. Wasn't nobody around. Okay. Well, that just lets me know that when it comes to critical thinking and analytical process and research, you cannot do that by yourself. You're not born a critical thinker.
Right.
And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, no, critical thinking is a skill. You are not born with any skills. And so because of that, you have to learn. Now, when it comes to critical thinking, the other part is not only do you have to learn, but you cannot teach yourself to critically think. Right? You have to be taught, and you have to be taught methodology. So for you to be a critical thinker, for you to say you're doing this research, if you are doing it by yourself, you're not even aware whether or not what you're researching is valid or not.
Right.
You can't even tell.
Oh, key
That's why you
point
have to
too.
learn. Yep. Go ahead, Mello.
The key point is like I bring it up all the time. Indoctrination and brainwashes destroys critical thinking skills, destroys your brain ability to critically think.
Oh, early too with a lot of people. I seen a child, they were so proud of this child, could name every book of the Bible. I was like, they don't know, man. They just fried their baby. But they were so proud. But that's what the difference is when I talk about intellect. That's what it's more so based off of. It's memorization, all this shit. Even when it comes to IQ, critical thinking, That's the tricky one. And I often say, like, it's kind of like fucking shadow work because it's like introspection. A lot of times your bias is preventing you from critical thinking. And it's just, I don't know, yeah, you can see it all day from these people. And that's one of the things I'm really like attracted to when it comes to the pseudoism is that's a phenomenon to me. It's like, wow, like these people really can't get it. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like this idiot knowing I'm like arguing with a brick wall. I'm just so fascinated. I'm like, bro, you're literally not even a brick wall and you can't get it. You're supposed to be sentient. But yeah, that's the thing right there. That's the whole barrier is the inability to critical think, never learning this skill, never being taught this skill. And it's like I've been like wanting to say that same thing for like days now. It's like, bro, stop trying to like, I hate to say it because it sounds bad, but stop trying to lean on your own understanding, your own comprehension, and your own interpretation. Get it cross-reference. Like a lot of the shit they be saying, I'm like, go find me somewhere where it says exactly that at what you saying. Like in summary, go find it for me because oftentimes that's what we get is a misinterpretation, and that's where we get a lot of the beef at. But even just following along like a strict line of questioning, the attention capability ain't there, the comprehension ain't there, and I don't know if it's because of the biases, but at the end of the day, whatever it is, it's like I'm a moth to a flame. I'm so intrigued with it because, like, that's what's in the way of people actually growing. For me, is the knowledge gap, and it's like when people can't get past the knowledge gap because they literally can't learn, they can't receive knowledge. It's like, what do I do now? And that's why I say, well, we got to do this propaganda shit because you just got to use the same methods that was used against them to be so hurty and sheepy in the first place.
You used the word sentient. Can you, Donna? Can you tell me how you define that? Not that I mean, if you want to use the colloquial definition, but how do you define a being sentient? Like, how do you define sentience?
It's a form of awareness. I would say it's a form of introspective awareness, right? So aware of your internal dialogue and aware of not only just yourself but like the outside world, but also how your experiences affect that, how you perceive that.
Go. I lean on I've defined it for myself up until this point in time is the ability to articulate suffering. To be sentient is the ability to articulate suffering. And how we measure an entity being sentient or not is whether or not they have the ability to articulate suffering. Suffering is something that is introspective, like you were talking about, but your ability to articulate that suffering, right, also creates a certain amount of self-awareness because you know what it feels, right? Because feeling is a part of that, so you have to feel. And one thing that we can do denote whether something is a good feeling or a bad feeling, even though it's subjective, is whether or not how we measure, did we suffer? And is there a suffering happening? And if you're able to articulate suffering and then pass that on in expression, that is being sentient. So when we look at AI or the current large language models, they are not sentient because they would have to articulate a certain amount of suffering. And because they are inanimate, they have no emotions, they have no feelings. So they don't know whether or not they're suffering or not. It's not really something that's feeling good because we can measure when something isn't good, right? Whether it's subjective or objective. And we measure that by the suffering and your ability to articulate that you are suffering, that you have suffered, denotes sentientism and your ability to be aware.
Trippy.
Did he say trippy? He said trippy.
Nah, for real, because I mean it definitely has some depth to it, especially when you talk about suffering, because like kind of like how like a correlation or a connotation to that word with sentience is that I kind of use with these people like are not just being aware, and I don't like using it because it's kind of like align with some conspiracy like creators, but like they're NPCs. And as far as like not having that attachment to emotion, or even like empathetically for real, like not being able to have it with others, and like that. I don't know, when you said that, just kind of like bring that to the forefront of my mind, because like that's part of suffering, is able to like, of course is you know, is we focus on subjective experiences, but like in order to like process that, you got to be able to see that, you know, other people got to go through that same thing and feel for that, have some type of
And,
empathy towards it.
and that's the ability of articulation, right? The ability, which means that you're able, right? If you're unable, right, there's a certain amount, but then articulation, to articulate, right? So to have the ability to articulate suffering, right? Because it pulls on what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Because that self awareness, because what makes you self aware? That which you can gauge in your experience, right? And you can denote suffering for real. You can really denote suffering. That is one thing that is constant among all of us, is that we're going to experience some bullshit. Shit is going to hit the fan. I think that is the only thing that we're all connected by having in this experience, that we're all going to go through some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And whether or not that bullshit makes us or breaks us. Yeah. And then whether it makes us or breaks us, but then have the ability to articulate it. There's some people who are still going through the shit and they don't even know what the fuck they talking about, because they still going through it.
Damn.
You know?
That can pin up some pseudo too.
Hell yeah.
By not articulating it, by not expressing it. Oh. Yeah, I can see that. Because well, how you gonna get it out if you don't articulate it?
What did they say? Sometimes to get it out, you have to articulate it. What is the number one in psychology? What is the number one prescribed treatment for serious deep psychosis? Debrief. Trauma. Debrief. Talk. Debrief. How do we treat trauma? We debrief. Talk. You got to articulate. Get it out. What do you say? Talk about it, man. Talk. Get it out. Talk. And sometimes some people's inability to articulate, especially when they're suffering, you can gauge that. That's measurable.
That's perfect. That's perfect emphasis to like what I've been on, this like realization these past few months, is like these people are genuinely afraid of discourse for that reason. They're afraid of discourse. They're afraid, like, I kind of look at it like a placebo effect. Like, okay, this is, you know, I got my little social group. I got my little people of yes men. I'm content with this. I don't want anything, you know, breaking this up to the point where we won't entertain any kind of arguments. And we not understanding, like, these are symptoms of being like in a cult, being in these echo chambers. And the whole time we afraid to articulate our perspectives, our opinions, because I think that part of them low key knows, like subconsciously knows, because reality don't change. Like when we talk about that suffering, you're going to recognize some suffering trying to escape reality, which is what these are, essentially escapisms.
Ooh.
Like reality
Say
not going to change.
Say that again. No. Say that again. You're going to escape. Say that again. Damn. You're going to miss some reality. You said you're going to trying to escape suffering, you're gonna miss some reality. Damn.
Yep.
Damn. You right.
That's just a fact, man.
Yeah, man.
So y'all, what is saying come from that desire is the lead to all suffering? Is it Eastern, like Chinese?
That's it's the quest for impermanence, Buddhism, the seeking of desire. Yeah, the seeking for seeking of desire leads to suffering. There's a book called Siddhartha. It was written by Hermann Hesse, and it's kind of like the colloquial kind of life and time of Bodhidharma before he became Buddha. He was known as Siddhartha, but there's a point in his life where he winds up indulging and like all of the desires that you can amass. He winds up getting out of shape. He becomes a merchant. He's laying with all kind of women. He's got all kind of money. And this was after he was an ascetic, when he was like, like almost one breath away of unalivement, because he would eat one grain of rice throughout the day type. So after he did like complete separate of desire and pushing against, he went the other direction and went and fulfilled all amounts of desire. So that's when he became a merchant. He got money. He became super out of shape. This is when you get the picture of the big belly Buddha. That's why they associate that big belly Buddha of a symbol of prosperity. Because at that point in time, Siddhartha was in the indulgence of all his desire. And one of the aspects of that desire that he learns and winds up leading to suffering was that because of that indulgence, you never get a chance to fulfill, because there's always something more to get. There's always another extra piece of pussy to get. There's always an extra Snicker bar to eat. There's always more money to get. And because of your inability and your mortality, you will not reach it. And now you can't even eat that Snicker bar. You can't even lay with this woman that's with you. You can't even buy anything anymore, because you already know that there's nothing, you will never be able to buy everything ever. And that is the suffering part, because now you have to live in this reality. You have to live in that understanding.
So these Negroes, these whether they pretendians, pseudos, whether they all desire. A lot of them desire to want to be known for knowing something. They desire some type of notoriety, being the first one to know something. They desire some type of fame too. They want people to give them accolades for all this shit. So if they desire all this shit and it's leading to suffering, but they're not able to recognize that suffering, that means these niggas ain't sentient. These niggas not sentient. If we go out like what you're saying, Papa, they can't be fucking sentient, because all of their fucking desires is leading to all this suffering. They don't recognize it's suffering. They believe that the shit that they getting, whether it's niggas like Tariq or whether it's one of these average ass motherfuckers like Dr. No Jobs or any of these other motherfuckers, they truly desire some type of fame or fortune or something for spreading this bullshit. It gotta be.
Yeah, that's why a girl on here. Oh, go ahead. Oh, that's why a girl on here said that stuff is anti-black, or because it's like you said, it's just elitism. Like they want to be the top dude. They want to be the don. No pun intended, but nigga want to be that one. Like, nigga, I'm the one that put people down on this shit. We the Israelites.
No, facts. But see, even like to that pun, that's part of the reason why I did this shit, so we can actually, have debates. Because unlike what them other people do, is like have them. They don't have the panels. Like have a panel, have a discussion, instead of being up there like you on the pulpit, like, yeah, I'm the man. Listen to me, give me the gifts, yada yada yada. I think discourse is the best thing we can have, and not to try to see like who gonna be the top dog, because ultimately the truth gonna line with itself every time, and all we gonna be doing is trying to get in line with that. So I mean, I think that's a good point though. These people do have that mindset, and it's like, to me, even when I send them the pseudo hell, it's like how we saying they suffering on their own, so self-afflict, fool. You don't understand, like when they be breaking,
Exactly.
they don't understand that part. I'm like, that's why I was telling them yesterday, I say, man, please, I say, you got about a few minutes left, because I'm talking to one of the pseudos. We be talking to him for 2 hours. Over 2 hours, it's like, you don't get it. I understand you're not finna never get it. I was talking about time is precious. I'm not finna do the reoccurring pseudos where I understand. I say, man, follow some of these gentlemen on here, man, if they ain't blocked you too. Because, I mean, I can't do it. I whole lives where I gotta, like, show the people, man, go self-afflict. And it's like, if they really just, because it's annoying. It's annoying, and I'm human. The good thing about it is I don't gotta be this goody. You know what I'm saying? That's the good thing about it. Me not having to subscribe to anything. I can pick. I can be picky. I say, man, go to pseudo hell, man. Self-afflict, bro. Because all they gonna do is get lost in psychosis.
Yo, I'm using that, bro. I'm gonna use that. I also want to give you a shout out, Don. You had this one image that I always like to use, because you had like the pictures of all of those suitors up on it. Like, yo, is this what we dealing with? So I got to give you a shout out, brother. I always be using a lot of your stuff, man. all the time, yo. Send them to fucking pseudo hell. They gonna self-deflect. Fuck it. You're right.
But
You're
every
right.
pseudo spread though, like you could look at these dudes and you could tell like this one of these dudes learned from another dude and another dude, and that's how this why this shit gotta. That's why I gotta be. It's like cancer. I ain't gonna. It gotta be nipped.
To speak to what you were saying about the Discord, we were teaching when we do the pseudo after dark, was teaching about truth. And truth follows. That's the one right there, brother. Shout out to you, good brother. I've used that so many times, and I always shout you out. This one right here, exactly. But truth follows 3 phases. They have extended it, but when I learned it, it was taught in 3 phases. The first phase, when a truth is brought, it is vehemently denied. That is the first phase. And because it's vehemently denied, it creates discourse, like you were talking about. Discord. You have to debate, you have to go back and forth. Then after it has that proper back and forth happening, people who are observing the discord participate. The observers then become the debaters, and then it switches back and forth. And that truth has to stand the test of the discord. Once that stands the test of the discord and the majority of the people have participated in that discord, the next phase of truth is common consensus. We agree. We agree because we spent that time arguing about it, going back and forth. And then after we did it enough time, as long as it takes, we have all now come to the common consensus. But usually a lot of time, there is the final phase, which very few truths make it, is after it goes through discord, vehemently deposed, then it goes through common consensus. The final is self-evident. The final phase of truth is that it is self-evident. It does not need you to believe in it, which was the common consensus, because it exists without your belief or not, and there's no reason to fucking debate and argue about it, right? It is self-evident. And there are very few things as it relates to truths that are self-evident in this world. Very few. And so when we have a truth, it needs to go through that phase, like you were saying, that discord, that debate. It's paramount. It is essential for it to get to the final phase of self-evidence. It needs to go through that debate so that it can create common consensus. Because once you argue with done-dutta to the end to the nth to the hills, and there's no more left to argue, the exhaustion, you agree out of exhaustion. Because we done gone at it so much. I agree, you agree, we all agree, and that's common consensus. But for it to get from common consensus to the self-evident, sometimes depending on the mortality of life, it'll get thrown back into discord. That's why we were seeing certain questions of answers and things that we already solved this fucking problem. We already came up with a solution. Why are we rehashing shit that is self-evident? Why are we arguing? Why do we need to find consensus of a small cult group? This shit has already been explained. This shit has already been argued. The majority of people came to the consensus. It is self-evident now. And so I find some of these and I was like, yo, why are you asking questions? Why is that? This has already been solved. We already dealt with it. Why are we rehashing this shit? And it just, that fucking cycle, man. You just got to go back. And I was like, man, this shit has been consensus. And now it's invalidated, right? No, it's self-evident. It exists without you believing or me believing in it, right? That's what's self-evident. And then you ask, well, what are things in this world that is self-evident? You'll see, man, you'd be hard-pressed to find. There's a very few truths in this world. That's what I'm saying. There are very few truths. There's a whole bunch of beliefs. There's a whole bunch of fucking beliefs. There's very few truths in this world, man, when you dig it.
And that alone should tell you something. Yeah, that almost reminded me of it was one of my favorite segments from my live when Dr. Wilson was talking about the first fruits. One of my favorite videos. Actually, let me go ahead and pull it up because I like to go find it. I say make sure I had it. Yeah, this is like he's talking about the same thing. Let me let y'all hear this shit.
The body of the tree. They're ripe in 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month before.
It's kind of like a metaphor.
That's a tree.
It's kind of like a metaphor, and he got that, the old school wisdom ass voice, so it hit.
Right.
Frustration. If I want to introduce you to a term, if I may. It's called first fruits. If you think of a tree, there's always some fruits that ripen before the rest of the body of the tree. They're ripening 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month beforehand. Okay, now that's a tree. Let's move this to humans. In our culture, and no matter what culture you're in, you always have those individuals who sees where everybody is at, what's happening. Okay, they're able to hold the degree of disappointment that reality projects. Most choose to block it out. So you have first fruits, even when it comes to cultures. The problem is the fruits that have not ripened yet, they cannot see what they are. Their response to the first fruits is as if they are their enemy. This is sad, but it's very true. When you look at all of our leaders, for the most part, all across the globe, the result is often the same because they're not really recognized for what they are. And it makes it very difficult.
I ain't gonna make y'all watch the whole thing, but you can see he was cooking on that
Oh
shit.
man, I was about to say, let that thing flow. Oh
Y'all wanna
shit,
watch it? It's
that was good.
yeah,
Oh
we
yeah,
got 3
yeah,
more
yeah.
minutes. We
All
got 3
right,
more minutes on
yeah,
it.
man, let that flow. I was with it. I was with it.
Yeah, this is Dr. Wilson. Yeah, he came through and dropped his gem. I said, "Oh, I said I appreciate you." This is talking about the same
Right.
thing. Just being met with resistance. It's like what we do with anything different, anything new. You know, that's why I say the propaganda is so important. And you know, just to take, I know this has been repeated all over through like public relations, through marketing. But it was one way that Kanye West said it. A couple ways that Kanye West said it when he was marketing his brand. It was like you got one person with their shirt off, running up the street, you know, sweating everywhere. You're going to look at them like they crazy, but you got 100 people doing it. It looked like a marathon. And that's the psychology of people. But yeah, so I think it's just like anything different, anything unique, anything, you know, going against the grain, we're going to want to buck it. But that's why, like I said, my approach had to soften because I was like, let me let these people know it's not Pretendians versus Pan-Africans. You know, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a debate. It's a teaching moment. You know, if people thinking it's a debate, they think it was
Yeah,
equals. You know, so it just lined
yeah.
up.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they stay calling you. They stay calling you a Pan African when you just try to give them some real knowledge, just some truth. They like you a Pan African. It's like, what does that mean, bro? Not even what that mean, but
Yeah, they try to use it like it's a derogatory. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
Like once you peep that, they try to use it like a tether or some all these words I seen in the live. They had to explain what tether was to these people because they try to say it's a person. No, it's a thing. It's not a person. But y'all try to like redefine words to make it to be something assaulting on people, to make them lesser than, to make you feel better than. And like we said, it's based on the psychology of humans, how we had to go along to get along for survival tactics. But now it's to the point where we're more so critical thinkers, independent thinkers, asking questions for our own. We in the information age. We can go get the answers at the talk of a sound. Hey Siri, you know, at the click of a button, we can go get
yeah,
any answer. And a lot of people just still stuck on, you know, what their grandma said, or what their favorite content creator said, and they be having
Do
people.
you think, good brother, from the information that you've learned up until this point, do you believe that you will see the true liberation of our people from the system of white supremacy, racism?
No. No, but I'll tell you, I'm content.
I'm so glad you kept it 100.
But I'll tell you,
You got so
I
much
definitely
respect out
did.
of me because I've asked so many people, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna see it before I. Thank you for being honest, good brother.
No,
I
I actually did.
appreciate
I
that.
actually did the math on it. But
so it's not
I am
bad.
content. I am content to know that it will happen one day, and to know that we'll be part of that. You know, these conversations will be part of that. I'm definitely content with that, 100%.
About till 2050, around that time, we will start to see some change.
Yeah, we gonna see. We
If their
gonna see the.
population downturn continues, they won't have a choice but to let it go.
Yeah, we gonna see the trajectory for sure. And all but the full blown. You know, it depends,
Cody,
man. Like I say, man, life's
you
so
want to
fragile.
acknowledge? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just worried about who gonna replace it. You know what I mean? Because it's going to leave a power vacuum, right? It's going to leave a hole.
That's where the justice.
Who going?
What you mean? What you mean? Who gonna replace? What you mean?
Meaning the power vacuum, meaning the position of the system of white racism, and it being removed, it's going to leave a vacuum. And you're absolutely right,
It's
Mello.
gonna
And that vacuum, this is why I lean so heavy and subscribe to Neely Fuller, because he articulates that the system of white supremacy racism has to be replaced with another system. You cannot just dismantle it and remove it and not have something to take its place. And what he
we having
articulates,
socialism.
He articulates it to be a system of justice. And he defines justice. First, he shows that there is no real clinical definition for justice. If you go and you look up, it'll say to be just, or to look up the word just, right? And we know if you use the word or the root word of a word to define it, it does not define that word. And so justice is something that has to be defined by human beings. A lion cannot produce justice. A bee cannot produce justice. The only entity that can produce justice is other human beings. And so he offers the definition of justice as the balance between people, by guaranteeing no one is mistreated for any reason, and guaranteeing whoever needs the most help gets the most constructive help first. That's what he suggests as we define justice, and for it to be a system. Because for racism, white supremacy to be in existence means that justice is not in existence. And it's not just like, well, it's justice here, but there's no. He's like, no. If that very representation of racism, white supremacy exists, then justice cannot be in existence anywhere in the world, especially if racism, white supremacy is anywhere in the world. What we have are remnants of people trying to create forms of justice, but to completely eliminate and replace, we would have to, and to define it. Like Donald was saying, man, you got to define a word for a word to be a word, to manifest a word, especially with the English language. That's part of, now I don't want to get pseudo, but that's part of the magic of the English language. The English language was developed by Sir Francis Bacon and them for a particular reason. Because if you cannot properly define a word, you do not have the ability to manifest that word into reality. To not get any, this is what we were talking about, that articulation. And so there are many words in the system of white supremacy that are misdefined, that are improperly defined, or not defined at all, on purpose, so that it maintains. It is the glue that holds the system together. Words is the glue that holds the system together. The improper defining of words is what creates and maintains the confusion. And so, as a victim of the system of white supremacy racism, it is upon us as an individual, collectively and individually, to redefine these words, especially, and it's not all of the words, just very key words, like a domino effect, or like a little piece of dynamite to bring down a building. You don't need as much dynamite that's as tall as the building. You just need to put a piece of dynamite in very key places of that building for it to come down. Any structure that has ever been created by man has never lasted. The structure of the system of white supremacy was created by men. So that means that it can be deconstructed. But if we don't understand what it is and how it works, just like a building, if we don't understand the engineering of the building, then we won't be able to bring it down in free fall speed. The fact that we know how a building is built, we know where the stress points are at, we don't have to use as much power and leverage to knock that building down in free fall speed. It is the same for the system white supremacy racism. There are key parts, key words that if we define and we stand on like a dynamite on the biggest building in the world, this shit will end. And this is why Neely Fuller say, yo, the system white supremacy can end in 13 minutes worldwide. He said the system white supremacy racism can end in 13 minutes worldwide. And everyone will be like, yo, what are you talking about? Because the people who have the ability to dismantle this system do not have the will. And the people who have the will to dismantle this system do not have the ability.
Yeah.
This shit can end. And this shit can end 13 minutes worldwide.
Who are these people? My fault, Don. Let me let you. Yeah, who are these people that have the ability?
Racist white supremacists.
Oh, okay.
They have the ability. They do not have the will. And they come to find out that non-white people, particularly black folk, wind up having all the will and none of the ability.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm meditate on that.
I like to call them the sleeping giant. They the sleeping giant. As long as they're asleep under this system, because most of them are fucking indoctrinated too. Most of them don't know. They just benefit from it.
Most definitely.
Most of them,
I agree with that.
they don't know that they're actually the system that was created for their benefit is actually to their detriment. The vast majority of them is detrimental to their existence as a human being, because we know if they don't intermix with other humans, them motherfuckers is gonna be extinct. If they don't, they know, and they know this. The ones who really know it, these motherfuckers that talk all that Aryan bullshit,
Yeah.
they really and truly aren't understanding that means that what's going to end up happening, that these diseases and all these other things, if you don't have some type of diversity and it's just YT only, motherfucker, you going to extinct your goddamn self. So as long as they're asleep.
That's so funny, like how limited they don't know that part.
Oh yeah, it's the vast majority, man. They you'd be like, come on, bro. So you mean to tell me you're gonna have this pure place where only nothing but white people are gonna be in the power and have everything? First of all, that it's not sustainable. We see that now with the Chinese. We see that now with the Indians, with the East Indians. We know that they know that their days are fucking numbered and they're just grasping for fucking straws and they're drowning. And as soon as these white people, the poor ones, wake the fuck up and get rid of that fucking fake ass supremacy system that they got, that's the sleeping giant that's gonna knock it out the box. That's what needs to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all seen this one right here where Elon Musk confirmed.
Yeah, this is recent.
Yeah, this was just yesterday. He said we'll be remember if non-white. They just say non. They said non-white, y'all. This is what they talking about. So they're not even saying everybody. They just said non-them. And it's like it's them against the world. This is how they perceive this shit. But it's that scarcity mindset. This is how they evolve, y'all. But yeah, the rest of it. Yeah, that's why I say they doing this to themselves. Nobody got beef with y'all. Y'all, yeah, this is like a whole time. This is what we talking about. This is a one-sided war. It's a one-sided beef. But
because of that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
And because of this kind of psychosis, this kind of malignant narcissism, because that is depicting. One thing that is very real, that is something that we need to keep in consideration, when we back them into a corner, when we dismantle this system, and they have nowhere to go, they also have a contingency plan. They have a scorched earth mentality. Mm-hmm. If I cannot have it, no one can. And they literally have someone, particularly a white man, sitting in a room with a button. He's in that room by himself, and there's one button. There's nothing, and there's a telephone. And if that phone fucking rings, and he picks that phone up, and they tell him, go ahead, he presses that button, and he scorches and unalives everything. These YT people,
we seen them jump.
when we corner them, They have a scorched earth mentality. They literally have this shit with somebody sitting with a button to press. And so we have to be strategic. There's known as easing your hand out of the mouth of a lion. There is a way for us to dismantle this system to where that they are not pushed into the corner to feel like they need to hit that actual button. And I'm speaking figuratively, but I'm also being very literal.
That's
There,
little.
there is a button that they can, and it is a racist YT man whose hand is over that fucking button. And so we have to be able to dismantle what Donald just showed. They are sitting back. That is a scorcher. Man, we got to maintain like these non-white. They are ready to press that fucking button, man. Man, there is a way to do this because the only way that we can do that is, well, Neely Fuller expresses that will that the people who have the ability is to inspire the will into these people. And I even was like, I know you didn't just say we need to appeal to these ignorant racist assholes. Sometimes it's hard to read Neely Fuller, but I'm still trying to chew on that. I got to appeal to these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And then he says
You
logical.
see what they
It's
pushing.
logical. Yeah, you see what they
Fake
pushing, you
ass
know what I'm
stat.
saying? Like,
1,000
yeah,
time ass
man.
fake stat. Yeah, no, that's why I said it's gonna take time because you got to coax these people, and then that's why I said about the trajectory because it's already been evident. The lynchings they went down to 7 times last year, y'all. That's a record low. So you see how they slowly growing out their fuckery. I don't know if that's a record low, y'all. I just said that part on cross reference, but
Nah, it ain't that, brother. It's hard to get away with stuff now. More and more cameras. That's all it is, bro. That's all it is.
it ain't their heart. It ain't their heart softening, huh?
Nah, it ain't they hard. Nah, that's why the same reason why a lot of the crimes and stuff been dropping, bro. That people just start to realize, oh, I ain't getting away with this. I ain't gonna get away with that. I ain't doing that. I'm not. You know what I mean?
I don't know if
So
that's ever
that's just
supposed to
what it
be.
is.
I don't know if that's ever really supposed to be a fact,
Look at
especially
the
if you
tweet
talking
right
about the
here.
court. Yeah. This
Read
the
this
second
tweet.
part. This the second part where I was talking about. Then they will be 1,000 times. Where you getting this stat from? 1,000 times more hostile and cruel when they are a majority over white cheese. White cheese solidarity is the only way to survive. This nigga gonna say a honey bun on that bitch.
Oh, this is but that's their mentality. They judge everyone else by their mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you heard this. Farrakhan said it back in the day. You're judging us by the way you think, and that's not necessarily our mentality. You know what I mean? But this is how they're going to react. They're going to react about how they know how to interact with the world. They know how they interacted with the Germans and the Romans, and then that's all they
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I've seen how Neely Fuller, man, in Counter Racist Logic, he teaches that the racial classification was created to maintain confusion. And so, to minimize the confusion, he had articulated that there are only 3 races in existence: whites, non whites, and racist white supremacists. They get their own category. And expounding and even using that rhetoric and counter racist logic, even when I speak, a lot of times, especially when it came into TikTok, how there was an emphasis of, well, what does that mean? Just because you say you're not white doesn't mean you're black. And so I would have to kind of lean back, like maybe this rhetoric is not, constructive for the conversation. But what I realized just looking at that current, it is not based upon our understanding. It is based upon them. They are not confused on who is white and who is not white. And that's all they need to maintain, whoever it is. So if we're behaving and using to maintain their confusion when they're not confused, right? That's because the confusion maintains. And just them, like you pointed out, Donna, look how you said non-whites. Yeah, because they are not confused on who is white T and who is not white T.
Yeah, it was blowing me yesterday. I was like, sometimes I just catch myself in the moment. It's like, man, I'm literally explaining what it means to be black with black people. It's like that's how that's the contrast. That's the contrast. They on code. They super on code, and then we up here like literally going through like first head start. And it's funny that I say head start because they the one got the head start, but we up here going through pre-K with these people. And let me answer this question. Somebody was referencing in the comments, kind of segued anyway, with the what is black. So black is defined as somebody of sub-Saharan African origins or descent or descendant from those people. We are those people. North Africa was kind of more so associated with the Caucasian race. I didn't make that up. The people who came up when they came up with these terminologies of what race was, that's what they associated with that reason. So trying to make what Shikant Jop did was try to associate Egyptians with being black solely because of the basis that they was from Africa and had dark skin, not knowing it excluded North Africans. So he tried to do the melanin dosage test, which was to try to say the melanin levels was going to be responsible for their blackness. And once again, how it's defined is black people is a sub-Saharan African descent. So, and not to like concede to anything, but I was looking at this before you said something, probably like 30 minutes before you said something, as a backdrop. I was like, I do have Shikant the job up there with the most shitty company. And I didn't ever realize that when I did this, because I got like a whole little thing of stickers with people's faces. And I just kind of just scroll and grab with no intention. But yeah, he is up there with real like the shittiest of the company. And I'll probably replace him with somebody else. But I do like having him up here for that part of the conversation, because he was like a part of the how a lot of people quantify Egyptians with being black. And like I just say, a lot of times.
Can I give some context to that? Because I attended the University of Sheikh Anta Diop in Senegal. I speak Wolof, and I spent a considerable amount of time in Senegal and attending his university. One thing that was expressed in his own writings, in his own expression, is that what he has done and he articulated needs to be challenged and needs to be updated. He spoke about his very real mortality. By the time Sheikh Anta Diop came into the consciousness of African Americans, it came by way of Dr. John Henry Clark, who came across it by accident while he was in Paris. He was dealing with another colleague, he was traveling, and when he was talking about the history and representing black people, a colleague from the Sorbonne, which is the school in France, suggested, have you read any of the work of Sheikh Anta Diop? He had never heard of him. He didn't know what you were talking about. The original writings of Sheikh Anta Diop was in French. It was never in English. And so when Dr. Clark was suggested that he go look at some of the writings that was presented, it was already in French, and he had already retracted, Sheikh Anta Diop had already retracted back to Senegal. And so the work that had been done when he went to the Cairo Symposium in those early 80s and things, he had already tried to use, he already used a physical representation of science to try to debunk the fucking construct of race. Because at that time, they were saying that ancient Egyptians were white tea people, or somehow, some way, indirectly white tea. And so when he challenged them by giving an actual physical scientific process to counter the narrative of them just being on some trust me bro, because that's what they were saying. Trust me, the Egyptians, they want some trust me bro shit. That's what the Egyptologists were doing, not even out of Cambridge or Oxford, but out of French. The French were the first scholars to choose Egypt out of Sorbonne. So he went straight to them and said, okay, you just saying on some trust me shit, where I got a physical representation of what we're going to measure. The idea that melanin means that you're black and that type of articulation is something that we understand now. But back then, he was pushing to try to push that. What he articulates in the cultural continuity of Africa, right, that's used as UNESCO, when he starts using that the ancient Egyptians was using the word black as an identifier, not as a physical representation of race, but a codification of culture. Because there was physically different colors of people, but what made you a different colored people did not mean that you were not part of the black community or the land of the black or the black lands. And so there was no idea of someone being physically different being directly associated to a race of people. That's why today the articulation is that the ancient Egyptians are that were indigenous African people, and that Egypt is found on the continent of Africa. Now, being indigenous is something that is quantifiable because it gives time, it gives date. We can measure that. There are no Europeans, right, from Indo-Europe, whatever, that are indigenous to Africa, let alone part of the indigenous people of Africa that created ancient Egypt. And so we are here at this time to update his information. And because he had that melanoidosis test, which was duplicatable, because one thing is because there was controversy, like his melanoidosis test was only done in his lab and nobody was able to repeat it. And then if you look and see, they were able to do it, but we're not going to use those materials anymore because you are now no longer allowed to use any pre-dynastic human remains for physical study anymore. So anything from dynastic, pre-13th dynasty and up, but anything before that, which he wind up measuring, they don't even allow you to do any DNA studies to the pre-dynastic human remains anymore because of him. You know what I'm saying? So to your point, Dandariet, because we are to update that information. And so that's why we articulate it to be that the ancient Egyptians were indigenous Africans, and that the culture and the society was built on the continent of Africa by indigenous Africans. And what they look like is a myriad of things. Why? Because African people have the greatest genetic diversity on the planet. So they can look to the whitest of the white, the blacks of whatever, but that does not remove that they're what? Indigenous. They were indigenous African people. And white people can't jump on that claim. There are no Europeans indigenous to Africa. So the Mediterranean is not indigenous to Africa. The Indo-European is not indigenous to Africa. The Western Asian, which is now known as the Arab, but back then, the Western Asian is not indigenous to Africa. And these ancient Egyptians were indigenous Africans.
Hey, Azar, let me ask you this. You familiar with Memorandum 46?
Absolutely. Memorandum 46 in 1978.
All right. This is good. So, we was trying to see how legitimate that it was, because I tried to fact check it, and we ain't just had some contention in its reviews.
Yeah,
So
we've been looking for a while. What you got on it, Bob?
Okay, so you can get it off of the government website, actually off the
No, we got
Congress.
it. We just trying to
Yes.
figure out the legitimacy.
So the legitimacy as is reflective is there are many memorandums that are made with each particular administration. That's one. So this one in particular has a very distinct articulation about black folk in America and maintaining a divide among black folk in America, whether it be among us and also in the diaspora. If we look at the current administration, what administration is in 1978? Because each memorandum is directly connected to that current presidential administration. So who's the president during this time? What administration in 1978?
Carter?
I would say Jimmy, but
This is before Reagan.
I don't know. It's
What
not really
administrations? We'll do it
like
together.
it's like in the late 70s.
Yeah, 1970.
It's
Memorandum
Jimmy
46
Carter.
is
That's what I said. It's
1978.
Carter. That's what I
Okay.
said, Carter.
Right. Now, is Kissinger part or in part directly or indirectly or directly connected in interacting with the Carter administration? What's his name? Kissinger.
Henry?
Henry Kissinger. Yes. Now, what do we know about Henry Kissinger? Henry Kissinger really comes from the Nixon administration, right? And so there's always been kind of a support in maintaining an interaction of having an agenda for black people. It has always been a direct and an indirect thing with each administration. This one just kind of articulates because what is happening, what is happening in America in the late 70s. It's at the end of the foothill, at the end of
Civil
Vietnam
rights
War,
and the Black
right?
Power
But
movements.
it's the post. It's post. We're getting the repercussions of the civil rights. Civil rights are in the 60s, but then after the work that is done, the legislation that is passed, it takes about 10 years or so to see the ramifications of what was done in the 60s in those movements. So we don't really start seeing kind of the fruits of what had happened from the civil rights until the late 70s, right? And so there's a very serious situation. There's an access to the world. There's a very real connection of people getting outside. Word is getting out about apartheid. And the sentiment among black people, among the cults, it's a serious unification. That's why you see articulation, especially using about South Africa, about making sure that they don't support businesses, right? You'll see it start talking about businesses like not supporting black businesses or black people not supporting African businesses. Like you start seeing that because of that connection, it was a very real. So in the 78, they're dealing with the repercussions of the things that happened in the civil rights. It took some time. Those legislations, it took some time to see what was the collective kind of disposition of black people in the late 70s. And it was following a trajectory. We had started becoming international. Our effects of civil rights had also had global implications as well. Because of our work that we did here in America, it started affecting about how people were organizing and fighting for civil rights, especially for black people throughout the world. And so that memorandum was since everyone is influenced by these motherfuckers here, we need to specifically focus on these motherfuckers here. There's an articulation about what wound up creating a very different wealth gap between black people, which were the educated and the non-educated. And there was a direct correlation. The United Negro College Fund had just started, right? So there was a very serious separating happening among black people who had been historically segregated among themselves, right? When we were in our communities and we were segregated, right? You may have been poor, but your next door neighbor was probably a black doctor. When desegregation happened, that black doctor had money. He could leave and go buy the house in the white neighborhood and no longer stay in the black hood anymore. And so there was a serious divide happening among us. And so that's why in the memorandum it articulates, go in between, between those who are educated and those who are not, those who have wealth among black people and those who don't have wealth. To maintain the separating, that divide and conquer and maintaining. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we was going over it. We was going over it, and we was thinking like it was giving like conflicting origins as to where me kind of been like, I don't know if you ever heard of like the Willie Lynch letter kind of being like a forgery.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Yeah,
we
so it
know,
was
yeah,
said.
we know that about the Willie listener, right? That this memorandum. Well, to keep with that example, even though the validity of the Willie Lynch Leonard is in question, does it mean that that context is not proper? No. It does not need to be valid to remove the wisdom that's gained from it. So, to keep into that point, whether 46 is valid or not, does it remove from the very real context and validity of the wisdom that it
That's what
shares?
I was saying, Papa. Like honestly, man, that's how I was. That was my
Yeah, it's
consensus
the
on
same
it.
thing. It's the same thing. If let's just say that it was invented and it was invented by a black man and a black woman. Even if that's the case, it does not remove what? The very real constructive value that it does present. Willie Lynch Leonard is definitely not real, but it doesn't remove the constructive value that was able to what? Articulate a particular suffering. Remember? The Willie Lynch actually helps you articulate a particular suffering that we have amongst each other. That we be behaving like crabs in a barrel, and light skins be going after dark skins, and the olds be going after young, and the men going after women. Like that shit is happening. That shit does happen among us. You ever heard of that word neocon or neoconservatives? You ever heard of the neocon ideology?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Hegelian
Yeah.
dialectic? It's based upon the Hegelian dialectic, Hegel. You know about the Hegelian dialectic?
Yeah.
So Hegel is a philosopher like
Yeah,
Nietzsche.
I ain't heard about that.
Right. So the Hegelian dialectic says that you create a problem calls attention to the problem, but then offers a solution. And this was a form to use to control people. You create an issue and then get among the people and tell them, hey, man, there's a problem going on over there. And everyone's like, damn, there is a problem.
They do that
And then
today.
you offer, yeah, they do that today. They offer a solution to that problem. It is the same as it relates to the Willie Lynch letter. The Willie Lynch letter is a problem that was created, then got among black folk and said, hey, man, do you know about the Willie Lynch letter? And then it was like, damn, this Willie Lynch letter, man, that's a fucking problem issue. And what's the final please? Offer a solution. This is the same thing. So to speak to this memorandum, the memorandum is the problem. Everyone talking is causing attention to this problem. Now, let's offer a solution. It doesn't remove the constructive value of the information, whether it's valid or not, because it was able to create what? Attention. It was able to create what? Focus, and it's forcing us to do what? Create a solution.
I think
So.
I think
Absolutely.
The only thing
Okay,
about
sorry,
it,
go ahead.
yeah, no, I just want to say, I just think the only thing about it is I would hate for pretending to have that logic too. That's the only thing.
If they could create a serious enough problem, because what happens is the pretending would actually have to lean on something that is actually in existence, right? So the memorandum or the Willie Lynch, the notion of how we go at each other is a very real thing, right? When you read the Willie Lynch, it's not like, oh man, what are you talking about? No, that actually does happen between us. Now you're telling me that somebody intentionally did. You wouldn't have paid attention to it if it wasn't properly articulated, right? And that's just the reality. Remember, words don't have meaning and not properly defined. You won't have the ability to manifest it in reality. That's how these words are. So yes, I really believe that there was probably, when the Willie Lynch letter came out, which I believe was probably about the early 80s, I tried to grill with my dad about it. And it was just a suggestion. It was a talk like at the bar in New York. Like he first remember like going and hey, and then someone said, man, you know about that Willie Lynch? And you're like, what? And you remember everyone just kind of having a powwow in Harlem at a bar, at a speakeasy in a bar in the early 80s. And I was like, that's when you remember hearing it? He's like, yeah. No. And then at that time, nobody could produce the actual letter. It wasn't until damn near 10, 15, 20 years later that an actual letter was presented. And guess what? It wasn't a hard copy. It was digital.
Right.
That's the other thing. The Willie Lynch letter has never had a hard copy. It's been a digital representation. So even then, so even then, so with this, I take it as if we read it, it almost is like a Willie Lynch. I'm glad you used that correlate. It's almost like damn, you know what I'm saying? Now, is it really happening? Yeah. Yes. There is a concerted effort to maintain black folk in America. You know how I know that's? If you type in Pan-African, is Pan-Africanism treasonous in America? It'll let you know yes. So practicing Pan-Africanism is an actual act of treason in America. Check it out and see. And do you know what is the penalty for treason in America? What's the penalty for treason in America? Unalivement.
Wall. The wall.
Yeah, unalivement. So if Pan-African is an act of treason, Pan-Africanism practiced in America that is supposed to be free is an act of treason, then yes, any modality that would make sure that black African Americans do not connect or have any concessions to the diaspora, yeah, it's fair game. It's about right. That is about right.
Yeah, I looked it up. It said it wasn't considered treasonous, but I don't know. Probably it's according to the Constitution, though. I don't know if it might
not
be
according to the Constitution. No, it's not a Constitution, but it is treason. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mello.
I think it's under the black extremists. I think it's under the black extremist thing.
Yeah, I think it's how they got it defined.
The black identity extremists.
Yeah, they got it defined as legal definition of it is levying WAR against the U.S. Actual armed assembly with intent to overthrow the situation. And
It's
here,
treason. That's treason. That's treason, good brother.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
treason.
And then they got Pan Africanism, and the law says Pan Africanism is a worldwide movement for freedom, unity, shared identity, people of African descent, protected speech, advocated of Pan African ideals, supported African unity as to criticizing the U.S. foreign policies, protected. We say it got a little First Amendment protection, but
Oh,
we know how they
I
did
think
Marcus
that's.
Garvey though.
Come on now. So yeah, so if there's any rhetoric or anything that's expressing either directly or indirectly that black people in America do not connect with anyone in diaspora, then that is an objective truth. That is not subjective.
Yeah.
So whether they needed to create a memorandum 46 or that there's an actual memorandum 46 in existence, the point to the fact, the self-evident is that it does exist. It is here.
It's
That is
outside
a
now.
sentiment.
It's out there. I mean, it's already
Yeah,
out there. Everybody already know about it. So I was just
it's already out
inquiring.
there.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
mean, just like the Willie Lynch letter, it does
right.
give people a good objective reference to be like, oh yeah, they do have us doing this on purpose. Let's take a step back and look at
Oh, we're
ourselves for
doing this
real.
ourselves. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So yes, and yeah, and I can appreciate now. I can appreciate the Willie Lynch letter not because of its validity, but its veracity.
Facts.
Right. Yeah, the veracity is what I can appreciate, not the validity.
Well,
The
that was the
veracity.
the segue that led me there was what everything that She Kind of Job did. You know, like say, I'm challenging you with your own sciences, right? We doing this science talk now. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I got you in your own language.
Yeah, and a lot of times people have not read like some they have not read Shake the Diab, like they haven't read Civilization and Barbarism, which was a major kind of in his personal thought and perspective that he was trying to associate primary evidence for, right? But he gave a position in Civilization and Barbarism that we are observing a people, right, that are trying to behave, and Dr. Clark said we're preserving some animals who are trying to behave like people, and there have been people who have been tricked to behave like animals.
That's hard.
He said that there are animals who are trying to disguise themselves as people, and they have tricked people to behave like animals.
That's the bar.
Yeah. But yeah, I had never thought of trying to dig to see, because I know that I know the one I read was off Congress, like who articulated that as a memorandum. So memorandums are something that is like an in-house thing and is not exposed until because of the freedom of information. So when it was a memorandum and it was passed around, it wasn't for public consumption. Is only until after that administration and the way things is archived that we are able to now just articulate. Do you know how I was just giving this yesterday? Do you know how we found out about COINTELPRO?
Oh no! Actually, I don't. How did it first come out?
So
Before
when
redacted?
so no well when the Black Panther Party was up moving and grooving, the Black Panther Party and this organization wound up affecting all people, right? And so you had the Brown Berets, which were like the Brown Panthers. You had the the Yellow Panthers, which were the Chinese and organizing the Asians. You had the White Panthers, which organized radical white tea people. And in the midst of those radical white tea people in particular, they wind up deciding to storm the archives of the FBI. And they were able to get and storm the archives of the FBI that was located in Pennsylvania. And this is where they get the recordings for Malcolm, the recordings for MLK, right? Then they also came across the memorandums of the counterintelligence program. They take that information, they take it, these radical white, and they were also breaking into prisons and breaking people out of prison. This is a little unknown history about these White Panthers, yo. It was something about a
Oh, but
white
shout out
teen
to the White
radical.
Panthers, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
listen,
was going in.
yo,
I remember.
they would go in. I
Shout
mean,
out to
and
the
they were,
White Panthers.
yeah, shout out to the white. And when they came across this information
Man.
storming the archives of the FBI, they took that and brought it to Bobby Seale and to Huey P. Newton and Eldridge Cleave. So then this is when you start seeing them start articulating COINTELPRO, which was a short for the counterintelligence program. They changed the counterintelligence program to information warfare, which is known as now. And on Kira's panel, we articulate the COINTELPRO program, what is known as now. It has never stopped. It has changed names. It's known as informational warfare. And there's a very specific process and practice of that. Do you know studying that the current information warfare that they're using right now stemmed from Memorandum 46? Memorandum 46 is a counterintelligence program.
See,
It's a form of it.
That right there give it a lot of validity right there, that part.
Yeah. Yeah. The counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, is operating right now. It's under a different name. If you type, even if you go into ChatGPT, what is COINTELPRO known as today in 2025? And then they'll give you, they'll break it. They'll give it to you right now.
I doubt it. They gonna say
Yeah, they'll do that.
They gonna say it's been retired or something like that. They're not gonna say it's been updated.
Go ahead and chat it up and look and see what it's called now.
Listen, I do that sometimes. Look, I do that sometimes. So
you feel like they watching you? Here we go, Don. Don't let you worry. They watching you.
Listen, I hope that they watch me.
Yeah.
I hope that they watch me,
right,
so that I can give them an example. But even though my thing, is, the lack of empathy they may have, the lack of feel. You gotta, what I'm saying. You coming over here, you gonna tap into that feel. You don't have to. You don't have to get it. You don't have to understand it. You just can't be like, oh, he a radical or nothing like that. I know how to kind of watch my words.
But this, we are engaging, like being on TikTok and giving this push to misinformation. That is a form of information warfare. Also a form of psychological warfare. We are engaging. We are engaging.
I went over
it is very real.
It was something they had in Project 2025. It was like the wording was very unique. It said to uphold like American ideals and shit like that, and it says to push back on like, progressiveness, and that has to do with like pretty much just critical thinkers. They won't like how they worded this shit is like, man, we trying to get people to just be bots and just conform to this influence that we want. Anybody bucking this shit, we gonna make an example out their ass. That's how I be reading shit. I be now you said look up what? Oh yeah, they're not gonna have that.
Yeah, just yeah. What is COINTELPRO known as today by the federal government?
I mean, the people in the government actively said that operation was still going on. Like
they said, it's still going.
So it was the FBI's counterintelligence program operated from 56 to 71. It was formally ended after its exposure to congressional investigations revealed its illegal domestic surveillance and disruption of political groups. However, the U.S. government doesn't use COINTELPRO as an active program now. Instead, contemporary domestic intelligence or counterterrorism efforts operate under legally framed authorities such as FBA's domestic intelligence or counterterrorism divisions, governed by the Attorney General guidelines and federal law, not COINTELPRO. Post-1970 reforms instituted after the Church Committee led to oversight structures and new rules for the domestic investigations. So in short, the government abolished COINTELPRO and replaced it with regulated investigative frameworks. It is not officially renamed, but instead succeeded by lawful intelligence operations under oversight. So it's talking about FBA domestic intelligence and counterterrorism divisions.
Oh, yeah. Same dance, different name.
Yeah, no doubt.
So yep.
No doubt. I mean, they're gonna be on the information now. Even like saying that word, it'll get a quotation and it'll send it to somewhere. Like how from my research, like that's what I'm talking about. It's gonna take so long because they got the game sold up. The only power that Black Americans got, it's a super duper power though. Don't get me wrong, it's like having a shitty ass hand, but you got this one wild. And if we max this wild up, and just not even the Black Americans, but just Black people as a whole, if we max this shit out, oh my God, it's an influence.
Mm,
Once we max that power
mm.
out, man, so you understand, because it's like it's the card where your power is, where you can say, oh, let me do this little wiggly finger move, and that ain't thinking like this. That's what.
Yeah, and with any wild card, two things: you have to have extreme amount of patience, and most likely the second thing, you can't use it until the end.
You know how to play your hand.
You gotta, you know what I mean. You gotta have so this our our ability to have influence is something, you're right, that is a very powerful thing, but we have to be able to use that influence at its most opportune time, and most likely it's going to have to be at the end. And so we have to have some patience and some wherewithal, because that influence too early too can be turned in on us, right? The mere fact that they were able to try to create the concept of black identity, revolutionary identity policy, and to get it to the scale of a level of terrorism, and call that the domestic terrorism, right? When Sessions was the attorney general, right? You know, Sessions became famous, that dude Sessions, because he actually convicted and took to court the Ku Klux Klan. That's what put Sessions on the map. He was the head attorney general of that state that took the Triple K to court and was able to carry suit criminally and civilly. That's what made Sessions, who was Donald Trump's first attorney general. That was his claim to fame. And then for him to articulate as soon as he gets in there that there is domestic terrorism. These black identity, these black revolutionaries, these revolutionary black identities. I was like, yo, ain't that about a bitch? You thought he was a champion because he took the Triple K to court. Now all of a sudden he's turning those very same laurels, right? That's the very same influence, and now he just conjugated us in any of our revolutionary talk equal to domestic terrorism. Ain't
Yep,
that about a bitch?
the writer, the lead author, Project 2025, got a master's in African American Studies.
Oh,
Ain't that deep? Ain't that deep? What do we say about a liar? That he what? He or she is knows the absolute truth. Matter of fact, the number one liar is probably the one who knows the most truth of them all. He has a degree in African American. Ain't that about a bitch?
Not just a degree, a master's.
Ain't that about a bitch?
What's going on, man? It's going on out here. I mean, we got to wake up, smell the coffee.
A master's degree in African American Studies winds up being the fucking author of Project 2025.
And I know honorary John, like, nah, it's like he got.
What does that mean?
Not no honorary bitches.
He figured out not only, and think about that. He had enough temerity to get a master's in African American Studies so that when he comes out, he knows exactly what to write so that it indirectly affects black people specifically.
Studying this, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You know what made us tick? How are we effective in getting through the rough and hard times? All of that. They can make sure if they go through financial crisis again this time, they're gonna make sure black people.
And if you look at everything that they and when you look at everything they instituted, checkpoint by Project 2025, it failed or is presented as a guise of hitting the American society, but it was devastating. That little breakdown and understanding of those jobs in the federal government. Dr. Claude Anderson articulated the number one employer of black people in America is the federal government. So when you do cuts, when the federal government does cuts, it's going to disproportionately affect black people. Why? Because of the institution of affirmative action was government hiring policies. The private sector and the public sector only followed suit.
So when they're doing massive cuts and layoffs in the government, private companies are going to turn around and follow that very same thing. Dr. Claude Ensign articulates that. So the Project 25 is the institute. Yes, absolutely. Especially by a guy who has a master's degree in African American studies. Who you think he was writing it for? Saying something without saying anything. Here we go.
Yeah, right.
Major Concept 2.0.
2.0,
Psychological warfare. Good shit, boy. You quick with it, boy. Don Dada, you quick with it, brother.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna
Right.
cap. That's I recycle this one, but it's just coincidental though. I just had this one up. I think I did make this just yesterday though, so the timing's still aligned. This is what we dealing with. It's
Hell yeah.
so,
Hell yeah.
and it's been a thing like a psychological warfare. That's been an approach. They can't upright just say, let's all just have some 1v1s and let's settle this. That's not how it goes. That's not the game we playing in. It's and
It was
then
25 for sure. That whole 2024 season leading into the vote was all psyop season, bro. I'm trying to tell you, the biggest propaganda engine I ever seen turn since actually being an adult and recognizing when they're throwing the propaganda machine on, bro. That whole 2024 2025 crazy.
and it's not gonna stop. That was just a little snippet, and we still got the most of it to come. And I think that's how they gonna play it. I think they're gonna play it. They probably gonna cheat and have AI build them up a little prompt, and they're gonna go by that. So we're gonna be going against the machine. They're gonna probably try to set every obstacle in the way that they can. Like how we talking about with the federal job. I had somebody in my family got affected by that. And man, this shit is definitely real. It's real life, man. And if you don't see it, it's just because you just so happen to be, missing it. But shit, the law of averages, it's gonna be apparent after a while. These people got a covert agenda that's obvious to anybody that's looking. They got their head up. But yeah, like I say, man, the only thing we can do is like do our little part. Like I say, it's gotta be a deeper method to it. Like just straight up having a conversation about it. That's why I say, shit, I can't show face. I may need to be a pastor one day, man, or take the fortune route and then flip the narrative later on these people. You never know.
I'm like Van Sertima, and you're gonna pass away before it gets too late to change your corrections.
Dude, the turn. Shit. Ain't that about
Man,
a
you ain't got a grift, man. You ain't got a grift.
Give him a
You ain't
good
got to
grift.
do
Give
that.
him a good grift real quick, and then be
Yeah,
like,
you keep saying that, bro. These electric bill go up one more time. I'm moving to Africa, bro. I'm about to
"Gotcha, bitch."
200 million pastor.
Oh yeah. Africa, they definitely going.
Man, what? Man, that's how I know they just like us. Cause I'm like, boy.
Israelites. Oh yeah, they gonna start dancing. Let them dance in there. Let them do all the merge the African spirituality with the Christian Baptist. Yeah, they going.
That's how I know they just like us. I'm like, dang, y'all getting full too? I'm like in the motherland.
How they dance?
Yeah, they know exactly what work on us will work on them because we the same people.
Man, I should have showed y'all. It's a black pat. Oh yeah, I found him. I think I know he Kenyan.
Somebody do that scam for some money.
I mean, they all doing it, but I ain't talking about not that one. It's this one specific one. He talking about he was Yahweh reincarnated. He come from the village to the city. They go crazy. Let me see if I can find him, man. I thought it was on Vice. I thought it was Kenya. I can't find him. But man, you got
Are you talking about the boy with the ships?
No. That's the dude.
The Igbo Noah.
This is what I'm talking about right here. He talking about somebody else. This is what I'm talking about right here.
Oh no.
But look at it took me so long to find them. They got this one right here. They got this one right here. They got so many of them. I told y'all we went over this before one day. We was in Africa. Had my African partner on here, and he talking about it's just 3 pastors over there. They got over $250 million. $250 million just between 3 people. That's over 250 million.
No.
Just 3 people. He said, look what he said. He said, I like Jesus. He's the real Jesus. I like Jesus. Oh, let me look out here.
That's a bomb. That one is a liar. I am on my.
He said that man is a liar. This the part though that it just made me think about this is when they come here to worship, and then you can see it's like it's like church. Let me see.
Right about prophets.
I am prophet.
It's somewhere right here.
Because of the prayer she prayed, so the Holy Spirit came into her, and like an angel took her away from to the outer world. So now what you saw, she was in an outer world.
That was unlike anything I've ever experienced anywhere. The emotion, the spirituality, the realness of it. Now they're dancing around the village with the drum and singing.
You know what I found the most interesting about this whole thing?
Check this part out.
It's like a blend of three things. The first thing is Christianity, because I saw them reading the actual Bible. Second thing is their Jesus, which is not the Jesus of the Bible, so that's a little bit weird of a mix. And then the third thing is the Africanness of it all. You see the welcome that they give the people and all the singing and the dancing
is African.
to welcome people. That's how you do it the African way. So it's like a really interesting blend of three things together.
Can it be?
This is why they say if you go in a white church, they don't do all that because they not African. They not African in their origins. He said Yahweh reincarnated is too far. Yeah, he went there. Y'all should see. I don't want to play the whole thing. Y'all should see when he go in the city. They turn up for him when they go in the city. It's like Boosie in town.
Hell no.
I can't do it, man.
Oh, go ahead. I watch this dude YouTube channel that's called From Nothing, and he be going over like African history, but he be bringing up like some of these like identity crises and stuff like that. Like he did a video on his ancestry for the Native Americans, for the Pretendians, and it just made me. I just want to tell you about him.
Africa, a land of more than just wildlife, more than just an endless expanse of small villages. History far beyond today's civil wars.
Sometimes I get on Google Earth and I just be going to Africa. I go anywhere, but I go to Africa. I just blow that joint up. Random location. I go there. I see a whole bunch of huts. Then they branched off to some huts. Then I find the main hut. I be like, I just start to say, man, this got to be where it all started. Then they start branching off, marrying with different other tribes and talking about shit like being the Sahel region, y'all. It's just some random shit. I be like, this shit trippy as fuck. It's trippy. It's still like that in some places.
Why is it trippy, bro? That's society, man. Like cities, living in major cities is relatively new and like these large cities in the last like 10,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Like in our history, before that, shit, mostly motherfuckers following the food. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really. I mean, when they noticed the agriculture, how long ago was that? Like, you know, for records of actual having agriculture, about 6,000-7,000 years ago.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
They really start seeing it. You know what I mean? So for the most part, people was nomads, man. They was rolling around, stealing other people, village girls, and taking them back, and
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah, I think it's just in contrast to the culture that we at. You see, like this is how it looked like super zoomed in. It looked like this. Then you zoom out and they joints just start looking like craters. And you be like, dang, these motherfuckers this is where they stay, this is where they at. In the middle of it all. You know what I'm saying? No street lights, no nothing. I think all I can just say is the cultural perspective in contrast. Yeah, I think it'll blow you. You see where that shit actually located. Them places them Europeans be going to go do all this shit.
Yeah.
Smack that.
Man, the nigga you had in here yesterday, excuse my language. The brother you had in here yesterday, this man, he kept saying, man, we just spiritually. He like, we spiritually different. You don't see how we I was like, bruh.
Yeah, was that yesterday or today? I can't even remember.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, that was
but running together sometimes.
But that video was testimony to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't remember how I ended up in the white church one time, but I remember I was, and I was probably like 8 years old or something. But I remember I was there, and I was like, yeah, this ain't it. The songs was like ghostly and shit, and that motherfucker, I don't know, it just wasn't it. They was on the hymns type of shit. In my church, I used to like that. Like at the very least, I know one thing. I used to just be focused on the drummer. You see, they got the drums there. No wonder why all the kids, what the kids want to do every time after church. They don't want to go get in the choir. They don't want to go sit in the pulpit. They're trying to grab them sticks. Um, that just goes to show that continuity or that atavism that just part of this in us. And yeah, like you say, man, that's not in white churches because they don't come from them origins. It's the same thing what they was talking about yesterday. That same call and response. It's it gets to a point where like that dude was doing just trying to.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him. I'm like, yo, basically we get all this stuff. You act like we just sprung culture out of the ground, out of nothing, bro. Like we built on top of pre-existing stuff that we took from our hundreds of ethnicities. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we had other influences other than African influences. Like we definitely took some European influences on the stuff we did. Like we didn't have a choice. That shit. Like, what do you mean?
And that's why I say we are like the Creole language into a culture. We forced to adopt because we in a whole different land. While simultaneously got your whole identity removed from you. You're gonna have to adopt shit from these people. But yes, certain things are gonna carry on. That part of who you are, at that point, innately, you still gonna be who you are. And then y'all act like we got somebody else to be. Like I say, I think this is what happens to people. They think some kind of way, the same way that the Negritos and all them people is black. And I've never heard them articulate this. I'm just stressing. I'm just like, this got to be the only thing that they thinking. The same thing could have happened in America. This is the only thing. Well, it's a few things. One of the things is we're not of that same equatorial line. We're more northern. So the phenotypes would be the same. Is that the metric for that? So right, all them people is in a more tropical region. What's the other region? Oh, secondly, we not part of those people migration route. Like they haplogroup migration shows that they come out of Africa when they come out of Africa over 70,000 years ago. There's nothing to show that those same people came into to Americas around those same times. And if they do, it's from that same route. We're not making them black. I think it was maybe some instances of that. I don't know if we had to debunk that or not. But ultimately, we know where these people migrate from. We know who these people are biologically. Phenotypically, solely, even if, just check this out, because I'll go ahead and say this. Even if it was somebody over here that looked like that, which one of these people is black, with all them black people on there, even if it was one of them people over here, that don't mean that black people was over here. And I know that's confusing right there, but I'll make it just that more confusing for people. The Negrito, if Negrito, people that look like Negritos was over here, they still would not have been black people. That's a bar right there. Even if it was niggas with big noses, lips, dark skin, afros, they still would not have been black people because that's exclusive to.
Yeah, Cudjo was in
Come on
there.
now.
I think who he was yelling at the other day. I thought it was Papa for a second. Cudjo was just, yeah, the Negritos is they black folk. I forget. No, he was yelling at Leverage the other day.
The Negritos are Africans that were brought over.
Yep, and
You
I
know
know it
what's
sounds good.
hard and deep. I think I remember, and it was with Babalua. I remember Baba one time he was up there, and someone had asked him. He was like, "Okay, if you're saying that we cannot use lookership, right? Like phenotypical presentation of the Olmec heads as being black and African, then why do we lean on lookership for the ancient Egyptians to be black and African, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And so, and in that aspect, I was listening, and he had says, "Well, it's because there can only be one constant to explain. So how you explain the Olmec heads are going to have to be how you explain the statues in ancient Egypt." And he articulated, he pulled up the map, which was so poignant. It was a world map, and but on this world map, you saw the equator, and it also had the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. Those are lines that are above and below the equator. And then he's like, when you're on these lines of the world on the planet, you're going to have these phenotypical presentations that has nothing to do with racial phenotype. It has everything to do to environmental adaptation. So the
100%.
same line of Tropic Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn and Equator that run through Africa run through Central and South America. And these people are going to have these So then someone had asked, well, so why is that a physical adaptation? Why have a big nose and big lips when you're in hot climate? Because your nose and your lips are essential for you to maintain body temperature. When you're in a hot area, the air is not as thick. It's heavy. There's a lot of humidity, and so you have to take in more. You got to filter out a lot more. Hence the big nose and big nostrils and big lips. When you're in a colder climate, the air is much more crispier, but it's much more harsher. So you got to maintain and stop it from entering your body. So you got to have a smaller nose and smaller lips because it's easier for you to close up.
And
right?
rib cages.
Rib cage and things. So this is what those physical adaptation. But what I noticed, and I was like, yo, someone asking that actual question because everyone, why do we have a big nose and big lips? If it has nothing to do with racial representation and everything to do with physical adaptation, well, what is the scientific explanation of having a big nose and big lips in hot climate? But I had noticed no one had ever asked that question. No one had ever really tried to be like, yo, let me articulate what, you know what I mean? This is why you have that.
Yeah, we did it a few times, man, breaking it down, different people's adaptations to where they got it, where they at. Like I personally went so far as to pulling up like people's in the is the Andes with the higher lung capacity for the thinner air, or the divers off the Negritos around that area where they at. They got divers that can stay underwater for so long, and that's another. They had bigger spleens, another genetic adaptation to their environment. Like this is why.
Exactly.
That's a good one.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like we're still animals. We're evolving and we're reacting to our environment on a daily basis, even if we don't see it. Those, like, we're not like insects, so we're not going to go through thousands of generations in a few years. Like,
Exactly. Evolution, change, it happens over time. That's what evolution is, change that happens over time, and that we constantly are always seeing those changes. It's funny you say, I was using an example. I was like, do you know why we have whales and we call them mammals? Now, for the most part, we assume that they just are fish that evolved into mammals, but in actuality, in truth of the matter, that whales had a surface dwelling ancestor that stayed close to the water. And over time, because it decided that its main food source was going to be from the water, it spent a lot of time in that water. And over time, it wind up evolving to better easily stay in the water. And there was a couple of mammals that did that. And those were the mammals that are precursor to all those mammal seafaring animals. The orcas, the whales, the dolphins, they all had a pre-existing surface crawling mammal. And then over time evolved to be efficient, like you were saying, to be in the water. Since you want to stay in the water, since you don't want to go up a tree and hunt for your food, but you want to go swimming, with just, you know what I mean? Your limbs, your feet are going to turn, your lower limbs are going to turn into a tail. Like your arms are going to turn into a fin. You're going to, your breathing apparatus is going to go to your back, right? So your nose, literally, that you breathe out of, is
start getting no webs between your fingers.
Get webs to the fingers so you could go through the water better. You know what I'm saying? And so, and that constantly happens. Now, when you have human beings practice doing that same thing, it speaks to what you're talking about, Mello. When those brothers wind up standing by the water and being in the water, and then a couple of generations, you start seeing a physical adaptation. those particular ones, they have a different type of liver. The liver is expanding, right? There's like certain things that are
I thought it
physically
was their
adapting.
spleen,
Spleen, I'm
but
sorry,
yeah,
liver, spleen. You start seeing, you know what I mean? So that they can kind of control that carbon. Yeah. And guess what? If they continue on spending that much time in the water and by the water, imagine what they're going to look like in
oh, they gonna be them Avatar
10,000
water
years.
niggas.
Imagine what they're going to look like in 10,000 years. Those negritos. Imagine what they're going to look like in 20,000 years.
Man, just imagine hating on science to where you don't explore these things, bro. Just where you
Right.
just try to keep things to your short lifespan understanding, bro. Science got all these experts that's doing all the research and figuring out all the evidence so we can have an understanding of this shit. And that shit is amazingly beautiful, bro. How can you deny that over creationism? And put creationism above that, bro. And this is like the book don't change, the ideology don't change. It never you take a
Easy,
shot
that's
to
why.
any new exactly easy to digest. You don't have to go revisit it. You don't even have to read the whole thing. Just say you believe in it. Just cap like you believe in it. Just say it out loud, and then you can be thinking about the video game while you praying. It don't matter at all. It's like,
Yeah. 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 Have you come across, I don't mean to even spur this up, and I know it might be, but what about the black folk that come up here trying to stand on this flat earth situation? I got a pseudo after dark where I'm going to kind of have to tackle down the flat earth, but the flat earth among black folk. Not no, you know what I mean? And so
Oh, I got a video for you, Papa. I should send it to
yeah,
you. I gotta
you send
upload
it
it
to
though.
me.
All
But
right, tag you
I
in
got
it.
it. What you think about this flat earth fucking talk that's happening from our people, man? Like
And religious stuff, bro. Like literally, like they be
yeah.
getting that shit from religion.
Yeah, that's my.
yeah.
I don't really get a lot of them people over here,
It's
but
like a
that's my
religious.
take on it.
Okay.
Phase one
Yeah.
be
They
on
be
that though.
firmament. You gotta listen to the key words when they talk about it, bro. It's
Yeah,
like
they
they're
using
talking
Bible
about it.
references because you know we quick to
Yeah.
use the Bible. The Bible said he put a firmament. Man, I'm like,
But
man.
that's what
All
it
this
is
stuff
though.
that
Like they believe the Earth is only 6,000 years old. You know what I'm saying? Even though we got buildings or structures that's 75,000 years old. So yeah,
well,
We
now
got
they,
we got a
trees
planet.
and now we
older
can put
than
a lot
that.
of this shit into a different perspective too now because we knowing that we talking about like some 20 and 30-year olds doing all this shit, right? So this is the Sumerians, the ancient Egyptians, this is their perspective of the world was that and this is in a lot of their archaeology as well. They thought it was like we was the focus of the whole universe, everything that surrounded us, so we was on a flat plane.
Geocentric.
Yeah,
Yeah, the geocentric.
yeah, because
Yes.
we couldn't measure the
Mhm.
curvature of the Earth yet. So, like I say, these people are still holding on to these old ideas, and a lot of people they hear something of antiquity or they hear ancient times, and they automatically associate that with ancient aliens. They got to be what they doing. It's something that was like an ancient civilization that was more highly advanced, is the word they like to use, and none of this shit is the case. And it's kind of on some. That's why I say ancient aliens because it's on some sci-fi shit that's not aligned with reality. Um, and I don't know why, like science fiction
Yeah, that's
movies.
that European scholarship, bro. Like, oh, we didn't build it. Must be the aliens.
Yeah, facts. Can't give it to niggas. Don't give it nowhere to niggas. No, nobody but what they say non-whites.
Facts.
Exactly. They couldn't do that.
I don't see.
Exactly.
You get a lot of flat earthers though.
Yes. The flat is almost as if the ones who are saying black people are indigenous because they were here during Pangea, and their understanding of Pangea is directly connected to the consummate idea of the Earth being flat.
Oh,
Like
okay,
every time I
yeah.
hear Pangea in these,
Because there's people who really articulate that there was human beings walking on the Earth during the time of Pangea, when the Earth only had one single landmass. And you ask them, like, so you're saying there was people walking around? They're like, yes. And I was like, what about the dinosaurs? They're like, yeah, they were. So you're saying human beings are walking with dinosaurs?
Oh no, yeah, I got the grip.
Because
I got the grip for you.
oh,
We was attached to nature then, and we could ride on T Rexes. I actually had an ancestor who had a pterodactyl. You know, that's where they get Avatar from. They get it from us when we used to ride. Yeah, we
Oh
lose one.
shit.
We lose one with nature, but see, we lost our oneness with nature. You know, and now we can't ride on dinosaurs. That's why the dinosaurs actually they came and they killed off all the dinosaurs like how they did with the Native Americans and the buffalo, because that was our attachment to the land. I'd be a good pseudo. Y'all can't tell me, man.
You know what I try to do because when they bring up, because you ask bring a source and then they'll bring up like an old map or old thing, and I try to correlate. I'm like, today, are you able to tell an AI video? Like, yeah, I can tell with an AI video and a real video. So if I were to ask you to make me an AI video of you sitting down with an alien, are you able to produce that? Yes. Okay, but you know that it's fake. Yes. It did not change back then. There were people creating their versions of AI videos to support their narratives. So the fact that this is an old item or a map that was old back then was created for the very same purpose that you would create an AI video of you being with aliens today. Just as that back then they had a paper and pencil to draw. Today you have a computer. So just as much as that AI video would be fake, this map of the world being flat is fake. It's fake, just like back then. No, no, no. I was like, yo, you didn't see that? It went over your head.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. It'd be hard, man. Jeez.
That's wild though. Yeah, because I talk about that like I was talking about like the circus and how imperative the circus was in many cultures. Um, and it's like that was before a time of like even radio, let alone television. It was one point where the book, man, some books that's law that we don't even know of that just got conflated into shit that's probably in the Bible. Now that's what I was talking about earlier. When like people think that the Bible is a moral compass, that they don't know that the Bible adopts. Well, I did say it was Greek philosophy, but one of the ones is Stoicism. Like, and when they get this word, the word comes from logos. That's a part of Stoicism. So it's like, yeah, they adopted their ideologies of what they call morality as well. And this ultimately just comes from thought. You know, it don't take much, but like I say, conversation and good bills. But you know, of course, that's red flag for people.
Stoicism, man. Stoicism seems so dead. Like that's just not a philosophy I can get with.
Y'all ever see the Voynich manuscript?
Buoyant?
Well, I think it's called Voynich manuscript. It's like a book. They don't know who wrote it or when they wrote it, and it was written in like some weird language, but it looks to be like a botany book. It has all these different plants nobody ever seen, all this information apparently written about the plants inside, but nobody can decipher because the writing is so it's so weird on it. But you know, like that's how I was just saying, like, you know, how we making up videos like AI. Somebody created a whole language with fake plants and animals. It had all type of animals and all type of stuff in it. Like it's really a crazy book, but you can't decipher it.
Entertainment. Look, they didn't have TikTok and PlayStation 5 back then. They, you know, they were adamant about taking up their time and being entertained and using tools for entertainment. Your ability to use imagery to affect your imagination, right? That's all that is. It gets you to enjoy the time that is passing. And all they had access to was literally a paper and pencil. And if we go back and look at it, imagine someone in the future getting their hands on a PlayStation and they see the 007 game. And then in the future, it's just like, man, everybody was a spy. Literally, everybody was a spy. Look at this. They even trained. This is how they trained themselves so they can do spy work. And it was the video game, 007 video game. Not realizing that that shit was just created for entertainment to keep us fucking busy.
Yeah, I like your point, Papa, but one thing for sure, if you showed up with a PlayStation 5, they'll probably execute you for witchcraft.
Well, I'm talking about in the future. If they look at us back, if the future us looks back at our present day us, and then they come across our fucking PlayStation and start associating a whole bunch of shit to it, right? And then realizing like, no, we just kind of. I mean, that was for entertainment purposes only, man. That was just shit that we engaged in that get captured our imagination. But as soon as we see a book
No,
like
you know.
this,
Oh, my fault.
no, yeah, and we see a book like this, and be like, man, those things really existed.
Yeah.
That was real back then.
What you gonna say? Who's that?
New Life Tools. You know who that is?
It's
What's his
somebody.
name? His name, Brother Yusuf.
I think I have heard of that name. Hold on, let me see. What did you say? His other name was New Life Tools.
Yeah.
Let me see. I had heard of that name. Let me see if I got to put the face.
Man, you gonna have a time. You gonna have a time going through his. But he not really. He on some spiritual stuff. You know, talking about dimensions and alternate realities and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, he an older dude.
Yeah.
Or is it the big dude? It's the big dude.
He big dude, got a beard.
Oh yeah, I did one video of him one time. I didn't really, like I say, man, it be so many of these people. Like it might be a big pseudo, and I just only did one video of him because I'm not familiar with the people that's tapped into his lane. But yeah, I remember doing a video of him. I don't even remember what it was about, but I'm glad I tapped into him that one time. But I'll go ahead and look into him. Yeah, a lot of these people, man, they be having their own little in groups. And they fan base, and they stay doing what they do. Like, watch, I'm pretty sure Typecast is on live right now or some shit. Oh no, he not on live. Oh no, they been stealing. But yeah, they got their own little stuff. I think it was a whole bunch of BCU people. They was out there in Louisiana pouring libation on the LSU mounds. Pouring libation, man.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh, let me see. This may be. Oh no, I'm finna say this is it. Yeah, man. I don't know where they continue to grift it, but like I said, I think it's more fun being able to have conversations, being able to have actual debates. Like I thought the whole Sonetta energy was gonna be a thing where people would like actually, bring the conversations to a head, but yeah, it done turned to a grift. These people that seem like, oh, I get paid for views, I get a feel something about all the likes and following I get, and they just start being disingenuous from there on out. I don't get it. But I think that was a good analogy. He said, "I
I'm
want."
gonna be honest. As soon as they got enough money to buy their first pair of J's, it was a wrap. They would walk into the grip.
Oh yeah. I think we know the truth. He had a whole new Cuban, so those things aren't inexpensive. So I mean, he get on. He clock in. He told me like 9 a.m. sharp. I said, damn, yeah, okay, Major Pain. But that's what he do. He on there, motherfucker. Like clockwork. This is the gig. This is the hustle. Like that's why I knew he wasn't gonna. I say, man, why would he do this? I said he may feel like he gotta say something because his pride is hurt. That's the only reason you can say something. But like even when I came up there, you didn't push back on the information. You didn't make the linguistic connection that you thought you said you made. It's not there. This is the thing. Not with etymology, because I'm just gonna look that shit up. Like while everybody out here yapping in real time and just acting like they too good and supposed to have the best memory, I'm gonna look that shit up. Yeah, I mean, and you're gonna be like, oh, well, you looking it up, and that's gonna turn to your argument. Oh, you looking it up. Once again, we're not trying to be human almanacs. We got a methodology. We got a whole approach. It's not trying to just. Don't get me wrong. That's African too. They're just showing y'all how much y'all African is. Y'all trying to make sure y'all memorize everything. But I'm trying to verify everything, and that's the distinction. Not trying to be right, just trying to align with the truth. And that's the difference. When you're trying to be right, even when you're wrong, you still gonna be lying to everybody else talking about you right. Trying to force it.
Man, that's big facts though, man. Like being a Rio and all that shit, having memory the way I think we be doing. That's why I figured why we be so good at rapping and shit like that, and just honestly remembering.
Bruh, I'm telling you. My little niece could rap when she was like 3 years old. It's just people just gonna like can dance, have rhythm, all this stuff. Like people, we gotta understand. Like people start to attribute it to old souls and all that stuff, and that's cool. But you gotta understand, like for me, what ancestors really are. Let me show y'all this one backdrop because this is one of my hardest backdrops. This is what ancestors really are for me, because a lot of people get spiritual, and I feel it. So I'm gonna really represent them. Right here, this is how I view it. Your ancestors is inside of you. They say your DNA is 6 foot 6 inches long. I never forget that because I know that's how tall like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant is. 6'6". You got 6
How
foot.
tall I am.
Oh yeah, well there you go. You got 6 foot. A lot of people they probably like 5'5", but they can be like, damn, I got 6 foot 6 inches of ancestors residing in my DNA. That's what your ancestors is. So when you have these things, you have these physical traits, like you may look like your auntie or something, whatever it is. That's just one tell sign, and it's more than just the thing y'all like to focus on with lookership. This shit is in your DNA deeply, bro. And like if you got nephews, got kids, or got family members that like this shit is obvious. People act away, and it's more than just the act; it's behavior. And like some of these cultural dynamics. Like, what is it? I think it was atavism. Like how this shit literally plays out in your DNA. It's very interesting. But for y'all to deny it, it's like, I know these people fried, but it's just like, I just want to hear the alternative. Just answer me that. Be asking the same questions for so long. I was talking about yesterday when they came up on here. I'm like, y'all, we still trying to see these people DNA results? Give me new pseudos.
What they say, they ask, how did the ancient know about unseen stars without telescopes? The only ones that are articulated about seeing unseen stars are the Dogon. But the majority of the ancients articulated what they were able to observe. The very first thing is, what we're observing right now wasn't what was available back then. We have something known as light pollution on Earth. And so because of the massive amount of light that we have, it actually
Big facts.
obscures our naked eye of seeing the sky. The sky is actually full of light pollution coming from Earth. So even though you get to see the stars, you'd be amazed to see what it's like when you don't have no interruptions of the light.
Yeah, I think we got the darkest place in the world over here in Pennsylvania. Somewhere in
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania. You can go.
Yeah.
The stars is crazy, bro.
It's
like
crazy.
unreal.
It's
Like you looking through a telescope or something.
Exactly. The other part is about when it comes to the observation of the celestial bodies. One thing that Africans do practice is something that's known as correspondence. As above, so below. So it is perfect example. We have not been able to observe more than 5% or study about 5% of the ocean. Now, there was a certain point in time where we had to get to that 5% because the 5% is reflective of the 95, believe it or not. And so in correspondence in a lot of African traditions, there is something small that is something that you have access to that is reflective of something bigger. In particular, the Dogon, when they're doing their celestial bodies, they're mimicking migratory patterns of the animals that they hunted and gathered. That's when and so this is when they were observing the Dogon, and you see them with these bodies. They're mimicking these animals. Now, were they able to look at Sirius B and then see that Sirius B is actually traveling around Sirius A? No, but when they have the cuckoo bird surrounding the mongoose or the hyena, circling it in a circling pattern, and they're mimicking that, there is a correspondence. So it's not so much that the Africans were able to see unseen celestial bodies, but they were able to have a correspondence of bodies that they had access to that connect to that. And that
Nah,
is
that's some
what we
pseudo
observe.
shit, Papa. We was satellites, nigga. We was telescopes.
I know, right?
The aliens came and communicated. The aliens came down and communicated with them.
Yeah, I know. That's what
Oh yeah, that's
I
the
guess you know
story.
what
Yeah.
it is. What they say, the truth is sometimes boring. No one believes the truth when the lie is much more entertaining. That's the sad part. It's not as
Oh, you had the
entertaining.
one dude on your backdrop. what's his name? The African boy. Remember, he used to prominently. I know he got a lot of his stuff from some white pseudo too about the aliens, and he used to talk for hours. He was like, an alien came down from the sky, and he talked for
Voodoo
72
too?
hours straight, telling us the secrets of the universe, and he was a fish man, and this, that, and the third. Yo, like it was some.
Right.
Man, what was that dude name? You had him on the backdrop, Don. I know you had him up there, bro.
Who
That
was it?
voodoo chief, huh?
Oh, you talking about Credo Mutwa?
Cradle, yeah, Cradle.
You oh
Yeah.
I don't
man,
even
not
think
the African.
Kratos Mutua may not even be up here. Or he may, if he is, he may got
Shout
a
So
little
I
out,
yellow
thought you
up.
shout
had
out,
him.
Credo Mutwa, man. Shit.
That's not
That's a
him in the
crazy.
great. No, that's not him.
That's a crazy
No,
Nah,
pull.
bro.
That's a crazy pull, though. Honestly, because
ooh,
how he's like presented, and this is another thing. I made a funny of this one time. Who was it? I think it was a Jamaican on here. It was a Jamaican pseudo. I said, man, waste of an accent, man, waste of an accent. And I'm gonna project here. Like I said it earlier with Dr. Wilson. Like some people got like the voice and like it kind of like comes off like it's revere. You come on this bitch and you talking like James Earl Jones, it's gonna do something to people. So with a lot of these
resonance.
people's
Yeah,
accent and all this
resonance.
shit, yeah, create a movie. You think something he's talking in this initiated occult esoteric language, and you think he's saying something that's going over your head, so you think you know it's above your pay grade, so you just accept it as true.
Well, and what he gets is he gets double validated by David Icke, who
Mhm.
is an English fucking pseudo. But because he talks with an English accent, there's like this inherent validity to when something is given in an English accent. That's part of just white supremacy, right? And then this white English accent on some trust me, bro, and giving like, you know what I mean? And then he goes, is like, I've met Credo Mutua. And then Credo Mutua is out his fucking mind. And he dealing with, you know, he can't even come to grips with being LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? Listen, like that's the facts. Like he's trying to articulate his experience as if it was needed for him in his initiation as an Intagoma, right? Because in these private initiations, you don't understand. There's some things they got to do. While you're trying to articulate
Oh
something
yeah,
good,
Papa. I forgot, bro. He
you're
said he
trying to
was
articulate.
abused and all.
Yeah, he was
Man.
abused, but that was part of me getting info. Just man, listen. What is
Um,
Occam's razor? What is Occam's razor? Usually, the most simplest
The
answer
most
is
kind. Yep,
probably yeah,
exactly.
it's right. Yeah. How about somebody that just was a pedophile, and you just happen to cross paths with a motherfucker that was a pedophile, which most motherfuckers are, especially when they start to use that cultish fucking mind trick shit. One thing that is synonymous with cult leaders, they have an exorbitant and uncontrolled libido. There is a one-to-one connection to cult leaders and in control of libido, meaning that they have uncontrolled their sexual activity, that they'll cross sexes. They won't not only be hetero, but they'll also be homo. Like like that is synonymous with all of those goofy motherfuckers, man. You know what I'm saying? They're just their chemical imbalance when it comes to sexual activity is on a different level.
I
That's
wonder
why
if
they'll
Nature Boy got a boyfriend in prison.
yeah, man. No, he talked about it. No, he talked about it when he was around his kids, and his kid, one of his sons, actually didn't grab it before he got busy with his mother type. It was like, go ahead and grab it, boy. You don't remember that?
Yeah, man.
He would
I
talk
tried to
about
erase
Whoa,
being
that.
whoa, whoa.
I tried to erase that.
He let
yeah,
his kid.
yeah, because he was trying to talk about how he behaving and just being natural, or whatever, and then articulate, and then my sons are around. He looked, man, and just before I was dealing with his mother, man, he reached up and grabbed, and I was like, yeah, son, no, what this is what I meant, like, teetering on that line, yeah.
Sound like he been hanging out with Boosie.
Yo, man, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, Nature Boy talked that. So that is just an observation when it comes to these cult leaders. One characteristic that they have is an unsurmountable amount of libido that is uncontrolled, to where that it's not even propagated through heterosexual normatives. It's a nut to get a nut off, and so it doesn't matter if it's a boy, girl, man, or woman. And look across the board. Look at it.
Yeah, they want them orgies. That's what they really.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I said oh boy name, because it was like, and you said it, and it made me think about so many people. York, Diddy, all these people come to mind.
Come on. Let's go.
Hey,
Elijah
another thing
Muhammad.
they got in common.
Let's go.
Elijah, yep, you ain't lying. Another thing that they got in common is like they collaborate like they in the rap game, man. Like they do not mind collabing.
Come on now.
Like, what's up with that part?
Griff, yeah, the guy behind the scenes was like, yo, man, I see you over there making a lot of money, brother. I'm making a lot of money too. Hey, you know the city over here, Indianapolis, right? They ain't been touched. I think we can get over there and
Hey man,
Come on now. Working it. Yep,
it's an
exactly.
industry. It's a grift industry out here, man. It's full of pseudos spreading disinformation, bro. This is wild, man. I don't know what to
I
do, man.
mean,
I know what
that's what it's been. It's not outside of this too, bro. It's just the regular culture in America is selling you lies. You know, people love to be sold lies, bro, and that's just what it is. We've been getting the religious lies. We've been getting the Mormon. I forget. If you Google right now, I forget. That says anywhere in America you can have anywhere from like 500 to over 1,000 coats at any given time in America. I think it's even more than that at one point, I believe. So
God
just
damn.
yeah,
It's crazy.
let me look it up. Actually, hold on. Let me actually, Don, you in front of your laptop?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up,
Yeah, look
even
how
though I
many
want to hear
coats
about
that could be in
aliens
the
in the
average time.
background.
Go ahead. Yeah, he was talking about them aliens, but he was on
Alien,
that. But he lost me when he started talking about he went to hell and he was sexually sodomized by demons and this, that, and the third. Boy, he lost me.
Hold on, it said couldn't find it. I just tried to do an overview. It said couldn't find the number. It said it's challenging. It
Yeah, that's why I
says
said any every time I think it give you like a ballpark from estimate, and I believe it was from anywhere from 500 to like 1,000 plus at any given time.
they had
And
one. I ain't even
usually we
seen
don't
it.
find out about them until after the survivors come out, and they be like, "Yeah, so back in the '70s." You're like, "What? Oh,
Shit, it's
damn!"
new coats, bro. It's
The
like
Heaven's
literally
Gate.
they popping up.
They said the Heaven's Gate believed in extraterrestrials too. They ended in a mass
Oh, I remember
unalive
Heaven's Gate.
in
Yeah.
1997. That's crazy.
Heaven's Gates is what those from the Texas.
No, I think that was the
The ones are in Texas.
was it? Or was that they got the People's
No, one
Temple? That
from
was
up here.
Jim Jones. No, I think they had
Yeah,
somebody. I don't know.
Jim Jones. Yeah, Jim Jones
Oh,
is the
Jim
one.
Jones.
Yeah, somebody
Man,
I
did
knew
you ever see
somebody
the
who
interview
aunt
of
went.
his? You ever see the interview with his adopted black son?
What?
So Jim Jones had a black son that he was raising that he adopted, and he particularly made sure that that black son did not go down to Central America with them, and left that black son by himself, like with somebody else. That black son winds up growing. He becomes a bodybuilder too, and so there's interviews of Jim Jones's son, who's a young black man. You should check it out. It's crazy. But
He
Jimmy,
died. Is he still trying to carry that on? Like,
no,
what's going
no,
on?
He was so young. You know what I mean? He knew, but nah. But it's just that he's actual Jim Jones's son, adopted black son.
Man, they
Had
said
him
they was
around
the
and
first
everything.
white couple to do so in Indiana.
But yeah. So yeah, he had
First
a black
couple.
son. He had a black son, man. He was raising. Crazy.
Speaking of black kids, did you know Jerry Springer had black children?
I did
Oh
not
yeah,
know
I
that.
didn't hear about that. Yeah, he had
He
said something
apparently
in his
he
will.
left them all the money. Yeah, he left them all the bread because he ain't fuck with the white ones. I was cracking up. He ain't leave nothing to his wife and to his two white children or something. He left it all to the black ones and wrote a long ass apology note and everything about how his wife kind of forced him to not have contact with him and all this shit like that.
He did a video. He did a video on it too, man. It was tripping.
Shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy.
that is crazy. Oh, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry could have been a whole different bro if he had black children, bro. He probably still have been alive.
Yeah, man, this is crazy though, man. The susceptibility always gets me, because I don't think like that. So it's just like, damn, man. I remember this one chick too. I was like, literally, had intimate, relations with this lady. I'm like, I wasn't even all hip to the shit. So when I got hip real quick. I'm like she was an Israelite thing, and I was like telling her she had got deeper into it after we fell out because I had drove her crazy. But she had just got real deep. But she had already told me like prior she had like a lot of traumas, and I think that's a part of it. A lot of these people go through all these trauma. That's why I was, not to make jokes about anyone who had to experience some physical abuse when they was young, especially like with their pops. But I think it's a lot of this shit, man. We got to take into account, man. We really got to do the hard work, and that's looking into ourselves and looking to what could be attributed to our biases and preventing us from like being able to
Big facts.
have sound minds out here, because like that shit is true, man. I remember this. I not to just keep on bringing up girls, but it's just another thought that came to mind. This one girl said that she had to suppress me. She said, "Man, I literally had like damn near forgot about you. I had to suppress you from my mind because this, that, and the other." And like those things is actually true. Your brain can be altered, and you could do this to yourself just by like studying the wrong thing, believing in the wrong thing, or just being susceptible or overcome with traumas. But the reason why I don't be giving these people no slack, because I never forget, bro. It's just I got an Uber from the Greyhound station. That's always in the ghetto, no matter where it's at. But this little fucking Ariana Grande built ass chick, and I'm like, "What you doing out here? It's 2:00 in the morning, running Uber, like you just like that." And it's like, it's kind of dangerous. I'll be kind of thinking like that. She's like, "Man, I done seen it all." Come to find out, she done got essayed. Her ex-boyfriend tried to unalived himself in front of her on one of them crash out missions. And she just up in the joint. I don't even know this though. It's like a 40-minute drive, in Houston. But I'm telling you, this girl could just be an Instagram model, saying, still thugging it out. People showing the most, the most strength in the world just by being regular people, and we up here highlighting our traumas like everybody don't go through something in life, bro. That's what something what we said talking about. There's suffering, something we all gonna experience. Like
Yeah.
don't shut yourself off because of it. Don't succumb to whatever affliction, especially if somebody else impose it on you. That make you a whole victim for the rest of your life. That's kind of weenie.
It's that close. The closed loop.
Big facts, bro.
Yes,
That's my
yeah.
problem when we get like some of the continental Africans when they pop up on here and they be talking about the childhood shit. I used to yell at them all the time, like, "Why you talking about some shit that happened in high school? Like, kids that's what kids do. That's what we did. We had a whole kind of culture of roasting and doing this, and so do y'all. So why are y'all acting like it's like not so much different from what y'all would have been doing?" I know for a fact from Africans I talk to all the time, y'all be roasted. What the fuck?
Oh,
like it's nothing new.
This a good one. This a good one. Have you ever got bullied before you got your height and size and shit?
Oh, me? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. I grew up in North Philly, bro. I had all type of abuse, all type of random
Okay, I'm just saying that
niggas I
because,
didn't know. Just,
but like nowadays, ain't nobody ever trying to look upside your head, right?
nah, not at all, bro. I haven't. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, ever since even in my 20s, ain't nobody even try to like step to me at all. Such like well, no, I'm saying high school. Really, that's when I was like really got big. I was playing football. That's when I was really like, you know what I mean, like the biggest nigga. You ain't. It wasn't no regular high school nigga about to approach me, bro. I was like a professional wrestler.
Yeah.
Like I'm about to. So I can't really say I ain't really had no problems. Like I'm not gonna act like a nigga's been tested like after middle school, because ain't nobody really want them problems, and I was quick to run a fade with somebody, bro. You know what I mean, let's do it, because I was doing martial arts too, so I was already like, hey, I get to test my shit out. I'm not supposed to be doing it, but hey, apply. I gotta learn. That was my methodology. You know what I mean? Gotta learn how to apply it.
Yeah, but that's
One
exactly
way
what I'm
or
talking
another.
about. Everybody got to experience that. Even like Debo had to experience it, bro. Everybody got to go through that shit. And I think it's like, that's why I say it's when we try to like highlight this and put emphasis on it. And like, it's really like so egocentric. It's crazy if you think about it, because, bro, everybody out here got a life, bro. And it's some people that we be knowing got it way shittier than us. Nigga, I got a homegirl, nigga, ain't got no arms, nigga, just turn every day. Way more turnt than these peons. got people out here really living life and making the best out of it, and you got some people that's soaking in misery somebody else afflicted on them because of the same thing, and it just perpetuates. That's why I was telling, like, I just jumped to that because I was like, what would make people not have the heart, the conscience, like enough feelings to not be on here spreading misinformation? It's like with no qualms, they don't got no feelings about this shit. I say they got to be hurt. They got to
Oh,
be
but you got,
unhealed.
sociopaths too, bro. It's not even everybody. Hurt people hurt people. I get it, right? And I believe that our female population has suffered the most and greatly up to this day. And you'll find the most victims of SA among them, and mental abuse and all type of controlling, manipulative bullshit they're gonna suffer under, just as them being in the role of the quote unquote woman, female, and what society has painted their future to pretty much look like, and especially today's Christian, more right wing Christian America is going to continue to propagate for these people, basically making them baby factories and and trying to make a female's worth tie back into being a homemaker and mother. That's kind of like I don't know if everybody's been paying attention, but they definitely not giving women more rights and moving forward what it looks like. But man, where was I going with this? My bad.
Yeah, I just know the whole value system is patriarchal, bro.
Yeah, the whole value system is patriarchal. It is.
How do you push back or give a different explanation when they try to dismiss the primary source of information as being the white man's science, or that's the white man's information?
I like to show black scientists sometimes. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like, we could do it too, brother. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this ain't out of the realm that because they figured it out doesn't mean we can't figure it out. Like, how are y'all? How do y'all equate that? That one man did it, nobody else can do it. Where does that come from?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, I like to deflect. I like to deflect and say, I like to say, well, give me something without them, without using them, right? So kind of like what Melo does, how he can produce a black source, even though it's gonna, align with our points. They can't do that. In contrast, they can't pull up anyone of African descent or black or however they want to call it, saying the same thing that they trying to say. So pretty much the same thing, just the other position.
I see.
Something else. Show me a source that's not of European origin, especially like we gotta understand we've been colonized by these people. All their sources is the same people. English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, the same people from Europeans.
Right.
Fact, man. I hate that colonization means becoming these people. You know what I'm saying? In the long run, that's I hate that, bro.
I just to soothe it. You know what it also means? It also means being alive. Oh man, well let me find a drum, man. I'm gonna give myself a drum for that one.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell you, brother. Like, we could easily get from under their thumb without ever picking up a sword and shield, and we just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like my faith origins is like, of course, reading the Bible and then applying it. One thing I always apply is kind of like the no weapon formed against me shall prosper. And what I mean by that is, of course, obviously that's delusional, right? Don't ever think that that's the case. But it's just kind of like saying like nature kind of gonna redirect the shit the right way anyway. And it's kind of just like what the truth is. Unfortunately, like they crying. They got Elon Musk aligning with this bullshit, talking about them being a minority and having to stick together in whatever ideology they want to, whatever thing that they finna stick on code with, they finna beat on code. They got they billionaire co-signing this. We still arguing about what blackness is. You know what? It was to a point where I would agree with what that post with what blackness is. If we were to really start set tripping around this bitch, which we should, because they did it. They making the opposition, not us. They said the oppositions were non-whites. That's what they said.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
I would never exclude. Like, this is the thing when they be trying to like put me into a box. I be when they try to give me like, are you Pan African? I'm byproduct of Pan Humanist because I understand it's a global effort. Like what you was talking about when you answered that question about the vacuum question. What's going to replace white supremacy?
Yeah.
It can't just be
Yeah.
Black Americans. We gonna show y'all how to do it, and everybody, it's gonna have to be a global effort, and it's gonna have to be global cooperation.
And it has to be inanimate. One of the key things about America, and I'm gonna tell you that America it may stumble, but it's not going to fall. Is because what is crucial and essential of our American ideal is a constitution, a document. That is an inanimate object, right? So that means that its ability and its presence is not constrained by human imperfection, right? And it also has a tool to self-correct and to self-correct in time. This is why it doesn't fall. And so a system cannot be based upon the fallibility of man, like a white T-man. But justice is an inanimate, and not only that, it's not even an object. It's an inanimate notion. See, the Constitution can self-correct because it's physical. So it has, but justice is an inanimate object. It's an inanimate notion. That means that it exists in the ether. You can't change. That is forever long-lasting. Is not constrained by the perils of matter in time, in space. Yeah, justice.
Sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
When it comes to that, I just think of this analogy is like I think about Tiger Woods. I gotta find that snowboarder that I mentioned.
With contemplation, we use contemplation.
What's that mean?
When they asked him, Oprah asked him what is he said, I'm contemplation, which was Caucasian, Black, and Asian, and he
Is that what he
combined it
said?
together and told Oprah, yeah, I'm contemplation. He had told Oprah that shit when he was on the TV show.
That's funny.
He might as well say he was a Lumbee.
Not the Lumbee. Oh, shit.
I tried to find out who it was. We got so many of these dudes now. But it was just the one video.
Hey, that would have been a perfect answer. Oh, my bad.
Now you good. The video I seen of this it's like an ESPN clip of this snowboarder, and it was like, finally, the man who the sport was made for. And he's gonna come down there. There's a whole black dude. I'm like, really, sport was made for made for us. We are dominated, and it kind of like to the same thing, especially when you talk about law, because that legalese that be popping they top. That legalese gonna go there, and I think it's the same thing. I think they word salad in they self. So pretty much when I look it up, it's intentionally incomprehensible whole purpose, so they can just kind of like have the wiggle room bias on their part. But I say, it got to be the same standards. Actually measuring up and verifying what these words and terms mean, because that's how they use it to play on people when it comes to law.
Come on, it's the glue. Yeah, it's the glue. That's why Neely Fuller, in his United Independent Compensatory Code concept, he also wrote a book known as the Word Guide to go along with the compensatory code. And he would the major emphasis on words and what words should be used, what words you should just never use, and stricken from your language. It was deep. It was deep, showing like there's a word guide instead of using like a perfect example is like fair. Like uh, according to the code, you stricken the word fair from your lexicon, and instead of using the word fair, use the word just.
Yeah.
And then also pay attention when somebody tries to use the word fair, because they're trying to practice white supremacy, and they're trying to practice it in front of your face and you not know. So this is defined in the word guide when it comes to the word fair. And then whenever you're listening, you start seeing someone trying to use, well, that's not fair, or is that fair? And then you're realizing, and then you're seeing like,
Niggas
oh
not
my
been
gosh.
fighting white people. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Because my fair lady, you know what I'm saying? Like, so what is that fair and things of that nature? So when they're like, well, that's not fair. Well, would you consider that fair? Trying to, but if you use the word just, so even when you want to use, right, someone mistreats you and like, well, that's not fair. No, the question is, that's not just. And it's a
Solid.
different situation when you use the word just in place of the word fair. It controls the conversation becomes different. The code, where everyone talks about the code, is a code conduct, a way to think, speak, and act to dismantle the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice. That there are words that you use, don't use, define, redefine, that at every moment, at any time, you're dismantling the system where it stands. It's a powerful, powerful book. That's one of the most powerful books I've ever read in my life.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I try to kind of measure myself, but I know I'm a lot better. I used to be real loose with it. So we tighten up as we grow. We learn as we grow. But it sounds like a good read, though. Definitely got to tap in to the Neely Fuller.
Yeah, Neely Fuller, the Neely Fuller Compensatory Code Concept book, where he had a revised vision. Neely Fuller sat with everyone. He sat with Elijah, Malcolm, Morton, Jesse, Barack. He sat with all of them, maintained his interaction he had with Malcolm in New York. He was sitting and talking with Malcolm. They was at the cafe, and he was articulating the code back then. And what he had said, which offended Malcolm, and even asked him to kind of like, yeah, we're not talking anymore. Believe it or not, he had said that if the system, he also is the one that coined the term, the system of white supremacy. So he's the one that coined the term, the system of white supremacy, racism. When he was talking with Malcolm, he had suggested that if the system of white supremacy still exists, we are going to see a point where black men are going to want to be black women. And you're going to see a major push for black men to start dressing like women and to start behaving like women. And Malcolm, because of his stance and interaction with the Nation of Islam and how it beside its rhetoric, it was very focused on the identity of a black man and very particular wearing a suit and being clean shaven, and how that was a big major staple to be counter to what was happening. And so when Neely was articulating, if this system stays on this trajectory, we're going to have a major movement of black men becoming. So he was asking why. He's like, if the system of white supremacy exists, you cannot be a man in that system. You can only be a boy. The system exists to make sure that you do not become a man. So as a boy, because you cannot maturate to become a man, the system won't have any problem from you, because you have to change to be a boy to become a girl. You'll never be able to be a man. You'll never be able to have manhood. But because of the existence of the system, it allows you to change from a boy to a girl. And when he's using this logic, Malcolm is like, yo, I'm not talking to you. We're done. I like talking, but you know what? We can't have no more conversations. How dare you suggest that black men are just going to turn around and start dressing like women? Like Malcolm lost his school in that conversation at that coffee shop in Harlem. And look what we have. Because of the existence of that system, because it maintains us to be a boy, to be treated as boy, to be called us as a boy, they have no issues and
Yeah,
problems.
it's crazy foresight though. You feel me?
Crazy
I
foresight.
understand. I understand
Crazy
Malcolm's
foresight.
frustration.
Yeah, crazy foresight. He said this in the Neely Fuller said this in the 60s. That if we stay on this trajectory, this is what's going to happen. And the dominant white society, white supremacy, is going to support it. In fact, they're going to be emphatic. They'll push any and everything to push against a young black boy to become a black man. But you'll see their
Chris
massive amount.
Wilson was on that type time too, pretty
Who,
much.
Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, who you think, who's her teacher? She lets you know who was her teacher. Neely Fuller.
Neely Fuller, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Neely Fuller. She lets you know. Neely Fuller was her teacher. So I was saying that book. So Neely Fuller's book is not allowed to be in any library. It's not allowed to be in any school, whether it's K through college, and it's also not allowed to be in jails. So you're not allowed to have it in jails, and it's also not allowed to be sold outside of America. So when it comes to the Neely Fuller Compensatory Code Concept book, it's not allowed to be in libraries, it's not allowed to be in schools, and it's not even allowed to be in jails. Because he had to self-publish.
Yeah, as a rap, as soon as it got to a PDF, everybody got it.
Now, I mean, I don't even know if it's on a PDF. I haven't even been able to, because he's been able to control. You got to contact for a while there. For a while, you had to actually contact him and have a conversation with him before he would go to Kinko's and make a copy of it in Kinko's and mail it directly to you. That's how it originally was happening. That you would have to be able to get in touch with him, touch base, and have a conversation with him. And based upon the counter-racist logic in the code, whether or not he was going to mail you the copy of the compensatory code. Then, time changed and he was able to get on a website. He opened up his own website and some people wound up helping him. And so now he has a website called producejustice.com. He just passed just about a year ago, at 96 years old. He outlived everybody. And now you can get his book. You got to contact it online. But yeah, one in compensatory code. Now, when everyone talk about getting on code, when you heard that term getting on code, that comes from him. When he's like, yo, we got to get on code. We got to get on code. That actually comes from Neely Fuller. He's the one that coded.
I seen him say that. I seen it on YouTube stuff.
Yeah, when everyone says, man, we got to get on code, like we got to get together and get on code. The reason why, the original book, the picture on the cover of that book is a picture of a radio transisting motherboard. Because he was associating and saying that the code of conduct has to operate like a computer program without fail. You put in a 1, a 0 comes out. You put in a 0, a 1 comes out. There are phrases in thought, speech, and actions that when somebody asks you this is what you say without fail, like a computer program. The code that Neely Fuller was referring to was not a code of conduct. It was a code for a program that all black people independently operate unitedly. That we were independent as an individual, but what united us was our behavior, like a computer program. So when somebody says racism, you say this. If somebody uses the word fair, you say this, like a computer program, like a computer code. That is what the code means, to be on code. Not a code of conduct, but a code like a coded program. Each non-white person on the planet Earth.
Hey man, and they said it, not us. So we just.
Yep. Yep.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and land this live for today, man. It's been a good bill. It's gonna be, of course, transferred over there. So y'all tap in if y'all didn't catch the whole thing. Go ahead and pick it apart later, man. But it's the Don, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all be good. Y'all have a good evening.
One.